Grease brings the wicked. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. The enemy has Gundam. Don't even think about getting past. Little Medusa, who was standing by, could no longer hold back. She immediately summoned the bronze snake armor and flew towards Scylla. The bronze chainsword in her hand slashed and stabbed all the way, leaving hideous cuts on the octopus meat mountain. The head of the woman in the 6 heads was twisted in pain and screamed angrily. The 12 octopus-like tentacles kept whipping and sweeping across the air, trying to slap the little fly to death. However, the Gorgon had a talent for flying. Now with the assistance of the bronze snake armor, little Medusa's own flexibility and speed were raised to the extreme. Facing the powerful tentacles, she easily dodged with super high mobility and repeatedly found gaps to pierce the bronze chainsword in her hand into the body of the monster. Die. Scylla, who was clumsy in action, could not catch the target at all. He could only curse in vain, spit out poison, and vent his anger on the broken earth. But as time went on, her reaction speed and the power of her whipping around became weaker and weaker. On the contrary, little Medusa became more and more courageous, with a steady stream of divine power gushing out of her body, her breath rising steadily, and a sense of satisfaction on her face. In fact, the Gorgon sucks blood, and so does the sword in her hand. While constantly stabbing the opponent, the blood and divine power of the target will also be fed back to little Medusa holding the chainsword. At this rhythm, as long as there are no mistakes, little Medusa will eventually kill the giant Scylla, even if she consumes it. However, the blood family of the gods on the sea will obviously not give her this opportunity. Seeing that the offensive was blocked one after another, the 3 siren sisters with human bodies and fishtails finally couldn't sit still, and they straightened up together and sang loudly. Aaaaa. As the passionate notes echoed, the dense sea beasts on the sea surface instantly became agitated and violent, and once again gathered a mighty tide of beasts, sweeping towards the coastal fortress of Crete. Under the cold starlight, the 3 siren sisters who encouraged the sea beasts to attack again grinned, revealing a mouthful of tiny white fangs, more like beasts than humans. In fact, in nature, the more beautiful and bright flowers are, the more poisonous they are. The 3 siren sisters are no exception. Their favorite thing is to lure the passing ships with their delicate appearance and beautiful singing, and then drag the sailors and crew into the sea to drown and eat them. Therefore, on the Sea of Oceanus, these mermaids with fishtails are beautiful, but they are not good people. Instead, they are a kind of cruel and terrifying high IQ monster. In addition to the charming singing, they are good at controlling storms and tides. According to Zeus, the siren is a natural magician on the sea. If the 3 siren sisters, who are top demigods, attack together, the coastal defense line will surely face a huge impact. Lara. As expected, with the inflection of the 3 sirens singing, the surging waves rolled in with unparalleled impact. This time, the power is even several times stronger than the waves raised by Charybdis, the great whirlpool. As the tides that connect the sky and the earth advance layer by layer, a strong sense of suffocation lingers in the hearts of almost every Minnow. I sincerely pray to the winged serpent that connects the sky, the earth and the darkness, the wise queen who knows the scattered wisdom of the heavens, the mistress of our souls, the patron saint of our city-state City's palace. Her name is Athena. At the critical moment, the gathered priests and priests sang praises loudly and pushed Princess Ariadne, who was wearing a white dress and an olive crown on her head, forward to complete the long-prepared grand ritual spell together. Build it. This is the temple of God. This is the gate of heaven. When the last note fell, Princess Ariadne, the chief priest, raised her hands high and thrust the golden scepter with bad wing snake pattern into the top of the city. But, in an instant, countless surging light patterns gathered into a pair of golden wings, isolating the storms and waves on the sea, and protecting the coastal defense line behind the light. Aaaaa. The 3 sirens on the sea raised their voices again, arousing the power of the ocean, and summoning more violent sea tide disasters. The wind was howling, and the waves were surging. Under the joint efforts of the 3 top demigods, even the great ritual spell that gathered the power of the entire temple was like a candle swaying in the wind and rain. Pieces of bird feathers representing light and stability were uncovered by the wind and torn apart by the waves. In just a few breaths, the divine barrier blocking the coastal fortress flickered and was almost broken. The priests, who had been drained of their magic power and spirit, collapsed and fell unconscious one after another. Soon, only Princess Ariadne, the head priest, was left to support the fortress alone. When the rain falls, the broken ship encounters a headwind. Worse misfortunes followed. Eat it, eat it, eat it. Without the suppression of magic and divine arts, and the interference of bows and javelins on the ground, the sirens in the sky shouted happily, and rushed towards the fallen priests in the wind. Compared with ordinary humans, these flesh and blood nourished by the etheric magic factor are undoubtedly more delicious. At the same time, Lamia and a large number of sea beasts, along with the rising tide that was almost level with the fortress wall, rushed unimpeded to this last obstacle. They couldn't wait to pry open this hard shell and taste the delicious fillings in the city. A bunch of beasts. I'm not dead yet. Facing the fierce beast tide and the large number of god blood family members mixed in it, as well as the joint magic of the three siren sisters, King Minos, the only one who could compete with it, roared and raised the golden scepter in his hand, unreservedly urged the divine power, and summoned golden thunder from the clouds, striking the almost collapsed front battlefield. In an instant, the fierce lightning tore through the wind in the sky, knocked down a large number of noisy siren banshees, and then fell into the surging waves, electrocuting thousands of large and small sea beasts in the sea into charcoal. However, facing the tragic deaths and injuries of their subordinates, and even their own kind, the three siren banshees sitting on the giant whale not only did not have the slightest pain and pity, but three pairs of beautiful eyes looked at the old man standing on the wall from afar, and a trace of excited cruelty flowed in their pupils. Swish. Almost at the moment when King Minos focused all his attention on the front battlefield, a slender and transparent claw, under the cover of the vast rain curtain, pierced the old man's vest from behind at lightning speed. The extremely tricky attack angle and the perfect timing made it hard to defend. Obviously, she was lurking nearby and had been planning for a long time. Snakes are animals that are very good at hiding and hunting. They will patiently look for the most appropriate time to give their opponents a fatal bite. As a native Lamia, a top demigod, she has used this instinct to perfection. Under the floating light pattern, the greedy snake woman with golden scales on her body and eyes removed from her eye sockets raised the corners of her lips and showed a ferocious smile on her face. However, King Minos in front of him noticed the evil wind behind him, and he also raised the corners of his lips at the same time, revealing an even colder and more sophisticated smile. Puff. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the crowd, and the old bronze sword pierced out diagonally, piercing through the chest of the Lamia like a meteor shower, nailing it firmly to the top of the city. Hiss. Intense pain swept through the whole body, and Lamia screamed and huddled up. The face with tears in the eyes looked pitiful, making people reluctant to kill it. However, the hand holding the hilt of the sword did not stop at all, and suddenly stirred it, directly shaking the beating heart in the chest into pieces of meat. Puff. Suddenly, with a huge blood hole bursting in the chest, the Lamia with golden scales completely stopped struggling, and the lifeless body slid softly. And when it was determined that the target's life was cut off, Lorne and King Minos, who were looking at each other from a distance, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally solved, the sixth top demigod. That's right. From the moment the beasts began to gather and land, the two most perceptive people had already realized that the top demigods who commanded the beasts seemed to be not 5, but 6. Moreover, she seemed to have been lurking in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to attack. However, beasts are beasts after all. Long-term killing and crazy demonic nature have made them forget that humans are the most insidious, cunning, cooperative, and hunting species in the world. Therefore, except for a few times of hidden attacks, Lorne has been lurking in the crowd, waiting for this top demigod sea monster hiding in the dark to be completely exposed, and then cooperate with King Minos, who was acting as bait to eradicate it, and cut off the enemy's arm first. Judging from the results, they succeeded. Since all the command centers that control the sea beasts have been exposed, now, King Minos and Lorne beside him looked at each other and nodded, and then the old man gave up the passive defense, raised the golden scepter in his hand high, pointed to the beast tide that was still densely packed in front, and chanted in a deep voice, "Indestructible through catastrophes, born from fire." Taking a deep breath, the old man revealed a last trump card in his hand and shouted solemnly, "In the name of the king of Crete, I order you to stand up." The bronze giant tireless. Bang, bang, bang. With the crisp sound of the chain breaking, a violent roar and tremor came from the underground of the entire island of Crete. In the horrified eyes of both the enemy and us, a 100-meter tall metal giant with huge stones as flesh and bronze as skin, like a descending giant god, broke out of the ground and stood tall on the earth. The first update is 5 chapters, about 12,000 words completed. Thank you for your support. Love you. Chapter 77. Everyone go first. I'll be the last one to come. Crete. In front of the coastal fortress, King Minos, who had become the focus of the battlefield after the sudden change, tore off the tattered robe that was in the way, revealing the knotted muscles of his upper body that looked like cast iron. He raised the golden scepter that represented the destiny of the Cretan kingship, pointed it at the dark sea where the beast tide gathered, and laughed loudly. "Talus, my sword, my shield. Now that you have awakened, help me wipe out the foreign enemies." "Yes, my king." The cold response came from behind the coastal fortress, resounding around like rolling thunder. On the horizon, the towering bronze giant, 100 meters high, looked down at the beast tide invading from the sea, slowly opened his arms, and thousands of densely packed light patterns on the bronze shell lit up one after another, resonating with each other. Buzz buzz buzz. 12 light wheels of different sizes were built one after another on the arms, legs, head, neck, back, chest and other parts of the bronze giant. Then, like the light ring of a cannon, they automatically tuned and focused towards the sea where the beast tide gathered. Spirit particles converge. Divine power is loaded. The mechanical voice echoed again, and the 12 light wheels that appeared on the bronze giant reversed and sucked. Suddenly, the spirit particles in the earth veins and the ether in the air condensed into a real magic tide, like a river rushing into the sea, frantically converging towards the bronze giant. In a short moment, the veins under the bronze skin, which were like human blood vessels, were filled with spiritual liquid concentrated from magic factors. The surging, God's golden blood, converged towards the chest cavity of the bronze giant, which was the heart, and under the common tuning and focusing of the 12 light wheels, it finally turned into a dazzling light stream and shot out. Spirit liquid cannon, annihilation unfolded. In an instant, a colorful band of light with a diameter of tens of meters tore through the thin night, crossed the vast sea surface, and plowed a bottomless chasm. After more than 10 seconds, the torrent of divinity withered, and the crack in the sea, that was as deep as 1,000 meters, as if split by a sharp sword, was filled up by the surging sea water. Splash. Amid the surging sound of the waves, the previously crowded and noisy sea surface suddenly became dull and quiet. The swarms of sea beasts wriggling in the center no longer existed. The originally dark sea water was now stained with a scarlet red tide. Hiss. In the dead silence, all the creatures shocked by the scene before them gasped. With just one strike, tens of thousands of sea beasts gathered on the coast of Crete were wiped out. Such power is simply terrifying. I'm afraid only gods can do this easily. Of course, they were not wrong in theory. The one who achieved such a result was a genuine godlike. After Lorne looked back at the coastal fortress, the towering giant standing on the horizon, and its origin emerged in his mind. The bronze giant Talus, who belongs to the bronze generation, has survived the catastrophe and survived to this day. His race is older than the many demigods and heroes of divine blood who have established and ruled human city-states today. Legend has it that these former bronze generations were bronze giants cast with bronze and stone by Hephaestus, the god of fire and casting, under the order of Zeus in a similar way to the creation of Pandora. The purpose of their creation was to fill the gap in the earth after the extinction of the original humans after the Great Flood, and to calm the anger of Gaia, the mother goddess of the earth. Therefore, these bronze giants have bronze skin and human appearance, and have blood vessels like humans. The blood vessels are connected from the neck to the knees or ankles, and this blood vessel is also the source of energy for the activities of the bronze giants, and the spiritual fluid of God flows in it. However, due to the lack of wisdom and their skill in fighting, the bronze giants indulged in destruction and fighting, gradually posing a huge threat to the living things on the earth, causing the Earth Mother Gaia to become increasingly dissatisfied. Therefore, Zeus ended the attempt to recreate humans, and ordered the craftsman god Hephaestus to destroy the Bronze Clan that was gradually out of control. In that catastrophe, the bronze giant Talus was a single exception, because he had the blood of the Meleaferes in his body, and possessed a good rationality. He became the only survivor of the disaster. Later, thanks to the grace of the Earth Mother Gaia, the new humans represented by Deucalion and Peheri produced on the earth again. Talus, who was alone, was taken to the holy mountain to serve the gods of Olympus. Then, Zeus, who was obsessed with sewing, turned into a white bull and abducted Europa to Crete, where she was the goddess on earth, to reproduce her own bloodline of the god king. Considering that his mortal lover was too weak, Zeus gave Europa 3 gifts. That is, the bronze giant Talus, the golden hound, and a pot of golden arrows that never miss. After a lot of twists and turns, the goddess Europa gave the 3 to Minos, her son with Zeus, so that he could defend his territory. Since then, the bronze giant Talus has become a subordinate of King Minos, patrolling Crete for him, and made great military achievements in the early days. As the Minoan civilization continued to grow stronger, the bronze giant Talus gradually lost his place and faded out of people's sight. He obeyed the order of King Minos and slept underground to avoid hurting innocent people. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, because of this beast-tide disaster from the sea, the bronze giant Talus, who once existed as a guardian and a weapon of war, was awakened again by King Minos, and was able to see the light of day again on Crete, showing his terrifying destructive power as a creation of God. Monster. At this moment, the 3 siren sisters who had escaped the disaster by virtue of their vigilance, looked at the large pieces of floating flesh and blood that turned into red tides, and looked at the bronze giant Talus standing behind the coast-defense line of Crete from afar, and couldn't help but mutter in fear, "Aaaaaaa." Soon, fear turned into anger, and the 3 siren sisters, who were aroused by the bloody scene, sang in unison. The group of sea beasts that had been in chaos, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, entered a state of frenzy and excitement, swarming towards Crete, trying to close the distance and destroy the terrifying war weapon. At the same time, the enveloping tide turned into a huge whirlpool, and countless flesh and blood floating on the sea were swallowed and absorbed by it. Splash. After finishing eating, Great Whirlpool, Charybdis used the flesh and blood divinity she absorbed to reconstruct a huge water phantom. The sea water mixed with organs and pieces of flesh covered her body, revealing a bloody madness. Die. With the unclear words, Maelstrom, Charybdis raised his right hand, gathered the dirty red tide, and gathered a bloody trident in his palm, and threw it hard at the long defeatable coastal fortress on Crete. Facing the fierce attack, Talus' eyes flashed red, and he quickly raised his foot to cross the coastal fortress, with 2 crossed bronze arms protecting the front. Dang. With the sharp sound of metal and iron, the trident gathered by the seawater was steadily blocked by the bronze giant. Although it is a hybrid creation of bronze and stone, and its body is huge, because of the unparalleled craftsmanship of the craftsman god Hephaestus and the blood of the Meleaferes, Talus' movement speed is also extremely fast. In theory, he can easily patrol Crete 3 times a day, and the entire coastline of Crete is more than 1,000 kilometers. Roar. After failing to strike, Charybdis, who was dragged into the coast by the waves, roared angrily, and the hideous face formed by countless broken limbs and arms looked even uglier and more terrifying. Bang. Facing the hideous sea monster, the emotionless bronze giant raised his fist without hesitation, and punched into the face with countless floating corpses of sea beasts. Crash. As Charybdis staggered back, the new wave of fierce sea tide suddenly collapsed, and could no longer form an effective impact force on the coast. The night receded, and the morning sun broke. After a night of fierce fighting, the Minoans finally made it to dawn. Looking at the bronze giant who knocked back Charybdis with 1 punch in front of the coast, and King Minos standing tall in front of the fortress, the surviving soldiers grabbed their weapons, enthusiastically knocked on their shields, and cheered loudly. Minos. 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 Listening to the enthusiastic shouts behind him like the waves, the old man felt as if he had returned to his youth. when he rushed to the battlefield with a sword and shield in hand, and fought against foreigners. With the blood surging in his chest, awakening the fighting spirit accumulated in this old body, King Minos simply threw the golden scepter in his hand to his daughter, snatched the bronze spear from his eldest son, pointed at the battlefield, and shouted loudly, "The beast tide has collapsed, set sail. Go to war. Huala." At the same time, in the safe harbor behind Crete, a cloud of white sails rose up, fluttering with the fluttering sea breeze. Then, dozens of huge paddle-sailed warships sailed out from both wings of Crete, like angry dragons entering the sea, turning over the surging waves, and pounced on the front battlefield where a large number of sea beasts gathered. The soldiers standing on the offshore fortress looked carefully, and saw burly figures wearing bronze armor, holding swords and shields, throwing spears on their backs, and longbows on their waists, lined up neatly on the deck, exuding a chilling and murderous aura. When everyone saw the double-sided axe and bull logo on the flag, the excited cheers became louder. God's blood guard. It's the God's blood guard. The blood of God flows in the world, and the purer it is, the more excellent warriors it can breed. Therefore, the most elite troops of each city-state are often guards composed of warriors with God's blood flowing. Even if they are just mixed bloods of different generations, each of them has the ability to fight 10 ordinary soldiers. Once they appear on the battlefield, it often means a change in the war pattern. At present, with the defeat of the beast tide and the arrival of dawn, this God's blood guard, which has been gathering strength for a night, rushed out, undoubtedly stabbing to sharp knives into the heart of the enemy. At this moment, looking at the invincible fleet he built on the sea, showing his fangs, dividing and encircling the gradually chaotic beast tide, and launching an orderly stranglehold, King Minos couldn't help but feel excited. Good. Let these beasts see who is the king of the near sea. Looking at the large two-masted warships on the sea, that shuttled like dragons and quickly divided the battlefield, and the hundreds of god blood guards on the deck, that were like 2 rows of sharp spears, constantly piercing the beast tide, Lorne was secretly amazed. Although all the plans were discussed and formulated by him and King Minos, he also learned relevant information from King Minos about the bronze giant Taros, which was the key to victory, and the god blood guards, which appeared as the finale. But seeing is believing. Not only did he surprise himself with the fighting power of the bronze giant Taros, but even the performance of the god blood guards under King Minos greatly exceeded his psychological expectations. In the battle with the beasts at sea, he could repeatedly drill through the formations of these marine natives by cooperating with them. His combat quality was not inferior to the Atlantis guards he had encountered before. It was incredible. But after thinking about it carefully, Lorne was somewhat relieved. In real history, the Minoan dynasty made full use of the superior geographical location of Crete, developed the shipbuilding industry, and established a powerful fleet, which was one of the earliest navies in the world. With this invincible fleet, the Minoans dominated the Aegean Sea and shocked Athens, making Crete a link between the advanced countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa, and eventually enabling the Minoan dynasty to maintain trade with Egypt, Syria, Babylon, Asia Minor and other regions, thus becoming a hegemonic country at sea. During the most prosperous period of the Minoans, that is, the reign of King Minos, the countries of the Aegean Islands paid tribute to Minos, and Athens had to pay tribute to him. Perhaps because they were beaten badly, the city-states in the Mediterranean have been making up the dark history of the Minoans behind their backs. The legend of the Minotaur, the bull-headed man, probably emerged during this period. Want to resist? This is not Atlantis. The old man sneered, grabbed the bronze spear, put on a war bow and the bag of golden arrows he got from his mother Europa, jumped out of the fortress, and ran straight to the center of the battlefield, to try to recontrol the 3 siren sisters who were fighting back against the beast tide. Finally, the last move was successfully made. Then, checkmate. At the same time, Lorne, who had been holding his breath on the wall, looked at the expected situation, pulled out the bronze sword with a sense of relief, stirred up the divine power in his body, followed behind King Minos, and went straight to the 3 siren sisters who were the command center of the beast tide. But for some reason, the closer he got to the battlefield, the more his heart beat. It seemed that there was still some uneasy factor that still existed. Lorne's heart skipped a beat, raised his hand, and whispered to King Minos in front of him. Borrow. Borrow? King Minos paused slightly, then followed the direction of Lorne's finger, glanced at the longbow and golden arrows on his waist, laughed, and threw them behind him without thinking. Haha, what are you borrowing? Give it to you. Lorne took the longbow and the pot of golden arrows, and looked at King Minos, who was rushing to the battlefield with a twinkling eye. He wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth. On the sea, the figure behind him quietly slowed down and gradually opened up a distance with the former. As the words are few, here is a big 4K chapter, and by the way, ask for subscriptions. There will be 2 more chapters in the evening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 78, Don't Send Me Away, We Can Win, completed with 8K daily. On the vast sea, the beast's waves retreated, and the counterattack of humans began. Seeing the situation reversed, the 3 siren sisters, who smelled the breath of danger from all around, did not bother to appease the chaotic beast tied around them. They immediately stirred the divinity and divine blood in their bodies, opened their mouths, and sang loudly towards the sky, calling for their own troops. La. Upon hearing the order, the siren banshees with human faces and bad bodies immediately turned around regardless of everything, and gathered in the airspace around the 3 siren sisters to guard their monarch, the source of their blood. Enemy, enemy, beware, protect. Accompanied by the chirping noises, the siren banshees, who had locked onto the target from the air, fluttered their wings one after another, and formed a team, to move towards the dozens of warships of the Minoans that were interspersed in the center of the beast tide. Under the instigation of these divine blood families, strong winds blew around, and huge waves hit the bows. However, at the bow of each Minoan warship, the goddess head, which was carved from oak, and engraved with a blessing spell, radiated a sacred glow, withstanding the invasion of wind and waves, and allowing the ship to move forward steadily. In addition to the gods of wisdom, craftsmanship, and military, Athena is also the main god who first taught humans to build ships in legend, so she has the authority to protect sailors. However, these goddess statues on the Minoan warships are just dead objects with spirituality after all, and most of them have only experienced maritime conflicts with other city-states. Faced with the extreme weather caused by a large group of sirens, these warships built by mortals gradually became overwhelmed. The light of the goddess emblem was constantly compressed, and the muffled sound of being overwhelmed came from the shipboards one after another. Gradually, the speed of the fleet could not help but slow down. Eat it, eat it, eat them. Seeing that the fleet was blocked, and the divine power of the ship was about to dissipate, the sirens in the sky immediately showed their ferocity, and swooped towards the ship in groups. They showed their sharp claws, trying to tear the sails of the warships, break the wooden masts, and cut open the chests of the enemies on the deck. Prepare 5 sections of etiquette spells to cover the fleet's penetration. On the top of the fortress, Princess Ariadne, who was awarded the Golden Scepter by King Minos before leaving, saw this situation and decisively took over the position of the eldest prince, and took charge of the command on the battlefield. As one of the few core people who knew the plan, the chief priest who stayed on the island was responsible for emergency remedies. After all, although Crete is currently the top force in the Mediterranean, with more than a dozen demigods of all sizes, their strengths are uneven. Only 4 of them can be regarded as top-notch, including King Minos, Lorne, Little Medusa, and Princess Ariadne, who serves as the head priestess of the temple. In addition to the bronze giant Talus, who was reserved by King Minos, there are only 5 high-end combat forces on the coastal defense line that can influence the situation. Therefore, as the battle situation changed, each of them had his own tasks to undertake. At this time, the priests who took advantage of the rest time to swallow the magic potion and gradually regain some energy followed the call of the head priestess, propped up their bodies, raised their hands, and chanted the ancient hymns. As the singing chants gathered in the air and turned into a golden stream of light, Princess Ariadne, who stood in the center, raised her bird-winged scepter and waved it forward. In an instant, hundreds of owls with brown wings appeared from the stream of light above the fortress, flapping their wings and making crisp calls. tearing through the clouds in groups and skimming towards the sea. The turbulent wind blew from the island to the sea, encouraging the fleet's high sails to pull the ships to full speed. At the same time, these owls born from the light past the fleet raised their sharp claws, opened their hard beaks, and pounced on the siren banshees who blocked their way. As a bird of prey, the owl is a symbol of wisdom and is the sacred bird of the goddess Athena. They serve the light and guard the battlefield at night. They have the function of hunting filth and bringing victory. Along with the cold and crisp chirping of birds and the painful and angry screams of women, golden and black feathers fell in the sky, like petals lining the road, to welcome the victors, to embark on the road of triumph. The personal army of the three siren sisters was intercepted in front of him, and the route was unobstructed. King Minos jumped onto the deck to join the god blood guards, and use the warship as a pedal to adjust his breathing, restore his magic power, and wait for the final battle. At this time, hundreds of meters away, Lorne squinted and looked at the colorful undercurrent surging on the left side of the bow. There is something. He immediately drew his longbow, pulled the bowstring to the full, and shot a golden arrow ready to go. But, with a faint thunder, golden streams of light came in an instant, exploding a ball of golden red blood flowers underwater. Then, a demigod level lamia with only half of its body left surfaced, and was then crushed into a pool of minced meat by the passing warship. Suddenly, hundreds of lamia gathered in the nearby water saw the fate of their new leader, screamed in fear, and scattered like birds and beasts. Is this all you can do? Minos, standing on the bow, completed his pre-war breathing, opened his golden eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his old face. He held a bronze spear in his hand and shouted forward. Give up defense, move forward at full speed, and watch me kill them. The well-trained god blood guards, hearing the king's order, did not hesitate to interrupt the power supply of the ship's defense spells, and instead fully activated the magic circle for acceleration. For a moment, dozens of warships with flashing light patterns were like lions entering a flock of sheep, plowing a path mixed with blood and limbs in the chaotic beast tide, heading straight for the core, where the three siren sisters were. As they got closer and closer to the center of the beast tide, Lorne, who was behind the fleet, could even see the distorted expressions of fear on the faces of the three siren sisters. Too reckless. Looking at King Minos, who was eager to fight the enemy at the bow, Lorne felt even more uneasy and subconsciously looked around the entire battlefield. At this time, in front of the beach of Crete, the bronze giant Talus was suppressing the great whirlpool, Charybdis, and beating him fiercely. On the vast sea surface behind the left, the little Medusa, a snake-haired demon, was fighting fiercely with the six-headed and 12-legged Scylla, and with her excellent talent and a bronze serpent armor, given by Athena. She firmly held the upper hand, and was gradually wearing away the divinity and life of the deep-sea monster. On the fortress, Princess Ariadne, who was responsible for the rear support, continued to chant a new round of great ritual spells, constantly calling the name of Athena, and joined forces with the temple's priests to jointly weaken and suppress the ocean god power of the three siren sisters. Not far away, the original lamia with a pierced heart was hanging miserably on the wall. Lorne turned his eyes back and looked at the nearly collapsed and difficult to hinder the nearby god blood family, as well as the chaotic beast tide nearby, and came to a clear conclusion in his mind. Things are going very smoothly, and everything is moving in a good direction. But, it seems that it went too smoothly. Lorne frowned deeply, and quietly pulled back a distance again, his thoughts running fast. Ask yourself, if he were Poseidon, he would always want to annex Crete. Then, before tearing his face, he would definitely investigate the specific situation and combat power level of the Minoans carefully. The more detailed the better. As the Lord of Crete, King Minos has an old grudge with Poseidon, so he is undoubtedly the focus of attention. In addition, the ambiguous attitude of the god King Zeus, what cards King Minos has, may not be a secret to Poseidon, who has been plotting for a long time. At present, the only variables are him, and the two unexpected demigods who appeared with little Medusa. What if this interference is excluded from the battlefield? 6 top demigod sirens against King Minos and Princess Ariadne, 2 demigods of similar level, and Talus, a bronze giant who is a god. 6-3, it seems that I have the advantage. But the problem is, Poseidon has been planning for so long, and what he wants is not the advantage, but a sure win. Moreover, as the son of the god King Zeus and the goddess Europa, the future head of the three judges of the underworld, King Minos and the bronze giant Talus are no longer at the level that demigods can completely defeat. If the Temple of the Sea wants to achieve success in one battle, it is not enough to rely on 6 top demigod sirens. Unless Lorne looked at the beast tide that did not swim back to the inland sea despite being defeated, but still violated the instinct of survival, and a thunder sounded in his mind. Suddenly, he realized some decisive factor that Poseidon might use, and his face changed drastically. He pulled back and flew back, pulling off a bird feather accessory on his chest that could be used for communication, and shouted at the activated light pattern to warn. Retreat. Gods. There may be gods joining the battle on the other side. At the same time, King Minos, who was standing at the bow, was shocked. He pressed the resonating golden bird feather ornament on his chest, and looked gloomily at the 3 sirens who were almost at the end of their rope, and had exhausted their divine power 100 meters away. Gods, maybe. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound, King Minos made up his mind, raised his hand, and tore off the bird feather pendant on his chest, then grasped the bronze spear, and jumped from the deck, like an old lion who found its prey on the grassland and sprinted. Looking at the bird feather ornament in his hand, that was cracked at the same time, and King Minos who was doing the opposite, holding a spear, and rushing towards the 3 sirens alone, Lorne was stunned. But then, he figured out the reason why King Minos did this in a flash. It was just a possibility. If he gave up, and lost this opportunity, and let the beast tide take a breath and regroup, there would be no telling how many casualties and variables there would be on Crete. And this time, King Minos had already gambled all his cards. If he gave up, just because of a possibility, then when the other party was ready to play another round, his chances of winning would be even slimmer. After hundreds of years of patience, he didn't want to wait any longer, and he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Moreover, even if there were gods joining the battle, he had to seize this hard-won opportunity. Because only by dealing with the 3 siren sisters who controlled the beast tide in advance, and weakening the threat from the sea as much as possible, and waiting for the gods to really go down, would Crete have a chance to resist. Otherwise, with 5 top demigods and the gods going down, Crete would have even less chance of winning. So, the arrow was on the string, and had to be fired. No matter how dangerous this move was, he had no choice. Perhaps, this is the sadness of being a weak person. Under the mixed gaze of Lorne, King Minos leaped forward alone, pushing the divine power in his body to the extreme, and his grey hair was dyed golden by the agitated divine power. Athena, please give me the power of 100 victories. With silent prayers, King Minos was like a dazzling golden comet, wrapped in golden thunder all over the sky, and smashed into the 3 siren sisters in the center of the beast tide. Facing the shadow of death looming over their heads, the 3 sitting siren banshees swung their fishtails wildly with pale faces, desperately pulling their throats, and bursting out the highest high notes from their throats. A. For a moment, gold shattered and jade cracked, and stones broke the sky. The sea beasts and blood warriors within hundreds of meters nearby wailed in pain, and even a few with weaker resistance directly exploded their skulls, and red and white slurry gushed out. Obviously, this has gone beyond the scope of singing, and is a means of attacking similar to the sound waves. For the sirens who pursue the art of music, this is undoubtedly a great betrayal and shame. But at this moment, the 3 sirens have long lost the mind to pursue, and the elegance and calmness they once had. Puff. King Minos, disturbed by the sound waves, felt dizzy, and the spear apt in lightning deviated in direction, and stabbed heavily into the whale under the 3 sirens, and golden red blood gushed out. Plop. At the same time, with a crisp sound of falling into the water, the 3 siren sisters jumped into the sea in unison, and then quickly swung their colorful fishtails, swimming towards the deep sea bed in the farther inland sea, without looking back, and directly abandoned the large group stranded on the sea. It seemed that they were escaping from some flood beast. Without the sirens singing, the sea beasts gathered around them also went crazy, trying to turn around and break through the obstruction of the Minoan fleet and return to the inland sea where they originally lived. But it was too late. A terrifying fetal movement came from below him, and King Minos stiffly lowered his head, looking at his hands with blood marks and the bronze spear that was broken from bottom to top. Roar. With a low roar of awakening from a long sleep, the vast sea filled with sea beasts and warships was instantly crushed and torn apart, and a huge mouth of the abyss with ring-shaped serrations emerged from the sea, frantically sucking the ether in the air. Buzz buzz buzz. After a moment, a series of light patterns emerged on the slimy scales on the surface, gathering into a fin-like halo, lifting the overly large monster from the deep sea. A half-snake, half-fish deep-sea monster that stretched for hundreds of miles showed a hideous outline. At this moment, Minos looked at the Monsaurus under his feet. His golden eyes met the pair of yellow-brown snake-like pupils on the monster's head. The chill from his soul instantly spread all over his body. The mother of monsters, Keto. The embodiment of the danger brought to humans by the unpredictable sea, the symbol of unknown land and strange creatures. What was released from the depths of the Oceanus Sea was not only a god, but also a genuine ancient demon god. Roar. At this moment, sensing the noise on the sea and the foreign object stepping on her head, the half-snake, half-fish mother of monsters angrily vibrated the fins on both sides, and a series of light wheels appeared around her body. The surging magic tides gathered crazily in the center, forming a series of weather vortexes visible to the naked eye. Run. Seeing this, Lorne rushed to one side without hesitation, turned around and grabbed the little Medusa who was fighting with Scylla on the sea, and dived into the water. At almost the same time, hundreds of colorful light bands crossed the sea. No matter the ships, sea monsters, high walls, or buildings, they all melted in this brilliant and ferocious light. I won't divide the chapters into sections. I'll write 8K today and continue tomorrow, as much as I can. Chapter 79. There is a traitor. The deal is terminated. Revised. Splash with the sound of water. Lorne floated up from the deep sea 100 meters below with little Medusa in his arms, and looked at the previous battlefield on the sea. Looking around, more than a dozen Minoan warships were cut in half, and the shattered wreckage was slowly sinking with fierce flames and billowing smoke. Dozens of god-blood guards who survived the disaster were controlling the surviving warships to search and rescue their companions who fell into the water nearby, but whether it was ships or people, the scattered and somewhat miserable number was only 1/3 of the original. Similarly, the situation on Crete was also full of devastation. The coastal defense line that was originally built with great effort was like a toy block disassembled in the hands of a naughty child. Several terrifying gaps almost ran through the entire island of Crete from the outside to the inside. The charred black mud mixed with the blood and flesh of the human body painted a picture of hell. Cries and wails came from the affected cities on the island, and the chaos spread uncontrollably. Humanity was defeated. However, as the eyes returned to the sea, the situation of the beast tide was not optimistic. The floating limbs and pieces of meat in the seawater, in addition to the contributions of the human side, came mostly from sea beasts. Half of Lamia, sirens turned into charcoal, and various monsters that could not be named covered most of the sea surface. Even Scylla, who was unable to dodge, had 2 heads and 3 tentacles blown off. He was dragging his half-body with flesh and blood, rolling in the sea in pain, and fleeing madly in the direction away from the battlefield with flowing blood. Hiss. Lorne looked at the miserable state of the deep-sea giant monster, and looked at the giant biological turret that was half snake and half fish, with light patterns floating all over its body, and couldn't help but gasp. No wonder the 3 siren sisters ran away directly. No wonder the beast tide from the deep sea has never dared to wake up their common mother. This so-called mother of all monsters is simply a map cannon that does not distinguish between enemies and friends. As the concrete incarnation of maritime disasters, this thing's mind is almost filled with the devil of killing and destruction. Once awakened, no matter what kind of people and offspring, once they provoke her, they will be killed in seconds. Scylla, who was half blasted just now, is the best proof. Facing such an uncontrollable monster, let alone the human side, the beast tide itself is also afraid. Therefore, the 3 siren sisters had been sitting on the giant whale and singing, not only to control the beast tide attack from the center, but also to appease the mother of all monsters under her, so that it could sleep honestly and only needed to quietly take on the central command of the beast group. However, the variables that no one on Crete could have expected forced the sea beasts, who originally had an absolute advantage, into a desperate situation. seeing King Minos with a large group of blood god guards, breaking through all the blockades, and coming to their door with great momentum, intending to stab them into a sieve, the three siren sisters who cherished their lives did not think much, and immediately forced the decisive weapons under them to awaken, and then turned around and ran away, selling the group of fellow villagers who were brought from the depths of the Oceanus Sea. As for the result, Lorne estimated that not only humans, but even sea beasts were cursing in their hearts. King. It's the king. At this time, accompanied by a suppressed cheer, several Minoan warships responsible for search and rescue salvaged a hunched figure from the dark red blood and floating corpses. Cough cough. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, King Minos, who woke up slowly, coughed violently, and a dull noise came from his lungs and chest. Cold sweat appeared on his bloodless face. He wanted to struggle to get up, and he needed the help of others to barely do it. As an old demigod, the son of Zeus, he survived Keto's map cannon with his strong instinct and fighting will. But there is no doubt that facing an ancient sea demon god also caused him serious internal injuries, so he lost the ability to fight again. Why don't you retreat quickly? In the air, Lorne shot another golden arrow, shooting and killing a demigod sea monster that was rushing towards the warship, shouting a reminder. The situation has reached this point, and there is no need to continue fighting with the beast side. The demon god on the sea doesn't care what species or camp you are, so everyone should escape first. While talking, Lorne and little Medusa tacitly separated on both sides to clear the way for the fleet and the surging beast side. Because they rushed too deep, this most elite fleet of the Minoans has been completely mixed in the beast side. At this moment, the sea beasts that are also running around like headless flies have become the biggest obstacle for their return. Go. At this point, King Minos could no longer think about it. He wiped away the golden blood that had been coughed out from the corner of his mouth, and squeezed out the order from his teeth. The authorized god blood guards, regardless of their dignity, immediately pulled up the sails and cooperated with the boatmen to row the oars, trying to get away from this tragic battlefield as quickly as possible. However, Keto, who had already awakened, obviously would not let these noisy little things leave easily, whether it was a beast or a human. Roar. A beast-like and snake-like roar came from behind the crowd. The abyss-like giant mouthful of ring-shaped serration swallowed the sea surface, forming a vacuum-like vortex. Suddenly, the sea water and the floating corpses on the sea, the air and the free ether around, and even the thousands of sea beasts trying to escape, were all swallowed into the abyss-like giant mouth, and turned into food. Similarly, the Minoan warship, which was turning around to leave the battlefield, was also pulled into the gaping abyss by the back-flowing sea water and sucked air. The surviving god blood guards tried their best, but could not move the ship forward at all. Feeling the abyss getting closer and closer behind them, they could not help but feel their souls surging. At the critical moment, little Medusa immediately abandoned the sea beast running around in front of her, turned around, and her metal wings vibrated violently backwards. Swoosh! Dozens of bronze feather arrows shaped like owl feathers broke through the air and shot at the head of Keto, the mother of all monsters, trying to interfere with the monster's eating. However, that little damage was like a mosquito bite to Keto, who was huge and had amazing defense. She didn't even have the interest to drive it away. Puff! A touch of golden light mixed and the bronze bird feathers turned into a fierce thunderbolt and sank into Keto's head, piercing through one of the compound eyes on the right side. Instantly, dark golden juice gushed out from the monster's burst compound eyes, and Keto, stimulated by the pain, could not help but let out a painful roar. Ah! Suddenly, the originally back-flowing sea water was swallowed up by the big mouth again, and the Minoan fleet took the opportunity to break free from the shackles and rushed towards the coast. At this moment, Lorne, who seized the opportunity to shoot a golden arrow, saw that the fleet had successfully escaped and could not help shaking his somewhat numb arms, muttering in his heart, "Worthy of being a god, so tough. If it weren't for the armor-piercing attribute, I'm afraid he wouldn't know how to start facing the mother of all monsters with a tank body and assassin output." But as he looked down, looking at the only 9 golden arrows left in the pot and Keto still jumping on the sea, Lorne's face became a little gloomy. Obviously, as a small gift to send off his lover, what Zeus could leave for Europa was not top-notch stuff. Although the damage of the golden arrow was there, it was not great. This thing might be able to kill a demigod with one arrow, but it's obviously not enough to face a real god. Of course, it's also possible that Zeus doesn't want his son to have the power to threaten the gods. After all, this is a man who schemes to the core. But, just as Lorne was thinking, a familiar and terrifying other sound came from behind, making his scalp tingle. Turning back, he saw that interlaced light wheels were lighting up one by one around Quito, and the light-shaped vortices were constantly accumulating huge magic power. Here it comes again. The previous tragic scene came into everyone's mind, and the survivors shuddered at the same time, and tried to escape from this dangerous sea. However, facing the light spots that stretched for hundreds of miles, running away was just a futile struggle. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi. The dense light bands once again crossed the sea with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, advancing forward, forming a colorful color that annihilated everything. But, however, this indestructible power of the gods was ultimately unable to advance an inch in front of a golden flame rising from the sea. In midair, Lorne, who was holding little Medusa and preparing to dive, paused and looked at the golden sun, or rather, the man ignited by the golden flame. The old man standing alone on the sea surface, straightened his hunched back, and golden blood was bursting out of his pores, turning into dazzling flames. The golden blood from the gods was burning, defending the perseverance of the people. Now, the coastal defense line has long been in ruins, and the fortress that lost its protection cannot withstand the second round of bombing. If things go wrong, the entire island of Crete may disintegrate and sink into the sea. Therefore, he cannot avoid it, let alone retreat. But even if the blood of the gods is burned, there is still a gap between the demigods and the gods. No matter how dazzling that light is, it is only the afterglow of the setting sun. Swoosh. A streak of golden light passed over the head of King Minos and shot straight into the top of Quito's head, exploding into pieces of flesh and blood. Ah! The mother of all monsters could not help but let out a painful roar, and her divine power was vented out crazily. Suddenly, the patches of light around her became more and more dazzling. As one grew stronger, the other weakened. The golden flames across the sea surface jumped violently, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds. A deep voice came from behind. The silver-haired figure who had originally turned away from the battlefield, stopped at some point, drew out the second golden arrow, and pulled the bowstring to its full strength. Okay. King Minos nodded without hesitation, and instead of retreating, he advanced. A faster and thicker golden blood mist gushed out of his pores, turning into burning firewood, and forcibly resisted the power of the gods from the front. Swoosh. The second arrow flew out, and hit the target again, exploding into pieces of flesh and blood on the huge and hard body. Under the stinging pain, Quito's body trembled, and became even more angry. The swinging head and tail set off violent waves, and the golden flame on the sea surface dimmed a lot in an instant. Lorne stared ahead expressionlessly, and continued to knock the third arrow. Then, the fourth, fifth, sixth, until the eighth golden arrow successfully hit the target. Lorne took out the last remaining arrow in the quiver. The pale-faced little Medusa next to him bit her cherry lips, and cut her left wrist as usual, dripping the dark golden divine blood into the pottery bottle bound under the arrow, and then sealed it with a protective spell. Gorgon's blood, the left side is poison, and the right side is antidote. Although I don't know how much effect it will have on the mother of all monsters, I can only try it now. If I remember correctly, Quito's divinity should be restrained by the Gorgon. While waiting, Lorne narrowed his eyes and looked at Quito's bloody forehead. The 8 golden arrows were firmly nailed into the flesh of the mother of all monsters with a unique trajectory, outlining a hermetic word representing explosion. However, there is still one last stroke to complete it. The golden arrow with the poison of Gorgon fell into his hand. Lorne took a deep breath, stirred up the little remaining divine power in his body, faced the dazzling light spots on the sea, pulled the bowstring to the full, and shot the arrow he had planned for a long time. Swish. The long arrow broke through the air, passed through the golden flames that had almost completely dissipated in front, avoided a group of dense light bands, and flew steadily to the reserved landing point of the 8 golden arrows. Hit. The little Medusa on the battlefield saw that everything was as expected, and couldn't help but clenched her fists, and shouted excitedly in her heart. Boom. Suddenly, the golden arrow shot at the head of Keto, the mother of all monsters. The sharp blast caused a chain reaction, detonating the 8 golden arrows. The bottles of dark golden Gorgon blood mounted on the end of the arrow body sprayed out, penetrated into Keto's body through the wound. The mother of all monsters, who was wreaking havoc on the sea, was struck by lightning. Large patches of grey appeared on her sticky body, and dried and lumpy flesh and blood were constantly cracked and peeled off. Keto couldn't help but let out a painful wail, and immediately dispersed the light spots on his body, and plunged into the deep sea without hesitation, disappearing in the rolling waves. We won. We won. Looking at the giant monsters on the sea fleeing in panic, the soldiers and priests who survived the disaster on the island couldn't help crying with joy and cheering loudly. No, not yet. The mother of all monsters was too tough. She endured the erosion of 9 bottles of Gorgon's blood head on, and was able to jump into the sea alive and well, letting the seawater wash away the poison on her body. With the current injuries, she can only repel it temporarily, which is not fatal. Should I chase it? Lorne looked back at the pale little Medusa due to excessive blood loss, and King Minos who fell into the sea, and couldn't help but hesitate. Grandfather, I'll help you. Just when Lorne was hesitating, a burly young man dressed in animal fur and hunter, tall and strong like a little giant, carrying a longbow on his back, rushed out of the forest impatiently, walked on the sea, as if it were flat ground, and headed straight for the warship. Walking on water? Protection of the sea. Lorne's face froze, and his eyes showed doubt. Is this person really here to help? As his eyes touched the old face twisted with anger, Lorne raised his eyebrows and thought of the address just now, which was meaningful. You know each other? At this moment, King Minos, who was rescued by little Anna and put on the deck, gnashed his teeth and looked at the honest young man who was running towards him. His eyes were grim. This is a bastard offspring of my unfilial daughter Uriel and Poseidon, Orion. Thanks for the suggestion. The feeling is not good, so I modified it. Chapter 80 Actors, please take your place. On the Red Sea, the remaining warships slowly approached the shore. Before the ship stopped, a tall and burly figure rushed to the port and greeted him eagerly. Grandfather, you are finally back. King Minos walked down the cabin, ignored the courtesy, and looked at his grandson with a fake smile. Why, you look disappointed. For a moment, Orion's outstretched hand froze in midair, the expression on his face froze, and the atmosphere became cold. But soon, the young hero scratched his head and showed his signature honest smile. How could it be? I'm so happy to see that you are safe and sound. Mother and father missed you and asked me to come to visit you. Fortunately, I came in time. The answer was both an excuse and a compliment. That's really a coincidence. If it was later, we might have solved that thing. King Minos did not appreciate it at all. He looked at his grandson with a pair of golden eyes and spoke meaningfully again. If your father blames me for the death or injury of his marine family, then we Minoans will be too ashamed to face the accountability of the sea god. Sea god. He is the son of Poseidon. For a moment, the onlookers who heard the hidden meaning changed their faces slightly and looked at this hero with a little more scrutiny and suspicion. If I remember correctly, the beasts on the sea should be the subjects of Poseidon. Sensing the sudden cold atmosphere on the field, the muscles on Orion's face trembled a little, and it was difficult to maintain a simple and pure expression. He couldn't help cursing in his heart. Isn't this old guy straightforward? When did he become so eloquent? Of course, it may be that the reputation of his father god is too bad in the offshore, and he was accidentally caught by the other party. If I had known earlier, I would have just mentioned my mother. Orion was very annoyed, frowning and thinking about how to resolve these few sarcasm with hidden needles. Seeing the depression and embarrassment on his grandson's face, King Minos felt relieved. Just as he was about to say a few more insults, a sword handle touched his lower back. Thinking of the advice from the person behind him, before he went ashore, the old man had to regretfully give up the idea, suppressing his nausea, and squeezed out a trace of magnanimity as an elder from his face, and took the initiative to pull Orion's hand. Forget it, you, a child, don't worry about adults' affairs. Let's go, help me back to the palace first, and tell me about your mother's recent situation. Oh, okay, Grandpa, I'll help you. Hearing King Minos' relaxed tone, Orion, who didn't know how to resolve the embarrassment, hurriedly went down the steps smoothly, helped the arm that was offered, and diligently led his grandfather to the palace. Along the way, Orion talked about his mother's family affairs and interesting things during his journey from time to time to try to draw the relationship between the grandfather and grandson. King Minos also responded from time to time, trying to show some closeness. However, the smile forced out of that old face was a catastrophic accident. Lorne, who was mixed in the god blood guard, felt a little bit of a toothache when he saw this pair of grandparents and grandchildren who were nuclear tomb in front of people. But thinking about himself, he felt a little relieved. Well, who let this be a Greek family tradition? City of Knossos, the royal palace. As the idle servants who were waved away closed the doors and windows and left the scene one after another, King Minos, who had been holding back all the way, was too lazy to continue acting. He looked at his grandson coldly and asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want to see me about?" "Of course it's because my mother is worried about the family, so I came to see you specially," Orion answered with a simple face, then straightened his back, looked at the old figure on the throne who needed someone to support him even when sitting, and smiled frivolously. "It seems that you are indeed old. If I hadn't come in time this time, you might have made your mother sad." Disrespectful. Princess Ariadne, who was accompanying the throne, heard this and immediately looked up and glared at her nominal nephew. Perhaps it was the curse of the god king family. King Minos, who had the blood of Zeus flowing in his body, had 5 sons and 5 daughters, but the only one who could be truly considered caring was Princess Ariadne. Her brothers coveted the throne. Her sisters were more unruly than the other. First, her eldest sister had an affair with the male god Apollo and broke up with her father. Then her third sister Euryale went even further and hooked up with the sea god Poseidon and gave birth to this demigod son named Orion. If it was the former, there might be room for reasoning between father and daughter. But the latter was an unforgivable betrayal for King Minos, no less than a stab in his chest. Perhaps she also understood the consequences of doing so. The sister who ran for love has never returned to Crete since the incident. She and the son of Poseidon have come several times, but the purpose is to persuade Crete to surrender to Atlantis. And every time he visited, this nephew always stared at her intentionally or unintentionally, with greedy and hot eyes, which made Princess Ariadne dislike those eyes. At this time, hearing Princess Ariadne's reprimand, Orion smiled indifferently, with an innocent face. "Aunt, don't be angry, I'm also thinking about Grandpa's health." Then, he changed the subject, and looked at King Minos, who was showing his old age on the throne, and spoke earnestly. "Grandfather, the demon god is only injured, and I'm afraid he is still wandering in the open sea, and your body is really not suitable to continue to hold on. For the sake of Crete, it's better to let your children and grandchildren do it." "So?" King Minos asked back expressionlessly. "As long as you nod, I will protect Crete for you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, and I will ensure that the Minoans will never be invaded by the beast tide again." Orion raised his right fist and hit his chest, vowing to do so. "So that's it." At this time, Lorne, who was quietly standing in the dark, looked at Minos' good grandson who volunteered and couldn't help but sneered in his heart. This guy really didn't come to help, but came to usurp the throne. Moreover, from the outbreak of this beast tide to the appearance of Orion himself, I'm afraid everything was planned in advance by the sea god. The purpose is very simple. Poseidon did not intend to destroy the entire Crete. What he wanted was the submission of the Minoans and the faith of the new humans. The biggest obstacle was undoubtedly King Minos, who had accumulated huge prestige and was still alive. Therefore, he used the excuse of launching the beast tide to deter the Minoans and weaken the resistance of Crete on the one hand, and to force King Minos to end, severely injure or kill this stubborn old enemy on the other hand. Then, if everything goes as the script predicts, when Crete is leaderless, it will be the turn of a hero to appear. That's right, it is Orion, the son of the sea god who has both Minoan and Poseidon bloodlines. Once he turns the tide in front of everyone, defeats Quito, and saves the entire island of Crete, then, Orion will be supported by all Minoans, and accumulate huge prestige. And then, he can take the glory of victory and force the throne. By then, King Minos is old and seriously injured, and several princes lack the ability to take charge of their own affairs. It is almost a foregone conclusion that the throne of Crete will change when Orion, the son of the sea god, succeeds in taking the throne and clears up the internal discordant voices. Crete will naturally gradually reshape its belief in the sea god and become a vassal of Atlantis. However, a sudden accident caused this perfect plan to fail in the womb. The Minoans not only blocked the attack of the beast tide, but also almost severely damaged Keto, the mother of all monsters, who appeared as insurance. The achievement belonged to the old king. In desperation, Orion, who had been waiting for an opportunity nearby, saw that the momentum on the sea was vaguely wrong, so he had to take action in advance. No wonder. I was wondering why this guy appeared so timely. It turned out that he had been nearby. Lorne figured out the key and re-examined this seemingly honest but actually treacherous son of the sea god and shook his head secretly. It must be said that King Minos was still a little bit behind in raising his son. At this time, Orion in the audience was too lazy to continue pretending and started to climb the steps, carrying out the excellent family tradition of Greece. "Grandfather, what do you think?" "I'm thinking about you." "Want me to abdicate?" "You are not qualified yet. Get out." Hearing this unconcealed ambition and purpose, King Minos on the throne raised his head and shouted, and waves of residual power surged in his old body. However, feeling the flickering flame of life in the body, Orion's contempt grew even stronger. "Grandfather, your body seems to be unable to withstand the torment. I advise you to take care of yourself and leave the hard work to your children and grandchildren. This will be good for everyone." "Shut up." Seeing her father's chest rising and falling with anger, Princess Ariadne could no longer bear it and scolded him. However, this not only failed to make Orion feel the slightest remorse, but made the nephew's unbearable nature even more exposed. "Aunt, don't be impatient. When I ascend the throne, I will definitely marry you first." Orion looked at the beautiful high priestess in front of him, and his greedy and scorching eyes fell on her plump figure. "As long as you are obedient, you will still be the chief priest of the Minoans, and our bloodline will become the new king of Crete." As he said this, facing the elder he had always coveted, Orion couldn't help but reach out to grab the white wrist and enjoy the pleasure of frivolity and taboo in advance. Although he was a little anxious, he had the impression that except for the old man on the throne, no one in the entire Crete should be able to pose a threat to him. So, why not sleep in the palace tonight? Bang! A dull loud noise not only interrupted his fantasy, but also broke his nose. Chapter 81. There is a kind of beauty of brainstem loss. 10,000 words completed. Someone. As the dizziness caused by the concussion hit, Orion's eyes went dark, and he subconsciously covered his sore and bleeding nose, staggering. Then, before he could react, a figure with long silver white hair and wearing light armor of the royal guards rushed out from under the curtain behind the throne, grabbed his neck, and slammed him heavily on the stone slab in the hall. Looking at the son of Poseidon who was struggling on the ground in front of him, a man who had no martial ethics and launched a shameless sneak attack grinned. "Guess, since your grandfather guessed your intention, why did he invite you to the palace alone?" As he spoke, a petite purple figure emerged from the other side of the curtain, took Princess Ariadne's hand and gently comforted her, while looking at the son of Poseidon with contempt. "I thought he was so powerful." Then, 3 princes who were supposed to deal with the follow-up in the coastal fortress, came from the back door, took off the owl feathers that concealed their breath, and looked at their nephew on the ground with a gloomy face. At this moment, looking at the unfriendly eyes of his relatives, the son of the sea god, whose face had turned purple, tried to pry open the hand that was strangling his throat, and roared hoarsely, "Kill me, and Keto will come to wipe out Crete immediately. The father god will not let you go." Hearing this, the 3 princes thought of the nightmare-like light band in the tragic scene of the earth-shattering sky. Their faces suddenly changed. They looked up at King Minos on the throne, and hesitated to speak. "Father, father." Under the call of the 3 sons and their eager eyes, the old man who was watching coldly on the throne finally sighed and pondered slowly. "Please stop first." Hearing this, Lorne raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not speak. He let go of Orion's neck, and stood up and stepped aside. Seeing that the son of the sea god got up from the ground safely, the 3 princes couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Princess Ariadne on the side bit her lips tightly, her face a little pale. Minos on the throne saw the reactions of his children, and deep disappointment appeared in his eyes. "Grandfather, I'm sincerely considering you in Crete, and I have no intention of offending you." After successfully escaping from the predicament and realizing that he was in a bad situation, Orion immediately put on a simple and honest expression and gave earnest advice. "It's been so long, don't you understand? In the world of gods, disrespecting gods will not end well." The old man raised his head and looked at his grandson with undisguised disgust in his eyes. "For your mother's sake, get out before I change my mind. Grandfather, in 7 days at most, Quito will come back. Even if the Minoans win once by chance, they can't win all the time. Don't you really consider the future of Crete?" Seeing the old man on the throne still unmoved, Orion suddenly became anxious, and a hint of threat was mixed in his tone. Finally, the face of King Minos, who could no longer bear it, became visibly gloomy, and he opened his mouth and roared hoarsely, "Get out." In an instant, a golden stream of light burst out from the aging body and hit Orion's chest like a heavy fist. With a dull roar, the figure like a cannonball broke through the outer wall, broke several stone pillars in the square along the way, and finally fell in front of the gate of the palace. A full quarter of an hour later, Orion coughed up blood foam and climbed out of the deep pit in a panic, still shouting towards the palace without giving up. "Grandfather, there are still 7 days left. Please seriously consider my suggestion. I also..." Boom. The thunder caused by the ether factor exploded in the palace. Seeing this, Orion's face changed immediately. He shrank his head and turned around to rush outside the city of Knossos, cursing in his heart. "Damn it, this thing is about to die. How can it still have such a strong energy? Wait, Father God, I will be the master of Crete sooner or later." At this time, in the hall, the upright golden figure gradually restrained the overflowing divinity and sat back on the throne. The originally old body became more hunched and decadent, as if it was about to die. "Father," the three princes stammered and lowered their heads in shame. "I'm fine, but the various city-states need to be appeased, and the damaged defense lines need to be rebuilt. You still have a lot of things to do." The old man waved his hand, his voice a little low. "Retreat first." Hearing their father's instructions, the three princes nodded and bowed to leave the ruined hall. When the figures of his sons disappeared from his sight, King Minos turned to look at Lorne and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." "No." Lorne shook his head gently, his expression as calm as ever. However, King Minos seemed not to hear it and continued to mutter while patting his daughter's somewhat cold hand. "I'm sorry, Crete can't stand the turmoil now. Everyone needs time to breathe, and so do I, so he can't die yet, at least not now." "I understand. But don't worry, I left a mark on him with my divine power, so let him live a few more days for the time being." Well, Lorne listened to the sorrow of an old father, a king, and a weak person in those words, and responded softly until he began to snore dully on the throne. "Father is asleep, I'll wake him up." Princess Ariadne was panicked when she saw this. The successive changes in the attitudes of her brothers have made her a little overwhelmed and nervous. However, Lorne made a gesture to keep quiet and shook his head gently. "He is too tired, let him rest for a while. We still have enough time to react. I will come again tomorrow." Hearing this reasonable response, Princess Ariadne couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Just as she was about to walk down the steps and order someone to take her father into the house to rest, she was shaken and almost fell down. Little Medusa next to her was quick to help Princess Ariadne up and took the initiative to speak. "Sister High Priest, you also need to rest. Why don't you let me stay here tonight?" "But this is an order." Little Medusa picked up the goddess elephant emblem on her chest, tightened her little face, and put on the style of a messenger of God. In this regard, Princess Ariadne could only nod and accept the will of God, helpless and grateful. After dealing with the godly chief priest, Little Medusa unceremoniously assigned the task to the only person she could trust. "Lorne, it's not safe outside. Why don't you take her to our place to sleep? We'll meet up tomorrow morning and discuss countermeasures." "Okay." Lorne thought about it, nodded slightly, and handed a metal bird feather that could resonate and transmit sound to Little Medusa, who had made up her mind, and told her seriously, "If there is any movement, notify me immediately. Don't be brave alone." Little Medusa took the bird feather pendant, nodded obediently, and then set up a barrier to blend her figure into the shadow of the hall. After carefully checking several times outside, Lorne was relieved to bring Princess Ariadne into the carriage, and then drove the carriage to Hestia's mansion. It seemed that she was too tired. Before reaching the destination, the chief priestess had tilted her head and fell asleep in the carriage. Lorne thought about it and knocked on the door of the mansion. Hestia, who had become a tool, carried the sleeping Princess Ariadne into the bedroom. After going downstairs, she stared at Lorne with a strange look on her face. "Don't look at me like that, I didn't move at all." Lorne raised his hands and couldn't help but clarify himself. Hestia rolled her eyes at the man in front of her and snorted unhappily. "It's because he didn't move that he's suspicious." Lorne thought about the moral level of the gods, opened his mouth, and was speechless for a while. In order to avoid arguing about this embarrassing topic, he simply looked serious and spoke in a deep voice. "King Minos is in trouble." Hearing this bad news, Hestia, who had been in a somewhat teasing mood, couldn't help but become serious. She immediately locked the door and listened to the person involved. Bang! Half an hour later, Hestia slammed her fist on the table with an indignant look on her face. "Poseidon is too much, and that Orion is not a good guy either. Next time I see them, I will definitely beat them up." "Let's talk about whether to beat them up first. Let's get through this first." Lorne pinched his swollen eyebrows, leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes and sighed. Looking at King Minos's appearance, he shouldn't be able to hold on for long. Otherwise he wouldn't let Orion go so easily. "At worst, I can stew that sea monster." Hestia, who was outspoken, put on a broken pot and threw it. "It's useless." Lorne, who had no hope for the stove goddess's strategy, directly explained the pros and cons and reasons. "The key now is no longer this beast tide. Even if you defeat Keto, Poseidon will have more reasons to intervene. Once King Minos dies, no matter who succeeds to the throne, the remaining princes may not have the determination to continue to fight against Poseidon and will surrender sooner or later. Moreover, I don't think that they can defeat their nephew Orion, who has the support of Poseidon. By then, it is almost foreseeable that the kingship of Crete will change hands and the faith will change. Without a successor, it is difficult to support the whole island alone. This is a real headache for King Minos." Then, Lorne looked at Hestia, who was unwilling to accept it, and spoke again. "The gods in heaven have never had a good temper. They haven't ended yet. I think it's because the king of gods has restrained them. If you don't want to cause trouble, I advise you to give up the idea of taking action." "Yes, you guessed it again." Hestia, whose thoughts were seen through, rolled her eyes angrily, and then looked at the opposite side with some suspicion. "So, when did you guess my identity?" "The first day." "How is that possible?" "I hid it very well." "So, you didn't even change your name, and just use the abbreviation of Hestia?" In the other part is somewhat contemptuous eyes, Hestia suddenly lost her temper, and once again experienced the frustration of being in a low IQ. However, she probably accepted her fate. The stove goddess didn't hesitate for a moment, and simply handed over the problem to the external brain in front of her. "What should we do now? Athena hasn't come back yet. We can't just watch her home that she has worked so hard to get taken away by someone, right? If you want to help, then wait until tomorrow to go to the palace with me. I hope you have a way to let King Minos hold on for a few more days. Let me cook. It's okay. Let me save people. So, I can only try it first." The external brain at the table and the stove goddess with intermittent brainstem loss looked at each other, lifted their chins, and sighed at the same frequency. "Alas, alas. 10,000 words have been reached. Sorry, I put too many drafts in the past. I write them now every day. I don't mean to get stuck in the plot. Please forgive me. In addition, thank you for your suggestions. The look of chapter 78 is not very good. I have made some changes. I have just reached the turning point in the middle. I will try my best to update and push the plot as soon as possible. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, I will continue to write 10,000 words. Chapter 82. I don't agree with this marriage. The next morning, in the palace of Knossos, Hestia, who was treating King Minos, stood in front of the bed and carefully examined the patient in front of her. Princess Ariadne, little Medusa, and Lorne, who were silent on the side, patiently waited for the results, and the atmosphere gradually became a little dull. But after all, she was forced to do something, and after a moment, the goddess of the stove shook her head depressedly. It's difficult. Princess Ariadne heard this, still a little unwilling to give up. Is there really no other way? Please think about it again. Hastya sighed, muttering helplessly, revealing an expression of helplessness. The blood of the gods is almost burned out, and the soul is close to withering. It is only relying on the vitality of the body that has not been consumed that it can barely support it. I can't do anything. But, Princess Ariadne wanted to speak, but King Minos, who was older than yesterday, coughed lightly on the bed and interrupted his daughter's questioning. Don't say any more. All mortals will die one day. I know my body well. It's the goddess mercy that I can hold on until now. There's no need to waste time on this. Princess Ariadne pursed her lips, her eyes full of grief, a little unwilling. Father. King Minos patted his daughter's shoulder to comfort her, then turned to look at Hestia beside him, and smiled shyly on his old face. Although I'm not afraid of death, I still have too many things to let go, so can you give me more time? Hestia, who felt a little guilty for not being able to help, nodded and promised immediately. No problem, I will find a way to help you adjust your body. As long as you don't fight with others, you can definitely live safely for a few months. Hearing this seemingly regretful answer, King Minos breathed a sigh of relief. He had already prepared himself to not be able to survive even 7 days, but he didn't expect that he still had a few months to live. Now, the time left for him to prepare is so ample that it makes people feel overwhelmed. However, not being able to fight with others is a big problem. I had thought about letting go after solving this matter, but now it seems that I can only leave the problem to future generations, as that evil seed said. King Minos thought for a moment, looked up at the figure in front of the bed, and spoke seriously. I have an unwelcome request. I want you to be the new king of Crete. Hearing this sudden entrustment, Lorne's eyelids jumped unconsciously, and he quickly coughed and declined. Well, this is not good. I don't know anything. Being appreciated by the goddess, and being able to handle various difficult problems with ease. This is not to say that I don't know anything. What if I fail to live up to your expectations? No, from the perspective of handling these crises, you will do better than me, and you are more suitable for this position than me. King Minos on the bed refuted seriously, looking at Lorne in front of him with more appreciation. Obviously, the old man's choice was not a whim, but the result of careful consideration. Do you have to be so honest? I just want to play as an auxiliary to get mixed points. I didn't say I want to be the main seat to withstand pressure. Seeing that the other side was unmoved and determined to drag him onto this pirate ship against the wind, Lorne simply made up his mind and threw out a more above-board reason. I'm just a foreigner. It is not convenient for me to meddle in the family affairs of the Minoans, not to mention that the princes are still alive. Why not let them? If it is just because of identity, then there is no problem. Hearing this, the originally somewhat depressed King Minos immediately showed an expression of satisfaction, immediately grabbed his daughter's hand, handed it to Lorne's palm, and spoke seriously. As long as you marry Ariadne and become my son-in-law, you will naturally be eligible to inherit the throne. No one will say anything, and when you give birth to heirs, the heir to the throne will still be the blood of the Minoans. Puff. Hearing the genius idea of solving this dilemma, Lorne just spit out the water he had just drunk, and couldn't help coughing violently. Big brother, are you just giving your niece away like this? Exclamation mark. No. Before he could speak, 2 voices, one large and one small, rang out at the same time. Suddenly, King Minos, Lorne, and Ariadne, who were still pulling back, turned their heads blankly and focused their eyes on the 2 people who protested. Under the 6 strange gazes, a petite figure smoothly shrank behind Hestia, pushing the wind-blocking stove goddess in front. Well, what I mean is, Hestia's forehead was slightly sweaty. After her brain was overloaded, her eyes lit up, and she suddenly thought of a perfect person to take the blame. Athena. Her Highness is the High Priest of Athena and needs to be chased. She will definitely not agree. Yeah, that's right. The goddess will be very angry. At this time, little Medusa also poked her head out from behind Hestia and nodded repeatedly. Hearing the solemn promise of the messenger of God, King Minos, who believed it, couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing this, Hastya immediately struck, while the iron was hot, patted her chest, and took on the responsibility. Don't worry, you won't die yet. I promise to keep you alive and kicking until the end. Let's solve the problem first. It's not time to consider such things yet. Ah, right. Little Medusa tightened her face again, followed closely and cooperated for a while, playing a combination of skills. Finally, after repeated persuasion from the two, King Minos gave up the idea a little. That's right, it's really disrespectful to be so anxious. Let's wait until the goddess returns before formally asking her for instructions. Hearing King Minos' reasonable choice, the two figures, one big and one small, nodded in agreement. But, however, with the appearance of the transition word, the two people's hearts rose to their throats again. My body is no longer suitable for managing government affairs. I still need to find someone who can take on the responsibility, and now there is only. King Minos on the bed was a little worried, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at the clerk again, as if he wanted to bring up the old matter again. Even if he doesn't have to take over, he can still help you share the burden, right? Anna is the goddess's messenger anyway, and he is Anna's brother and the one favored by the goddess. As long as everything is the goddess's will, whether it is private or official affairs, it is the best arrangement. With your nod, no one will disobey. Moreover, things have come to this point, isn't either one? Hearing the clear argument, Lorne looked at the goddess of the hearth who was talking eloquently in front of the bed, and couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't she intermittently brainstem missing? When did smart IQ take over the high ground? At this time, King Minos on the bed was also persuaded, and made a decision immediately. That's good, I will hand over the affairs to the temple, and then let Ariadne pass it to you. If there is anything that needs to be done, just tell them to do it. As he said, the old man looked at his daughter solemnly, and warned her seriously. Ariadne, during this time, you will stay by the side of the secretary, and follow his instructions. This is the person chosen by the goddess for Crete. You must treat him with respect, like serving the goddess. Okay, father. Ariadne agreed obediently, nodded seriously, and quickly entered the role she needed to play. Then, I will go and get the things that need to be handed over, and the files waiting to be processed for the secretary to review. I will help too. Little Medusa in the corner glanced, and immediately followed Princess Ariadne. Soon, the noisy bedroom became surprisingly quiet. In a blink of an eye, Lorne, who had been promoted to the uncrowned king of Crete and the reserve son-in-law of King Minos, looked at someone who was good at adding fuel to the fire. Hastya shrank her head, and the smile on her face gradually became a little stiff. She looked at the two figures walking away from the gate with a resentful look, and muttered in annoyance in her heart. Damn, I ran too slow. Chapter 83 Teammates sacrificed to the heavens, boundless manna. Ahem. Just as the atmosphere was becoming awkward, King Minos on the bed coughed lightly, reached out to pick up the golden scepter at the bedside, and handed it to Lorne in front of the bed. This is the ceremonial scepter that can command tireless. You can ask Ariadne for the specific spell. With the scepter in hand, Lorne was about to speak when he heard King Minos' gesture of entrusting his son to him, but was stopped by him. Don't refuse. I feel bad for forcing the responsibility that should belong to me on you. Now my body can't help much, so I might as well give you the things that can still be used, hoping that you can make full use of them. As he spoke, the old man blew a whistle, and a hound with straight and slender limbs, smooth, soft, and shiny fur, and a light golden color ran wildly from the backyard of the palace, rushed to the bedside like lightning, and circled around a bronze badge in King Minos' hand. Remember the smell, he will be your master from now on. The old man rubbed the dog's soft head, and gave him a serious reminder, then reluctantly handed the bronze badge to Lorne. When the bronze badge changed hands, the golden retriever also whimpered, turned into a light and shadow, and merged into it. Then, the rest is up to you. After handing over the two items, the old man patted Lorne's back of the hand, murmured, gradually closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. Quietly exiting the door, Lorne looked at the two things in his hand, and suddenly felt a little amused. The bronze giant talus, the golden dog, and the golden arrows that had been used up before. Now, the three heirloom artifacts of Crete have all become his private property. The opponent's gold coins haven't exploded yet, but the teammates' gold coins have exploded first. What's going on? Seeing that Lorne's face was a little uncertain, the guilty Hestia raised her hand and poked the victim's shoulder, asking carefully, "Well, what should we do next? What should we do? Just leave it alone." Lorne came back to his senses and rolled his eyes at Hestia, who had put him on the fire. Hearing the unkind tone, the goddess of the hearth, who felt guilty, couldn't help but shrink her neck and whispered, "How about I take responsibility for Keto in 7 days? This is just a stalemate, not a dead end. When it's your turn, there's really no hope." Lorne declined lightly, then raised his hand to draw a hermetic text, put away the 2 artifacts given by King Minos, and then started forward. "Since we can't avoid it, let's go. Follow me to the government affairs office first, and get familiar with the current situation on Crete." "Yeah, I knew you were reliable." Seeing that Lorne had accepted the task, the goddess with a missing brainstem immediately smiled, and immediately followed the steps of the external brain smoothly. In the afternoon, the government affairs office of the royal palace. The hard-working clerk finished reviewing the last file on the war damage, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair. His brain was working rapidly, based on the known intelligence, thinking of ways to break the deadlock. In the second wave of the beast tide, Crete suffered heavy losses. More than half of the most elite god blood guards were killed or injured. The invincible fleet built by King Minos himself was also shrunken, and it was no longer able to take the initiative to fight again. But the good news is that the sea beasts suffered the same amount of damage. Not only were the god blood clan, the backbone of the army, almost wiped out, but even the leaders Scylla, Lamia, Maelstrom, and the 3 siren sisters were killed, injured, or fled. This was all thanks to Keto, the mother of all monsters. As an ancient god with demonic powers, this old thing's map canon did not distinguish between enemies and friends, and the number of sea beasts killed was even more than that of the Minoans. No wonder the 3 siren sisters did not dare to release this thing until the last moment. In addition, Lorne estimated that, as long as Keto was still lurking in the sea beasts would not dare to approach Crete. In this way, there was no need to worry about the impact of a large-scale beast tide, and they only needed to concentrate on dealing with Keto, who would return in 7 days. Although the last experience told him that the blood of the Gorgons could play a certain restraining role, but he had asked Hestia before, the biggest difference between gods and demigods is that they have a certain degree of physical immortality and strong recovery ability. In addition, the protection of the sea will also provide her with a constant supply of regenerative magic. If you want to kill Keto with the blood of the Gorgons alone, it is estimated that, even if you squeeze Medusa's small body dry, it will not be enough. Moreover, after the last battle, her divine blood was also consumed a lot, and it is still recovering. It's difficult. Lorne sighed, handed the sorted documents to Princess Ariadne, who was waiting to be executed, and looked around with surprise. "By the way, where's Anna? Why didn't I see her come with me?" Princess Ariadne nodded slightly and answered respectfully. "Lady Anna had something to do temporarily. She said she had to go to the coastal defense line to take a look, so she asked me to deliver the files alone." "Something?" Lorne frowned, then stood up and left his seat and walked out the door. "You go to do the things above first. If you don't understand anything, we can contact each other using Fuyu. I'll go out for a walk." "Okay, Mr. Secretary." Princess Ariadne followed her father's instructions and treated the goddess with the standard. She nodded respectfully and watched the figure go away, walking out of the palace, along the main road all the way to the coastal fortress outside the city. At this time, after experiencing the impact of the second wave of beast tide, repairs are being stepped up here. There are not only soldiers who stick to their posts around, but also a large number of residents who either take the initiative to leave the city or respond to the call. They are carrying stones, building walls, and engraving defensive spells in an orderly manner. Everyone dares not relax, and everyone does their best. There were few complaints and disputes. After all, the power of an individual is too small in the world of gods, and humans need to work together to survive. Standing on a high place, Lorne looked at the soldiers and laborers on the field like ants. While sighing, his eyebrows gradually gathered. "Strange, why isn't that girl here?" "Secretary, are you looking for Miss Anna?" Just as Lorne's eyebrows were getting tighter and tighter, a deep voice came from the construction site. A young man wearing a coarse cloth shirt and with slightly red skin walked out of the crowd and came to Lorne. Looking at this vaguely familiar face in front of him, Lorne was a little surprised. "Who are you?" "Dionysus is my father. You have seen him." The one-armed young man took the initiative to speak with a simple smile. After being reminded, Lorne suddenly remembered the name. When the shipwreck broke out, he once asked an experienced old fisherman and analyzed the time when the first beast tide was approaching, which allowed King Minos to prepare in advance and catch the opponent off guard. It turned out to be the old man's son. No wonder he looked familiar. Moreover, judging from the location of the residents, they seemed to be Hestia's neighbors not far away, and kept talking about it. After confirming his identity, Lorne's eyes softened a lot, and he couldn't help but look at his empty left arm a few more times. "Your hand?" "Oh, I didn't listen to the advice at that time, and insisted on going out to sea. As a result, I was bitten by a sea beast. Fortunately, I was lucky and floated back to the coast holding a piece of wood." Miss Anna picked it up again. The young man said, scratching his head awkwardly, his eyes filled with gratitude for the little messenger. Then, realizing that he was off topic, the young man hurriedly spoke. "Mr. Secretary, you are looking for Miss Anna, right? I saw that she seemed to go to the woods over there." Then, the young man paused and added his own judgment with some hesitation. "And, she seemed a little nervous." "Well, I know." Lorne nodded in thanks, and after watching the young man leave, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Nervous?" As doubts arose in his heart, Lorne turned his head towards the direction pointed by the young man, walked quickly, and sketched out hermetic characters with his hands. Gradually, the figure walking through the woods faded into the invisible, blending perfectly with the environment. In the more than 10 years of study on the island of Au, the spell he was most proficient in was probably hiding, and his attainments even surpassed those of his teacher. The breeze blowing through the woods brought a familiar smell, and, teasing. "What? Is it so fun to play house with those mortals, Medusa? It seems that you are not going to listen, my stupid sister." Lorne's face changed slightly, and he quickly shrank behind a tree trunk. Through the shade of branches and leaves, he looked at the two strange yet familiar figures gathered in the central open space, and his heart bulged. Why are they? Chapter 84 Trash human. 8K completed. At this time, in the central open space, two petite girls with purple hair tied up by black and white veils, and wearing gorgeous long dresses, hugged their arms in front of their chests, and looked at the more childish figure in front of them with displeasure. That was their youngest sister, and the most obedient, easy to bully, one. Unexpectedly, after just a few months of not seeing each other, this little girl actually mixed with humans, and became a servant of the gods, and even dared to disobey her sister's orders. It's really outrageous, and she really needs to be taught a lesson. Medusa, what kind of love potion did humans feed you? You don't even listen to us. The taller elder sister walked forward gracefully, raised her hand, and pinched the left pink face of little Medusa, and admonished in a lazy tone. You were the one who was most afraid of humans before, but now you stand with them, and even claim that you will protect them. It's ridiculous. The second sister, who was a little shorter than her, followed suit and mocked her unhappily, while pinching the right side of little Medusa's face even harder, muttering with resentment. Do you know that, in order to find you, we first drifted on the Sea of Oceanus for half a month, and then ran into the Atlanteans who were out looking for trouble. We finally got rid of them, and found the direction, but we were swept to some unknown place by the sudden huge waves. Do you know what it feels like to open your eyes and see a large group of sea beasts? I don't know what those idiots are crazy about. They are not afraid of us at all, and chase us all the way. And the 6-headed and 12-legged Scylla, the mermaid-like siren banshee, and the native Lamia are even more excessive. Not only are they shamelessly fighting in groups, but they even dragged a native demon to help. Fortunately, we are fast. Before they surrounded us, we ran to the nearby island, and then sensed the breath of your explosion on this island, and came here again. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see us. Cough. Just as the second sister was getting more and more angry, the eldest sister next to her coughed slightly, and glanced at the chattering second sister faintly. Suddenly, the second sister, who had come to her senses, quickly shut up and stopped complaining. She tore the right half of the youngest sister's cheek even harder. None of this is the point. The problem is that we worked so hard to find you, but you dared to disobey us for these humans. It's outrageous. You need to be punished. The eldest sister still spoke in an elegant and lazy tone, but the strength of her hands increased mercilessly. Gradually, Medusa's originally sharp face was rounded. At the same time, Lorne, who witnessed this sister bullying behind the tree, had his eyes twitching. The daughter of strength, Spheno, the daughter of flight, Uriel. The remaining two Gorgons, for the sake of their little sister Medusa, did not hide on the invisible island, but chased all the way from the Sea of Oceanus. Moreover, why does this experience sound so familiar? The Atlantis gods who have disappeared several times? The sea battle between Poseidon and Athena? The primitive beast tied from the Oceanus Sea? The more a certain person thought about it, the more he felt sick in his stomach. He even began to sympathize with the Gorgon sisters who had never encountered good things, and had never missed any bad things. However, it was also because they were unlucky that they were always entangled in various troubles. Otherwise, he and little Medusa might not have encountered the beast tide, but would have encountered the two of them who had come all the way to their door. As for the result after the encounter, Lorne looked at little Medusa who was bullied by her sisters on the field, and the pair of Gorgon banshees who were standard villains. He retracted his head smoothly, and prayed silently for the suffering little girl in his heart. The sisters might be able to hold back when playing, but if they really met an egg thief like him, they might not be so polite. After all, the pile of stone sculptures on the invisible island were all his lessons. After a long torture, Spheno and Uriel let go of their hands reluctantly. Glancing at her little sister with a red and swollen face, Spheno, who had calmed down, hooked his finger, habitually put on a commanding attitude, and gave an order. Medusa, come here, go home with us. I won't leave. However, little Medusa shook her head firmly, and rejected the order from her elder sister. Spheno narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice became colder. Be obedient, don't make me say it a second time. Medusa. The matter has not been resolved yet. I want to stay here and protect everyone. Little Medusa still did not move her feet and answered seriously. Spheno frowned slightly on his delicate face and snorted contemptuously. The war between the gods, what can you change? Some things can't be done, just because they can't be done. Little Medusa was as firm as before, with a ball of hot fire flashing in her purple eyes. It seemed that, because the light was a little dazzling, Spheno subconsciously looked away. But then, she came to her senses and her face became even gloomier. So, you are going to fight for those humans who have slandered us and hunted us? Humans are a complex group. We cannot roughly classify them into one category. There are good and bad people in them, just like the sea beasts we encountered. Some are friendly, while others want to eat us. Medusa explained patiently, while looking back at the outline of the city outside the dense forest. Her little face was filled with innocence and satisfaction. Everyone in Gnosis is very kind to me. I like them, so I'm willing to fight for them. This is my choice. Seeing that her sister had disobeyed her orders again and again, a trace of coldness belonging to gods and monsters appeared on Spheno's delicate face, and the interlaced light patterns in her eyes lit up. What if I kill these people you mentioned? After a brief silence, little Medusa slowly raised her head, and the patterns of the bronze snake armor appeared on her body, and she spoke solemnly. Even if it's you, I will choose to fight to the end. Spheno and Uriel were so angry that they trembled slightly, but in the end they just snorted coldly and stared at this disobedient sister. After a moment of stalemate, little Medusa spoke in a deep voice. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. There are still many things to do over there. Everyone is waiting for me. Then, without waiting for the two sisters to speak, the small figure turned and strode out of the dense forest. As little Medusa left, the atmosphere in the central open space gradually became gloomy. Spheno and Uriel looked at the direction where their sister left and murmured faintly, she used to be very obedient. No matter how we bullied her, she never resisted. How dare she disobey us? It must be someone who instigated it. The two sisters who understood each other looked at each other with murderous eyes. It must be the guy who kidnapped her from the island. Or, kill him. Uriel raised her hand to gesture, gnashing her teeth and sneering. At this moment, Lorne, who was hiding under the tree, felt a chill on his back. No, that would make little Medusa angry. If she ignores us in the future, we won't have any fun. Fortunately, as the eldest sister, Stheno stopped the second sister, Uriel, from acting impulsively in time. But her reason was indescribably awkward. Uriel was having a headache after her proposal was rejected. This is not okay, and that is not okay. I heard from those idiots outside that the third wave of beasts is coming soon. We can't just sit there and watch, right? Of course not. Stheno shook her head, raised her hand to touch her delicate and beautiful face, and spoke confidently. Our little Medusa is just too young and doesn't understand the nature of humans who like new things and dislike old things. As long as we make a little move and let the guy who bewitched her show his true colors, she will naturally know that we are the only ones in the world who will treat her well. At that time, she will definitely come back to us, return to the invisible island, and continue her previous life. Hearing her sister's plan, Uriel immediately applauded this wonderful idea. Good idea, let him fall under the charm of the goddess. Besides, when we snatch the beloved things from little Medusa, she will definitely cry, right? As she spoke, the eager-looking snake-haired demon revealed her evil nature. I can't wait to see that expression. Yeah, me too. And Uriel, you are extremely beautiful now. Stheno, you too. I always think you are more beautiful than yesterday. The two sisters, who are used to praising each other in business, looked at each other's cheeks and showed satisfied and comfortable smiles. At this moment, Lorne, who was lying behind the tree, looked at the two flat female ghosts in the central open space who were discussing how to seduce him, and twitched his mouth slightly, his eyes flickering faintly. Are you sure you want to play like this? At sunset, a figure covered with grass clippings and broken leaves appeared at the door of Hestia's house. Where have you been? The goddess of the hearth in the kitchen poked her head out and looked at Lorne in front of the door in surprise. Go out for a walk and think about how to break the deadlock, Lorne said as he patted the grass and dead leaves on his body and walked into the house. Hearing this, Hestia suddenly felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, this was originally a matter between Athena and me. Lorne's eyes swept across the guilt on the face of the goddess of the hearth, and with a flash of his eyes, he spoke softly with a certain seductive tone. Then do you want to help? Not only to help me, but also to help Athena and the Minoans? Yes. In an instant, the eyes of the goddess of the hearth, who had been feeling that she had not been able to play a role, lit up, and she nodded without hesitation and agreed, and even took the initiative to ask urgently. Tell me quickly, what do you want me to do? Lorne looked up and down at Hestia's plump figure, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. A small sacrifice. Suddenly, Hestia felt a chill for some reason, and she couldn't help but hug her chest with her hands. I was renovating the upstairs during the day, so I couldn't calm down. I'll leave it tonight 8k plus here. If I have time during the day, I'll add some more to make up for 10,000 words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 85, One Punch, One Crying Monster. The next morning, little Medusa and Hestia went out early and headed for the palace to continue the unfinished diagnosis and coordination. Lorne, who was left alone at home, opened the window and leaned on the second floor, flipping through the files sent by Princess Ariadne and handling official business. Time passed little by little, approaching noon, and the number of pedestrians on the street gradually increased, stockpiling supplies for the upcoming natural disaster. Carriages rushed past, traveling back and forth between the city of Knossos and the coastal fortress, delivering various metals, ores, and wood needed for city construction, as well as priests who carved runes to the camp. The entire city shrouded in shadows was like a toy with a spring tightened, desperately squeezing out its will to survive and war potential. However, mistakes were made in a hurry. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At this time, a panicked shout came from the street. Lorne looked up and saw a carriage full of materials at the intersection, whizzing past the gentle slope and rolling uncontrollably towards the door of Hestier's house. A pair of purple-haired twin girls were standing by the roadside without noticing. "Be careful." Seeing a tragic collision about to happen, Lorne frowned, jumped out from the second floor, pulled the purple-haired twin girls by the roadside to the side, and narrowly avoided the carriage that was rushing down. At the same time, the magic power in his body quietly surged, and he pulled the reins in front of him to stop the two out-of-control war horses. Swish! With a sharp friction sound, the carriage stopped to one side without any danger. Then, a slightly fat man with cold sweat on his forehead panicked and poked out his round head with a bald head from the carriage. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and he looked very scared. Sorry, everyone. Are you okay?" "Fortunately, this little brother helped us. We were really scared just now." The younger of the purple-haired twins patted his chest lightly, with a frightened and weak look, looking pitiful. The slightly fat man's heart was filled with guilt, and he even had the urge to die to apologize. Fortunately, the elder sister on the other side waved her hand slightly, appearing to be more reasonable. "Anyway, it's okay. Since everything is fine, you should be more careful next time. Besides, your business should be very urgent, right? Let's go and do it first." Yes. The slightly fat man nodded inexplicably, and then he remembered that the military supplies in the car were urgently needed. He quickly thanked and apologized, and jumped into the car in a hurry. Strange, they were very docile before. Why did they suddenly go crazy? The slightly fat man muttered, while driving the warhorse in front of him, and drove the carriage out of the city. "You too, if you are okay." Lorne glanced at the two twin girls who survived the disaster behind him, showed a gentle smile, pointed upstairs, and said goodbye. Unexpectedly, before he turned around and went into the house, his arms were firmly grabbed by the two purple-haired girls next to him who seemed to be still in shock. Our legs are weak." The purple-haired twin sisters were pale, their hands and feet were cold and trembling, and they were obviously scared to death. The half of their bodies that could not support themselves subconsciously squeezed into the arms of the lifesaver in the center. Upon closer inspection, I have to say that they are very beautiful. A luxurious purple-white dress with straight ties, supporting the waist, that can't be grasped with one hand. Two pairs of crystal shoulders are exposed, and the purple hair, that is almost shoulder length, is dense like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. The purple red eyes, like crystal clear gems, are embedded in the beautiful cheeks that seem to be carved from marble. The delicate facial features are both soft and sharp, blending a touch of nobility and mystery. At this moment, it seems that due to the sudden change, the two girls whose psychological defenses have been defeated exude a sense of weakness, as if their shells have been peeled off. "This is my home. How about coming in and having a glass of fruit wine to calm your nerves?" Lorne felt pity and politely suggested to the two girls who were not sure whether they were lucky or unlucky. Hearing this invitation, the purple-haired sisters nodded and agreed, and followed Lorne, their lifesaver, into the house. Sure enough, all humans are the same. After passing the door and entering the house, the purple-haired sisters looked at each other faintly, with a hint of teasing and pride in their eyes. "Come on, drink some, it will calm your nerves." After leading the sisters into the house and arranging them to sit down, Lorne brought out 2 glasses of fruit wine with a gentle smile. The sour and sweet smell rushed into their noses, and the 2 sisters couldn't help but pick up the cups and drink the drinks. As the sweet and refreshing fruit wine flowed into their throats, the nervous mood finally eased a little, and their hands holding the cups gradually stopped shaking. After calming down a little, the 2 sisters solemnly thanked the kind-hearted person who saved them, and then the 2 sides exchanged their names and chatted. The 2 girls are twin sisters. The older one is called Sisina and the younger one is called Uriel. They were born in a wealthy merchant family on a nearby island. They were originally going to Crete to attend the harvest festival. Unexpectedly, they encountered a beast tide and were blocked in the city of Knossos. As time went by, their travel expenses were also spent during the lockdown, and they were driven out by the shopkeeper. With nowhere to go, the 2 sisters wanted to find some jobs on the street to make a living, but unexpectedly they almost suffered a disaster. As they said this, the two sisters hugged each other with grievances. Their expressions were sad. In response, Lorne expressed deep understanding and sympathy, and patiently comforted them. "Thank you for your help today. If it weren't for you, we would probably die in a foreign country." It seemed that the more they spoke, the more helpless they were. The two sisters moved towards the center, one on the left, and one on the right, as if they wanted to draw some support and warmth from this lifesaver. A pair of cherry lips confided in Luon's ears, with fragrant and moist air, like two nimble snakes, drilling into the ear canal and the skull. "The money is all gone. Can't find a job. No place to live. What should I do next?" The heated atmosphere at the table cooled slightly, and the eldest sister glanced at the second sister on the other side, and immediately exchanged a wink and a sneer. "If there is a kind person to help, we are willing to do anything." Then, the two sisters who set off the atmosphere again looked pitifully at the middle, as if they wanted to get support from a kind person. "Help? No problem." Luon in the middle heard the words, and stood up suddenly, patting his chest and promising passionately. "Come on, follow me upstairs." As he said, he pulled the foreign sisters on the left and right and walked up the stairs quickly. "Ah, so soon." Looking at the half-open bedrooms upstairs, the two sisters' faces changed, full of astonishment, and they couldn't help but stop. Feeling the tug behind him, Luon turned around to look at the sisters behind him, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Huh? You don't want to? No, it's too sudden." The sister who screamed the loudest swallowed her saliva and retreated a little. "Alas, it's a matter of time. Just get used to it slowly." Luon looked like a person who had experienced it and advised patiently. "That's right, then little brother, you have to help us more." On the contrary, the eldest sister was calm and accustomed to the market. A soft smile appeared on her delicate face. She took the initiative to follow behind and climbed the stairs. And the eyes staring at the man's back seemed to be getting colder and colder. 2K will be sent first, and there are 6K to be prepared later. If it is not enough, it will be sent at 4 or 5 in the morning. Everyone go to bed first, and you can see it tomorrow morning. Chapter 86 Explosively killing the female little ghost, 63K, 8K per day. The flower shop across the street. The owner is a nice person. If you help her sell flowers, you can get a salary of 10 Hera silvers. Next door is a bakery, with a monthly salary of 12 Hera silvers, and lunch is included, but it's quite hard. Further ahead is a raw meat shop. If you two are not afraid of dirt, and are willing to do some butchering work, you can get more. In the corridor on the second floor, listening to the man standing in front of the window, pointing at the shop on the street, and introducing it to them seriously, the purple-haired twin sisters looked at each other in surprise. Are they looking for a job? It seems so. Wait, that's not right. Soon, realizing the real purpose of their trip, the two shook their heads and showed an embarrassed expression. We haven't done this kind of physical work at home. At most, we can read books and learn etiquette. The twin sisters dressed as ladies, with eyes full of weakness and helplessness that need to be cared for, looked at the lifesaver pitifully. Hearing this, Luon's eyes lit up. Learn to read? That's even better. Come on, process these documents first. I need them urgently. The monthly salary is 20 Hera silver pieces. As their hands sank, 2 piles of documents that were almost half a person's height were placed in their arms. Looking at the strings of characters and data on the papyrus and parchment, the purple-haired sisters felt dizzy and shook their heads to refuse. I haven't learned it. No. Lorne frowned, a little embarrassed. Then what can you do? As soon as these words came out, the two sisters were also a little confused. After searching their brains for the skills they learned in human society, they spoke subconsciously. Can you eat? Can you drink? Know where there is fun? Suddenly, the room fell into silence, and the two sisters felt that the eyes cast from the opposite side were full of contempt. It was as if they were looking at two parasites who had no contribution and ability. An unprecedented sense of frustration filled their hearts. It seemed that they were really useless to humans. But soon, the two sisters thought of their incomparable advantages, raised their heads proudly, and their faces were filled with confident and complacent smiles. But, we are beautiful. And very cute. Everyone I meet says so. Lorne looked at the pair of proud white swans, hesitated for a moment, and spoke faintly. Then, do you want to wash the dishes? You are responsible for the chores, and I will pay at most 3 more Hera silvers, and this is because of your pity. The two girls who were proud of their beauty had frozen smiles, and the sound of silver teeth about to break was faintly heard from their tightly closed cherry lips. Wash the dishes? Wash your head's dishes. Don't you understand what people say, you bastard? We are so beautiful and cute, shouldn't you be obedient, or take the initiative to rush over? Exclamation mark. As if he noticed that the sisters' faces were not very good, Lorne coughed dryly and brought a jar of fruit wine to ease the atmosphere. Well, you guys are thirsty after talking so much, how about drinking something to slow down? The two sisters didn't say anything, they just picked up the cup and drank, and even drank so much that they simply took the whole jar in front of Lorne into their hands, as if they were venting some resentment invisibly. The considerate man smiled slightly, showing his understanding. Take your time, there is no rush to find a job, there will always be gains. However, it would have been better if they didn't say it. After saying this, the two sisters' faces seemed to be darker. Do we really look like we are here to work? Finally, 10 minutes later, the sisters who successfully finished a jar of fruit wine stretched out their pink tongues and licked their cherry lips with unsatisfied satisfaction. As the light and comfortable feeling surged in their bodies, their resentment seemed to have subsided a lot. Like it? I'll get you some more. Lorne saw the comfortable expressions of the two sisters and smiled to show his hospitality. But before he could go downstairs, his arm was firmly grabbed. No need. The eldest sister pulled back Lorne, who was trying to continue entertaining them, and yawned with a dazed look. I'm a little sleepy. Why don't you help us go in and sit down first? The blurred purple eyes glanced at the half-open bedroom, and there was a kind of temptation in the soft words that made people's heart beat. It's not good. Lorne's eyes stayed on the delicate and blushing face for a few seconds, swallowed his saliva, and couldn't help but hesitate. It's okay, we don't mind. Stheno took the initiative to stretch out his hand and gently stroked the man's chest, and at the same time, gave a wink to his sister beside him. It's already afternoon, and little Medusa will be back soon. If it's delayed like this, I don't know how long it will take. Faced with such an idiot who refuses to listen, I can only take the initiative. And Uriel, who shared the same thoughts as her sister, nodded immediately, with waves of excitement in her eyes. After waiting for so long, I can finally play the climax. I really look forward to the expression of little Medusa when she sees that scene. Come on. Take us to rest for a while. Uriel held the other arm of her lifesaver and cooperated with her elder sister Stheno without saying anything to push Lorne into the house. But for some reason, their steps were a little weak and staggering, as if they were stepping on a ball of cotton. Bang! As the door opened and closed, 3 swaying figures fell on the bed, almost sticking together. Snap! With a crisp sound, Lorne's palm pressed down on a claw that had slipped to his buttocks unconsciously from his waist, and looked at the two flushed pretty faces on the left and right, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How about you go to bed first, and I'll go downstairs and sit down. However, the slender arms pressing on his left and right sides were as motionless as iron clamps. The twin sisters licked their cherry lips lightly, exhaling hot air from their mouths. Don't be impatient. We haven't thanked you yet. Lorne shook his head again and again, saying righteously, you're welcome, it's just a piece of cake. If there's nothing else you can help with, I'll leave first. Snap. A crisp sound was heard, and the fluorite lighting on the wall was shattered into powder, and the room suddenly became a little dim. Look, you're anxious again. With the soothing soft voice and a sense of weightlessness, Lorne was pushed to the head of the bed by 2 slender arms pressing on his chest. Amid a rustling sound, the twin sisters on the left and right sat up from the bed, their snake-like hair scattered on their shoulders, and their facial features sunk in the darkness, although not clearly visible, exuded a charming beauty against the backdrop of a ray of sunset. It was as if 2 fairies emerged from the waterside or the center of the lake in the dark night, attracting the lost travelers, step by step towards the quagmire, sinking deeply into the gentle land, and finally drowning in the quagmire unknowingly. For a moment, Lorne was actually a little stunned and forgot to resist. Then, the two graceful figures leaned down, one on the left, and one on the right, pressing down on Luon's outstretched arms, as if they were holding prey under their claws. Relax. The soft whisper seemed like a spell that bewitched people's hearts, and the drooping heads unconsciously approached Luon's neck. In the dim light of the setting sun, the sisters slightly opened their mouths, revealing their white fangs. He smelled so good. Ahem. Accompanied by a faint groan, the man who was pressed down on the bed by the host, gave a slight dry cough, flashed his eyes, and asked curiously, "By the way, are all Gorgons so proactive?" In an instant, the sisters on the left and right side stiffened, immediately put away their exposed fangs, raised their heads, and showed an innocent expression. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Luon looked at the two identical delicate faces in front of him, with a playful smile in his eyes. Daughter of strength, Stheno. Daughter of flight, Uriel. The first two of the three Gorgon sisters? Did I remember it wrong? I was discovered. Stheno frowned and examined the man in front of her, snorting in displeasure. However, the eldest sister of the Gorgon-haired banshee looked at the little white mouse under her claws that had been tossed around for a long time, but could not escape from her palm, and the corners of her lips turned to outline a trace of joy, and whispered faintly, "But what if you are discovered? Can you escape? Do you count on my stupid sister? We waited for her to go out before we found you. According to the time, it will take at least half an hour for her to come back. Now no one can save you." Uriel looked proud and rudely extinguished Lorne's idea of waiting for reinforcement. "Yes, I'm alone." Lorne glanced out the window from a distance and answered angrily, "Humph, who made you so lustful that you came up obediently, knowing that it was us, and brought us into the house?" Uriel lowered her head and snorted coldly. At the same time, her slender hands burst out with brute force like iron clamps. The corners of her rosy mouth curled up eerily, and a pair of white fangs were already on the man's carotid artery. There was no way. He smelled so good. "Take a taste first." A small taste. However, just as Uriel was about to tear open the flesh and taste the blood of the prey under her claws, a meaningful whisper came into her ears. "But, you seem to be alone." Bang. In an instant, a powerful and strange force came like a landslide and tsunami, accompanied by the violent wailing of the bedboard and a dizzying moment. Uriel was caught off guard, and was pressed down on the bed by the figure that suddenly burst out a ball of red and black light. At the same time, a magnetic and playful voice echoed in the ears of the Gorgon. "So, do you think that, now that I know your identity, I will not prepare anything?" Seeing his sister being restrained without any warning, Stheno's face changed drastically on the other side, and he subconsciously urged his divine power to try to regain control. But, however, accompanied by a vast ether resonance, Stheno fell on the bed, as if under heavy pressure. How is it possible? He is just a demigod. Seeing the right palm that pressed her down with the backhand, it seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force, forming an unshakable suppressive force on himself. This scene made Stheno, who had a high opinion of himself, unbelievable. "TSK, I really don't know whether you are confident or arrogant. Now that I have recognized you, how can you still think that you are the hunter who controls everything? Both of you?" Lorne, bathed in the sunset, slowly raised the corners of his lips, and his smile exuded a hint of gloom and mockery. The sudden change of situation made the two of them realize the problem. "You did it on purpose." "Aha, you are right." Lorne nodded with satisfaction, smiling. "Then as a reward, we can continue what we haven't finished. This time no one else will disturb us. Watch carefully and learn well." At this moment, a figure as thick as ink in the dim light, pressed down inch by inch towards the two Gorgons, who could not move. "It's over. We are going to be defiled by this shameless bastard. We are not clean anymore." The two Gorgons felt the burning breath sprayed on their skin and the restless heartbeats coming from their chests. Their faces turned pale, and they lost their color. But the more they wanted to resist, the more intense the burning in their bodies became, and the softer their bodies became, as if their strength was drained by something, and the surging magic power could hardly shake the terrible repressive force on their bodies. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became, and the more anxious they became, the angrier they became. Finally, the Gorgons couldn't bear it anymore. "Whoa, you bully us, we are going to tell Medusa." seeing the two Gorgons who wanted to eat him alive before, now looking like victims, crying and wailing. Lorne was speechless. He was fooled. What a good opportunity. However, as Lorne relaxed his mind, the Gorgons who were pressed under him and looked weak, had a faint light in their eyes, murderous aura on their faces, and evil sneers on their faces. The surging blood and energy burst out from their bodies and shook. But at the same time, twisted runes appeared one after another on the roof, walls, floor and other places, and the interlaced and flickering halos washed away, forming a sticky and heavy sense of oppression. Then, the two Gorgon sisters who were about to turn over and become the masters suddenly felt their hands and feet stiffen, and their limbs were bound and pulled outward by the sudden strange force. In just a moment, Stheno and Uriel, who had just broken free, were tied up tightly by the dense red and black rune chains again, hanging in the air, like two butterflies fluttering powerlessly on a spider web. Suppression spell. Didn't expect it, did you two? At this moment, Lorne sat up slowly from the bed, looked at the two Gorgon sisters hanging in front of him with amusement, and explained with a smile. Haha, I dare to get on your bed. Do you really think I have the little preparation I made before? The two Gorgons, who found that they had been tricked from beginning to end, pursed their cherry lips, wrinkled their pretty faces, and couldn't help feeling sour in their noses. It was too much to treat two ladies like this. And after a series of extreme pulls, Lorne, who had successfully trapped the pair of female ghosts again, was in a very good mood, and laughed even more happily. At the same time, he raised his hand and a purple red long whip condensed in his empty palm. You're done having fun. It's my turn. Now, it's time for education. The female ghosts are miserable. Pa 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 pa. After a moment, before the two Gorgons hanging in the air could react, crisp air explosions sounded one after another. After a brief paralysis, bursts of hot and stinging pain came from their buttocks. Stheno and Uriel were stunned at first, and then they woke up, as if from a dream. Their silver teeth squeaked, and their scalded eyes almost spit fire. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, they launched a counterattack with bared teeth and claws. You bastard, dare to hit us. Once we get out, you'll be dead. Papa. Hiss, bastard, we'll remember this grudge. Pa pa pa. Woo, how can you treat two ladies like this? Let us down first, let's make peace. Pa 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 pa. Stheno and Uriel were gasping for air with their teeth bared, their necks stiff, their expressions filled with grief and indignation, their teeth grinding, as if they wished they could tear two teals of flesh off some bastard's body. But when their eyes fell on that smiling face and got closer, the two small bodies hanging in the air shivered like a reflex. They felt that their buds were almost devoid of good snakeskin. Under the repeated righteous whippings, the two Gorgons finally succumbed to the mighty power of the opposite side, pursed their cherry lips, and lowered their proud heads obediently, like two innocent girls who had suffered from heartache and pain. There was even a hint of grievance in their angry tone. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have lied to you. We shouldn't have had ideas about you. Lorne nodded, smiling brightly, and then, ! We've all apologized. Why are you still fighting? And, it's even more cruel than last time. After being beaten again, Stheno and Uriel were stunned for a while. It took them a long time to react, and they couldn't help but feel sad and angry. Lorne spread his hands, blinked innocently, and smiled kindly. Actually, I still prefer your unruly look. How about we recover and start over? Stheno and Uriel felt the blood rushing to their heads, and they wanted to break through the restraints immediately and cut the bastard in front of them who was clearly making fun of them into pieces. No, 100 pieces. Looking at the two Gorgons who seemed to have suffered a great injustice, Lorne smiled. His eyes were calm and without mercy. If I didn't have a little self-protection ability and a few more tricks, I would probably be pressed on the bed by you to suck my blood and torture, and then wait for little Medusa to come home and throw a basin of dirty water on me. By then, my fate may not be much better than yours. So, accept the loss, if you are willing to bet, and don't make yourself look like a victim. Faced with this indisputable fact, Stheno and Uriel fell silent and pursed their lips. After a moment's silence, the two female ghosts regained their proud demeanor, their faces determined, and they looked up fiercely at Lorne in front of the bed. You'd better kill us quickly, otherwise when we get out, we'll make you suffer. Kill you? How could that be? We're all so familiar with each other, and fighting and killing will hurt feelings. Lorne shook his head repeatedly, and with a smile he took out a scroll written in Hermes with the snake-shaped mark of Athena outlined on the edge, and slowly spread it out. Aren't you looking for a job? Be good, as long as you are willing to sign this contract and work for me and the city of Knossos for a few years. What happened just now will be even. Before, these two Gorgons wanted to use their charm to turn him into a vassal who would obey their orders. If it weren't for the bracelet that Athena gave him, I would have become a blood bag for these two women. Now, my calculations are better. I plan to turn these two Palu who came to my door into tool snakes to break the deadlock. This is in line with the old saying that fortunes change over time. After all, you must pay for what you have done. In fact, this is exactly the real purpose of Lorne's choice to half-heartedly play this drama with these two Gorgons. These two Gorgons are different from the simple-minded little Medusa. They have bad personalities and a lot of social experience. They are not as easy to fool as the latter. They are willing to integrate honestly, enter human society, and believe in the good side of human nature. Now, in order to bring back their sister, they have sneaked into the city of Knossos. If they are not dealt with, it will inevitably be a great disaster. Moreover, the complicated relationship between the three sisters also forced Lorne to consider it carefully. Just in case, it is the safest strategy to use some tricks to trick these two beautiful snakes into the trap first. However, it seems that, because they were very indignant about their own overturn, the two Gorgons couldn't help but hold back their anger in their hearts, and they refused to bow their heads and surrender. Let them work for the human opposite? What a joke. Lorne was not angry. He picked up the whip with a smile and prepared to implement re-education. Wait a minute. We need to think about it carefully. Stheno and Uriel, who had been aroused with some courage, were frightened to death when they saw someone approaching with ill intentions. Their faces turned pale and their voices became trembling. Lorne smiled brightly, his eyes full of encouragement, and the long whip in his hand that gathered magic power crackled. It's okay, you can think about it slowly, and you must hold on. We have plenty of time. At worst, I can let little Medusa go on patrol tonight. Arsehole, how can you persuade people like this? Stheno and heard the friendly comfort, and they wanted to cry, but had no tears. After their attempt to delay time and wait for little Medusa to return was exposed by the other side, their only remaining hope was extinguished. Stop. Soon, Uriel and Stheno, who could not bear the pressure, were about to bow their heads and accept their fate sadly when a dull turning sound came from the bedboard below, and a dusty figure crawled out from under the bed and protested indignantly. Hey, are you done yet? I've been lying under the bed all day. Suddenly, seeing the black-haired girl who suddenly appeared in front of them, and the majestic divine power in her body, Stheno and Uriel's minds raced, and they couldn't help but figure out everything. It's you. What else? Hestia heard the words, turned her head, and looked at the two Gorgons hanging in the air, puffed up her proud chest, and rarely showed the full majesty of the goddess of the hearth. If it weren't for my help, how could he, a demigod, suppress the two gods who inherited the divinity of Pontus? Sure enough, Stheno and Uriel realized that the small ditch that capsized the boat seemed to be shallower than expected, and immediately looked at Lorne, who was pretending to be powerful. Seeing that the awe and submission of the two Gorgons, which were trained by the whip, disappeared, leaving only overflowing dissatisfaction and grief in their hearts, Lorne looked at Hestia on the side with resentment. Can't you just stay under the bed for a while longer? No. Hestia crossed her arms and turned her head away angrily, showing an uncooperative attitude. It was agreed that she would make sacrifices to save Crete, and she foolishly believed it. As a result, she came back after leaving the house, and then hid under the bed and ate dust all day while she had fun. After listening to the goddess of the hearth at the foot of the bed for several hours, he glanced at the two serpents hanging in the air and a guy holding a whip, and couldn't help but curse secretly. Bah, bastard. Are you angry? No. Are you a little unhappy? A little. Do you want to vent your anger? Yes. Hearing Hestia's gradually undisguised annoyance, Lorne showed a subtle smile on his face and raised his right hand. Come, try this. As her hand sank, the goddess of the hearth looked at the whip inscribed with a spell in her hand, and her eyes involuntarily moved to the two gorgons hanging in the air. Her pink tongue subconsciously licked her dry lips, and a flickering flame ignited in her eyes. Suddenly, Stheno and Uriel, who thought they had escaped, shuddered uncontrollably, hugged each other tightly, and made an uncontrollable cry. I won't separate the big chapters, so you can enjoy it. Treat these two like a hawk, don't easily have any sympathy. Chapter 87 talking about cooperation in bed? 6k. Cool. Half an hour later, Hastya shook the whip in her hand with a refreshed look, and her slightly sweaty face was filled with excitement and satisfaction. When the eyes of the stove goddess inadvertently glanced at the two figures in front of her who needed to be whipped, her eyes seemed to be a little unsatisfied, and her hands shook with a crisp sound of air explosion. Snap. Suddenly, Stheno and Uriel on the bed, shivered as if conditioned reflex, hugged each other trembling, their faces pale, and cried in grief and anger. Woo. Signed. We all signed. You still whip. Cough. Sorry, my hand slipped. Facing the resentful eyes of the snake-haired banshees, Hastya coughed dryly, smiled awkwardly, and reluctantly dropped the whip in her hand. It must be said that whipping people is really addictive. Noticing the subtle changes in the expression of the stove goddess, Lorne next to him couldn't help but feel a sudden shock in his heart. This woman, could it be that she has awakened some strange habit? Seeing that the atmosphere was a little subtle, in order to avoid becoming the next victim, a certain heinous mastermind quickly folded the compulsory contract in his hand, took the initiative to extend his hand to Stheno and Uriel on the bed, and smiled. Don't be afraid, we are all family from now on. Don't be hypocritical. Anyway, I'm in your hands. You can kill me, or cut me up as you like. There's nothing to say. But you want to order us around. It's not that easy. Uriel glared at the instigator in front of her, stiffened her neck, and was obviously still unwilling to accept her failure. TSK, you make it very difficult for me to deal with it. Lorne said, slowly picking up the magic whip from the ground, and shook his head, and sighed with regret. Those who want to live a lazy life are not my family. Uriel listened to the meaningful muttering, and saw the naked threat in front of her. After a few seconds of being strong, she was frightened by the power of the opposite side, and hurriedly shrank her head, and hid behind her sister Stheno. As the eldest sister, Stheno glared at her conscienceless younger sister, and had to bite the bullet and squeeze out a reluctant smile from her delicate face. If you want us to help, you should first tell us what you want us to do, right? That's more like cooperation. Seeing the unruly gorgons give in, Lorne nodded with satisfaction, and explained the work content with a smile. It's very simple. I want you to help deal with Keto, the mother of sea monsters, so that Crete can get through this difficult time. Then, Lorne paused, looked towards the direction of the palace outside the window, and added leisurely, besides, this is not only helping me, but also helping little Medusa. You don't want that child to rush up stupidly and die in Keto's mouth, right? Stheno and Uriel heard this and frowned slightly. For the sake of the humans who are kind to her here, the child may really do such a stupid thing. In this way, working together to fight Keto is also indirectly saving the life of the little fool. But, Stheno raised his head, and the resistance on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hesitation after thinking. Keto is the mother of all monsters. Both her origin and existence are quite ancient. Therefore, even if she is a god, she is much stronger than us. It may not be so easy for the two of us to deal with her. No, it's 3. Medusa will be with you. Lorne corrected with a smile, and his deep eyes repeatedly looked at the faces of the twin sisters in front of him, pondering leisurely. If I'm not mistaken, you 3 Gorgon sisters should have shared the divinity left by the old sea god Pontus on the invisible island. As the source of their divinity was revealed, Stheno and Uriel couldn't help but jump. But facing that penetrating gaze, they could only nod helplessly. That's much easier. Lorne nodded, squinting his eyes slightly, revealing a determined smile. Keto also inherited the divinity of the old sea god Pontus, but compared to you, she seems to be more incomplete. Moreover, I tried to attack her with Medusa's blood before, and found that the blood of Gorgon does have a strong restraining power against this thing. So, you two may not be able to win against Keto, but if you add Medusa and stimulate the complete divinity of Pontus, the mother of all monsters may not be the opponent of you three sisters. Hearing Lorne's well-reasoned analysis, Stheno and Uriel gradually lost their awe of the mother of all monsters and began to doubt. But the coercion of being forced to do something and the invisible risks inevitably made them resist and hesitate. Don't worry, since it's a job, I will definitely not let you work for nothing. I have always been fair and just. Lorne patted his chest and boasted, while smiling and offering conditions that the two could not refuse. As long as Keto is dealt with, the Pontus divinity in her body, which is the same as yours, will belong to you. The man in front of the bed lowered his voice, and his tone was filled with temptation that the two could not resist. With these divinities, the only mortal body and the only weakness of the three Gorgon sisters will no longer exist. At that time, the child can be promoted to a god together with you, and no one can easily kill her anymore. Let's do it. Let's do it. In an instant, Stheno and Uriel spoke at the same time, their eyes sparkling. But then, as if realizing that their reaction was a little excited, the two looked at each other and coughed dryly one after another. We are not doing this for her. We also need the divinity of Pontus. And we want to get the biggest share. The two sisters sang in unison, cooperating very well. Lorne smiled indifferently. No problem. Anyway, according to Keto's size, her divinity will definitely make you full, and there will be no problem with the promotion of little Medusa. Hearing the assurance of the person concerned, Stheno nodded with satisfaction, raised his right hand elegantly and reservedly, and indicated with a lazy nasal voice. Then, looking at the crystal arm that took the initiative to stick in front of him, Lorne was slightly stunned and immediately understood, stretched out his hand, and held the tender hand tightly together. The two parties who reached a preliminary consensus smiled at each other, and their eyes revealed deep meaning. Haha, just relying on this little favor, you still want to buy us? Dream on. It just so happens that I will take the opportunity to lurk around you first, so that there will be plenty of opportunities to expose your ugly face in the future. As long as little Medusa sees your bastard nature, the child will sooner or later understand that the sisters are the only people in the world who love her. By then, won't she still follow us back to the invisible island obediently? The twinkling eyes of Stheno and Uriel met each other, revealing full malice towards someone. Similarly, Lorne looked at the two sisters in front of him and sneered in his heart. Haha, you got on my ship, and you still want to run? Do you know who is the real mastermind behind the beast tide that attacked Crete? The master of the Oceanus Sea, the sea god Poseidon. When you kill Keto in front of everyone, it is equivalent to directly labeling Crete and Athena. By then, Poseidon's 1,000-year plan will fail, and he will chase you on the sea like a dog chasing a rabbit, and bite you madly when you catch it. You want to play tricks with me? Wait until you get the benefits, cheat me, and then take little Medusa back to the invisible island? In the next life. After a brief silence, the three people with their own ulterior motives gathered their eyes, and smiled awkwardly but politely at the same time. Haha. Ha. The devilish laughter even gave Hestia, who was a witness, goosebumps all over her body, and she was even more confused in her heart. Isn't it just mutual benefit? What's so funny about this? The stove goddess, who was too upright and innocent, obviously didn't see the unscrupulous calculations of the three people behind them to harm their partners at any time. In a strange and harmonious atmosphere, the two parties, who were becoming more and more eager and familiar, loosened their hands, wiped the back of their clothes inadvertently, and jointly and friendly announced that the alliance had been formally reached. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The goal was achieved. Lorne flicked the compulsory contract in his hand, looked at the two silly reindeer who jumped into the pit on their own initiative, and the corners of his lips outlined a happy arc. Obviously, his guess was right. The reason why Medusa was the only mortal among the three Gorgon sisters was probably because she transferred most of the divinity of Pontus to her two sisters. Therefore, her growth and development were the most imperfect, making her the weakest of the three Gorgon monsters. Although Stheno and Uriel amuse themselves by bullying their sister all day long, they undoubtedly love their only sister. Otherwise, they would not have run away from the invisible island, holding a faint hope, and crossed the Oceanus Sea for thousands of miles, to find the trace of little Medusa. Even after encountering the Atlantis gods, the War of Gods, and the Tide of Beasts, they still chose to persevere in tracking it down. After all, this is the ancient Greek god age, where fathers say goodbye to their sons, brothers are friendly and brothers attack, and relatives usually love to play with each other. Therefore, for Stheno and Uriel, they will not refuse anything that can improve Medusa's safety. It was because of this that Lorne saw it clearly that he was fearless and asked Stheno and Uriel to join the group. And if you want the Palu to work sincerely and work hard, the whip alone is definitely not enough. A contract can only be used to bind the body, and common interests can bind each other. Then, there is nothing else. After eating the bait and being fished out of the sea, you should work for me and be beaten to death. Seeing that he had successfully dealt with the unruly Gorgon sisters, Lorne comfortably picked up the cup, sipped the fruit wine with ingredients, and groaned comfortably. The big stone that had been hanging in his heart since he took over finally landed smoothly. In his memory, Keto died under the suppression of the magic eye of Medusa's head in the sudden attack of the demigod hero Perseus. Now that the three Gorgon banshees are on the stage together, he doesn't believe that he can't deal with the restrained mother of all monsters. After successfully winning over to top tool snakes and solving the biggest problem, Lorne was about to have another drink to celebrate. Let go of Lorne. Unexpectedly, a petite figure climbed up to the second floor from the window, pushed open the door, pulled him behind him, and looked into the house vigilantly. Messy sheets, messy clothes, suspicious rune chains, Hestia with a flushed face, and the sisters hugging each other. Everything in front of her directly burned the CPU of little Medusa, leaving her stunned on the spot. Originally, on the way back to her house, she smelled the familiar smell lingering in the air before she even entered the door. Therefore, combined with what happened last night, little Medusa immediately thought that it was her two good sisters who came to the door, so she immediately decided to climb up the window to protect Lorne, who might be bullied. As a result, what she didn't expect was that she actually encountered such a weird scene. Little Medusa, who was standing at the door, looked at the four people at the scene. Talk about cooperation. Lorne hurriedly explained, and fine cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. Talking about cooperation, can it be talked about on the bed? Little Medusa looked at the messy bedroom and bed, and her head was a little confused. If you don't believe me, ask them. Seeing the suspicion in the little girl's eyes getting stronger and stronger, Lorne immediately winked at Stheno and Uriel. But when he saw his sister's first step after entering the door was to protect a certain culprit behind her, Stheno and Uriel, who had been beaten for more than half an hour, couldn't help but break their defense. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and their hands were clasped in front of their chests, as if they were ready to watch a show. However, as a whip was revealed behind someone, the indignant Stheno and Uriel shuddered immediately, lowered their heads in humiliation, and spoke in a muffled voice. Don't you want to defend Crete? We are worried about you, so we are here to help. Really? Are you so kind? Little Medusa looked at the two sisters, who suddenly changed their nature strangely, and there was obviously more suspicion than trust in her tone. Are we so unbearable? Seeing the look of their sister, who was guarding against thieves, Stheno and Uriel gritted their teeth in hatred, and veins jumped on their foreheads. That's right. Your two sisters came to me early this morning and said they hoped to tide over the difficulties with us and defend Crete together. Seeing that Stheno and Uriel were on the verge of exploding, Lorne nodded repeatedly to guarantee and dragged another accomplice to take the blame. Hestia can also testify. At this moment, the goddess of the hearth, who quietly slipped out of the door, paused, turned around, and forced a confident smile on her face. Yeah. That's why I came back from the palace early. So that's it? Sorry, I misunderstood you. Immediately, after learning the truth, little Medusa looked at her sisters and the two adults with some guilt. Seeing that he had finally fooled them, Lorne quickly straightened his face and changed the subject. Ahem. Since everyone is here, let's talk about how to deal with the third wave of Beast Tide next. Talking about the serious matters concerning themselves, everyone couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Following Lorne, the current leader of Crete, they came to the living room and sat down to start a formal discussion. As the main sea who was forced to resist the pressure, Lorne could only take the first seat and announce his strategy. The first question is that Keto is a unique existence and needs to be dealt with specially. The divinity of Gorgon can restrain her. I plan to leave her to you. Okay. Without waiting for Stheno and Uriel to answer, little Medusa stood up and agreed with a serious face. Seeing that there was no room for bargaining, Stheno and Uriel could only give their stupid sister a blank look and tacitly agreed to their task. Lorne nodded, spread out the sea chart on the table, and continued to raise questions. Then, the second question, what if the previous sea beasts and demigod sea monsters come back? Didn't they all run away because of Keto's awakening? Hastya frowned, a little puzzled. Lorne shook his head and handed several frontline intelligence to everyone, his eyes deep and far-reaching. Not so optimistic. Keto seems to have blocked the entrances and exits of the inner and outer seas because of his huge body, trapping many sea beasts in the inner sea. Except for the 3 siren sisters who escaped the fastest, the remaining 2 demigod sirens, Scylla and Maelstrom, were unable to escape. These are inferred based on the results of reconnaissance and attacks near the coastal fortresses. Once Keto revives, these sea beasts and demigod sirens blocked in the inner sea will probably still run around frantically to escape from the mother of all monsters and then become the vanguard of landing on the island. Although their number is not as large as the second wave, they are still a bit troublesome. And, while speaking, Lorne paused, looked up at the 3 Gorgon sisters opposite him, and began to ponder. You are a surprise force, and you need to take them by surprise and attack them when they are unprepared to play the greatest role. Therefore, I plan to let the remaining god blood guards and the Minos fleet carry you to break through the beast tide and wait until you get close to Keto, and then seize the opportunity to attack and win with one blow. Hastya listened carefully and summarized thoughtfully. Are you worried that without King Minos, the Minoan fleet will lack the power to attack and will find it difficult to complete the escort mission? Yes. Lorne nodded and said his solution. So, I plan to let the princess take over the front battlefield, lead the temple priests and the city defense army, and be responsible for the suppression and support in the rear. At the same time, the bronze giant Talus will also be handed over to her, and will still be responsible for long-range opening and guarding the Great Whirlpool, Charybdis. As for dealing with Scylla, and replacing King Minos to lead the fleet to attack, I also have a candidate here. Little Medusa stood up slightly and asked impatiently, who? Lorne's eyes flashed, and he leisurely announced the answer, the demigod imprisoned in the underground of the Knossos Palace Minotaur. But, will King Minos agree? Little Medusa was slightly startled and hesitated. He will agree. Lorne nodded firmly, his eyes were like torches. Although he had no experience in formal leadership, he deeply agreed with the view that being prepared is better than being unprepared, and that more planning is better than less planning. Now it was a matter of life and death for Crete, and he had to use all the power he could to ensure that nothing could go wrong. To this end, he was even prepared to let King Minos expose his family scandal and invite the Minotaur from the underground palace to be on the safe side. In this way, not only the most dangerous Keto, but also Scylla and Maelstrom, Charybdis who might appear, would have corresponding crisis management plans. He even reserved Princess Ariadne on the island as a backup, and at the same time, guarded against the almost impossible appearance of the 3 siren sisters. Such a detailed arrangement was enough to cope with any changes in the third beast tide. However, considering another possibility, Lorne, who still felt unsafe, looked at Hestya on the side. At that time, you will be responsible for aiding the rear of the coastal defense line. If Poseidon takes action. Hearing that she could also play a role, Hestya clenched her fists and waved them in the air with a beaming face. Don't worry, I will definitely beat him up. Lorne nodded lightly, with a satisfied and relaxed expression on his face. Given the power of the ocean gods, he was not going to let Hestya take the initiative and give others a handle. But that didn't mean he wouldn't be on guard against the sea god, who couldn't stand losing and would do something desperate. After explaining the basic strategy, everyone re-examined the plan, clarified and detailed their respective tasks. Hestya, who was the most relaxed, was bored and suddenly had an idea. Wait, what if Keto doesn't come in 7 days? Good question. Lorne smiled and stood up from his seat. He looked at Hestia with a rare admiration instead of mockery. He answered leisurely, "This is the third problem to be dealt with, and it is also my exclusive task. When everything is ready, I will be responsible for fishing Keto out." "Fishing? Fishing?" Hestia blinked blankly, but then nodded. It seems that what she said is right. The appearance of the mother of all monsters is indeed like a large snake fish. But it is also an ancient god. What can be used to fish her out? Lorne seemed to see Hestia's doubts, raised the corners of his lips, looked up at the outside of Knossos, and spoke meaningfully. "Bait. Didn't King Minos prepare it for us 2 days ago?" In an instant, Hestia understood, and a gloating smile spread across her face. "Hu." At the same time, on the island of Crete, in a hidden cave deep in a dense forest, a young man wearing animal fur, carrying a longbow on his back, and with a simple face, felt an inexplicable chill and sneezed heavily. "Damn it, is it the old man talking about me behind my back again?" As a cool breeze blew through the forest, Orion looked at the shadowy and eerie silhouettes around him, his heart pounding. No, it's too close to the city of Knossos. God knows if the old guy will chase us. Go further away. Orion extinguished the fire while cursing, picked up the longbow and kettle, and headed deeper into the dense forest. "I'll make up about 6k first, which just happens to be a story node, so I won't divide it. If I have time during the day tomorrow, I'll make up another big chapter." Chapter 88, Digging a Pit. "I'm a professional. 8k a day. Please vote." 3 days later, in a secluded valley somewhere in the Crete Mountains, Orion sat in front of the fire, opened his mouth, tore off a piece of bloody meat from a half-cooked wild boar leg, and chewed it hard. The rough texture of the meat and the strong fishy smell without seasoning made him frown, and cursed his grandfather who was not tactful. If the old man was sensible, he should have lowered his head earlier, admitted his mistakes, and abdicated earlier, passing the throne to him. In this way, the beast-tide disaster in Crete would naturally be solved, and he would not have to hide in this remote mountain and eat these rough foods. Instead, he should lie in the palace and enjoy the exquisite delicacies of gold cups and silver bowls in the careful service of beauties. Looking at the barren mountains and old forests in front of him, which were completely different from the wonderful imagination, Orion gulped down his saliva and tried to swallow the dry meat. That was a little bit irritating to his throat, and his eyes were filled with waves of boredom. There are only 2 days left before the deadline, and this old man still refuses to give in. He is really stubborn. Should we go to Knossos again? Orion hesitated when he thought of his last encounter in the palace. Although he was tricked by that guy who suddenly appeared, he was careless and did not dodge. If he had a fair fight, or if he had put the battlefield in the dense forest in the sea where he was more proficient, he might not lose. In addition, with the blessing that the father god had just given him, the foreigner who only used conspiracy and trickery was not a concern at all. What really gave him a headache was the attitude of the old man. Who knows if the old man would break the jar in anger and drag his grandson to take the blame after being forced into a corner. After all, in Greece, the relationship between relatives is very delicate. Often the closer the blood relationship, the more ruthless the attack. So, before the situation is clear, it is better not to hang around in front of the grandfather, so as not to irritate the old man. At worst, when the time comes, let Keto teach them a lesson. When it comes to a life or death moment, what are backbone, perseverance, right and wrong compared to life? He just doesn't believe that under the pressure of all the Minoans, the old man still refuses to bow his head. However, when that time comes, if you want to bow your head, you have to pay the corresponding price. For example, the graceful figure of his aunt appeared in front of Orion's eyes. He licked his dry lips and a sinister smile appeared on his honest face. He has never tasted the priestess of the virgin goddess Athena. Just as Orion was daydreaming, he heard a playful ridicule. "Oh, the food is good. Someone." Orion's face changed, and he stood up suddenly, looking up and looking in the direction of the voice. I saw that the air not far away was rippling like water waves, and a slender figure with silver hair and shawls quietly emerged. It's him. Seeing that familiar face, Orion's heart skipped a beat, his face darkened, and he subconsciously drew his bow, put on an arrow, and took a defensive posture. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to negotiate terms for King Minos." Lorne waved his hands quickly, with a harmless smile on his face. Hearing this, Orion couldn't help but be delighted. Old man, ahem, has grandpa thought it through? Lorne nodded and smiled. That's right, as long as you are willing to drive Keto, the mother of all monsters, back to the inner sea, and swear to the Styx, and draw a clear line with Poseidon, the god of the sea who led this beast-tide disaster, he is willing to forgive the past for the sake of your mother and let you leave Crete safely. Hearing the so-called peace terms, Orion's face turned pale, and he was a little furious. Are you kidding me? No, I'm just a messenger, and it's up to you to choose. Lorne spread his hands, looking very innocent. Hearing that serious response, Orion was so angry that he laughed. You are about to die, and you still want to negotiate with me, and let me betray the father god. Do you have the qualifications? So, you are also involved in the beast tide? Since you want to become the king of Crete, aren't you afraid that the Minoans will spit on you after learning the truth? Lorne looked at the son of the sea god in front of him seriously, and reminded him faintly. Spit? Orion seemed to have heard a big joke. He looked at Lorne opposite with disdain, and a hint of cunning appeared in his honest eyes. Oh, since the old man didn't come to me in person, it proves that he really doesn't have many days left to live. And once he dies, no one can stop the mother of all monsters. If the Minoans want to survive, they have to kneel down and beg me. People are always forgetful. They are willing to listen to whoever gives them a way to live. By then, as long as I repel Keto and become a hero who turns the tide, they will certainly support me to the throne. Who knows and who cares what I have done? Lorne looked at Orion opposite him seriously and shook his head to refute. Someone will know the truth. What if they know? Do they dare to resist? The sarcasm on Orion's face became stronger, and his eyes were filled with undisguised pride and arrogance. Don't forget, by then, all of them will have to rely on me to survive. If they dare to disobey me, who will help these fools resist the beast tide of the Oceanus Sea and the army of Atlantis? By then, even my uncles and aunts will have to kneel down in front of me, lick my toes, and beg me to stay. Well, that makes sense. As if he was convinced, Lorne's face became serious, and he applauded this perfect plan. Then, the corners of his lips rose slightly, outlining a trace of joy. He raised his hand, and took out the bird feather pendant with light patterns from the inside of his collar, and spoke faintly. So, did you all hear it clearly? I heard it clearly. Not a word was missed. Bah, Poseidon's bastard. The resonant voices of men and women came from the pendant, cold and low. There were priests, soldiers, civilians, even the princes and princesses who had once had a glimmer of hope. Hearing the curses and spitting coming from the pendant, the smugness on Orion's face disappeared and turned into a liver-colored color of anger, looking forward angrily. Are you kidding me? You fell in the same place twice. It's obviously you who are an idiot. Lorne glanced at the furious son of the sea god, sneered and finished off mercilessly. You treat everyone as a fool, and always think you are the smartest one. People like you are the biggest fools. Asshole. Orion, who was unable to refute, saw that his perfect plan was full of holes. His dream of taking advantage of the situation to become the king of Crete was also shattered like a bubble. He immediately crushed a sapphire hanging on his chest in anger. You asked for this. Instantly, a beam of blue water light shot up into the sky, mixing with the ether in the air, and producing a high-pitched sonata. But, suddenly, the sky and earth darkened, and a violent wind blew over the sea. A giant beast that was half snake and half fish roared out of the water, stirring up tens of thousands of tons of seawater, venting its anger at being disturbed. As the monster opened its bloody mouth and advanced towards Crete, which was making the noise, thousands of sea beasts trapped in the inland sea fled forward in panic. The giant monster Scylla, who had regained his 6 heads and 12 legs, and Charybdis, who had transformed into a human form of water, were among the fleeing. Form a formation and resist the enemy. At the same time, with an order, the princes and princesses who were the commanders of the coastal fortresses that had long been reinforced and repaired drew their swords and waved their staffs. The gathered priests and priests chanted spells, and the soldiers who were ready for battle either raised their spears and shields on the top of the city or stepped onto the warships and set sail. The war called the end has started again. At this moment, in the Crete Mountains, in an open space deep in the dense forest, almost at the same time as the frontal battlefield began, Orion, who was blinded by anger, roared and charged at the culprit who destroyed his careful arrangement with red eyes. This bastard must die. This chapter is counted in today's update. Starting from tomorrow, adjust your work and rest schedule and stabilize the update time. Updates are basically placed around noon and around 6 p.m. and try to ensure 6,000 plus daily updates. Chapter 89 Athena, you are actually pretty big, 63k. Bang. The burly hunter rushed forward, his body accompanied by flying dust and the rumbling of the ground, approaching the target dozens of steps away as fast as lightning, and his two huge fists swung forward angrily. Before the fists arrived, the sound of a tsunami was heard in the air, as if layers of waves were pushing and squeezing towards the center. Seeing that his opponent was still standing there stupidly, Orion's face showed a ferocious sneer. He inherited the characteristics of the titans from the previous generation, and possessed a strong body. His arm strength could even be said to be unmatched among demigods. And this pair of arms that made him proud had easily strangled lions, and wrestled with, and won against the subspecies of the hellhound Cerberus. In the face of this pure violence, demons and monsters would be afraid to flee. Any prey that dared to resist would, without surprise, become a dead soul under his fists. Today, I probably have to add the name of a living person to my hunting list. With anger and pleasure mixed in his heart, Orion approached and shouted fiercely, "Go to hell." Boom. The two fists that hit the target slapped forward, to break the violent tide of magic. The ground under the force instantly sank several meters. At the same time, the fierce wind swept around, and the grass and trees in the valley were instantly destroyed, revealing bare rocks. Humph, who is the idiot? How dare you take my fist? As the thick smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Orion, who kept his fist-waving posture, gradually froze his smile on his face, and looked at the figure standing more than 10 meters away with an ugly expression. What a great strength. The low voice uttered an evaluation that was not sure whether it was praise or ridicule. More than 10 meters away, Lorne looked at the two deep gullies plowed under his feet and pulled off the shattered coat on his upper body, revealing a streamlined and explosive well-proportioned muscle. He shook his neck, raised his deep legs, and started forward. His bones moved wantonly, and there was a crackling sound. This guy. Orion looked at his opponent, who seemed thin, but was no less muscular than him, and became more and more angry. You can resist, right? See how I beat you. The hunters, who regarded this as a provocation, bumped their fists and rushed forward. Their muscles, which seemed to be cast in steel, bulged and showed explosive power. Their burly figures were like a giant bear running in the woods. At the same time, the rapidly running divine blood in his body was almost boiling. A deep blow aura gushed out from his body, like an angry sea with heavy waves rolling forward. Divine protection? Lorne felt the familiar smell of the sea hidden in it, took a deep breath, and recalled the days when he was chased all over the world by the group of Atlantis guards on the Sea of Oceanus. A gloomy and grim smile also appeared on his handsome face. What a coincidence, I have it too. In an instant, sticky golden red blood burst out from Lorne's body, like a ball of jumping flames, burning violently in the air, causing the surroundings to form visible distortions. A frenzy, murderous, and cold atmosphere swept over, and Orion felt as if he was on a bloody battlefield. In a trance, he looked up. Headless titans, heartless nymphs, wingless dragons, roaring heroes. One by one, hideous figures, born in blood, set foot on the end, and launched a desperate charge towards the target again and again. Wearing a bronze feathered helmet and leather sleeves on his arms, the god of war wielded a sword and a spear, facing the waves of challengers, cutting, stabbing, and slashing again and again. The blood and flying limbs scattered around were like a frenzied and bloody killing movement. The god of war. Damn it. I haven't heard that Ares has such a powerful demigod offspring in the underworld. Orion's face changed drastically, and he bit his tongue in a hurry to stabilize his mind that was eroded by fighting spirit and madness. At the same time, his divine blood boiled, and he raised the protection of the ocean god power to the extreme. His fists were like a dragon going out to sea, and he swung forward with all his might. No matter who he is, the arrow is on the string now, and it has to be fired. Just in time. Lorne shouted in a low voice, raised his arms to meet the attack, and used the son of the sea god in front of him to test the results of his learning over the past few months. Bang 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 bang. The collision of fists formed bursts of thunder-like explosions in the air. They are the descendants of the giant god, with the crazy blood of the titan flowing in their bodies, and fighting is almost an innate talent. Under the control of madness, the two figures wrapped in the ether-tide and dense smoke and dust, like two monsters colliding in the mountains and forests, started a savage and violent fight. At first, Orion relied on his ancestral giant characteristics and his physique to gain a slight advantage. But the more he fought, the more frightened he became. The guy on the other side seemed to be a natural fighting machine, constantly adapting to and breaking through the opponent's fighting rhythm, and soon forced Orion, who only had brute force, to be unable to resist and retreat again and again. Seeing that he was in danger under the opponent's fierce attack, Orion simply made up his mind, raised his arms together, protected his upper body, and quickly pulled away from Lorne's punch. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the hunting bow at his waist, and his right hand pulled out the arrows in the pot, and shot 6 arrows in succession at lightning speed. Facing this sudden attack, Lorne's eyes showed a hint of mockery. He is really like his father, not easy to play. At this moment, as the crisis approached, the boiling fighting spirit further pushed his fighting talent of infinite martial arts to the extreme. In Lorne's eyes, Orion's proud archery skills not only have traces to follow, but also have many loopholes. With his thoughts and perceptions clear, Lorne moved 3 inches to the right and retreated 7 points. Then he bent his left hand and flicked the center of an arrow. The sudden force caused it to spin off the track and hit the weak points of the 2 arrows on the left fan in succession, shooting into the soil with a millimeter difference. At the same time, Lorne's free right hand took advantage of the situation to pull out the bronze longsword he carried with him. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip flew up and down like a butterfly flying through flowers, splitting the 3 arrows on the right fan one after another. From complexity to simplicity, Orion's tried and true killing move when hunting was easily resolved. But this was enough. Orion, who had retreated to 10 steps away from Lorne, flashed a deep blue light on his legs and accelerated forward again unexpectedly, stepping into the dangerous area 1 step away from his opponent in an instant. The hunter sneered and swung his wrapped right fist, hitting Lorne's empty abdomen at the moment. Compared with tricky archery, he trusted his physique more. Therefore, the retreat just now was just to regain the rhythm of the battle. Facing this fierce punch, Lorne's indifferent expression did not fluctuate at all. He jumped back slightly and pushed up his right knee. The hardest part of his knee hit the inner joint of Orion's elbow accurately, almost dislocating half of the arm of the son of the sea god. He still didn't dare to confront him head on. It seemed that strength was indeed this guy's weakness. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. Then use fast to beat slow and force him to reveal his flaws. After a failed attack, Orion was not discouraged. Instead, he seemed to have found the fatal flaw of his opponent. He showed a happy expression and increased his speed and strength to the peak. A gust of wind and rain came, and every move with the protection of the ocean had the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Under this strong attack, Lorne dodged left and right, like a small boat that was destroyed in the stormy waves. It seemed that it was possible to capsize at any time, but it always rode the wind and waves with a slight difference. Soon, Orion's powerful attack lasted for more than 10 breaths, but the opponent's dodging was like floating catkins in the wind, and his spirit was gradually worn out. Even his rhythm of attack was disturbed by his anxiety, and his physical strength was difficult to sustain, and he began to pant and curse. "Arsehole, is all you can do to hide?" What Orion did not expect was that in the face of this deliberate provocation, Lorne, who had previously focused on defense and avoidance, smiled grimly, and his blood-red eyes showed the ferocity of a lone wolf. Even his style and moves changed, all of which were extremely fierce and killing moves. Bang! Orion's expression changed, and he retreated 3 steps in succession. His right arm, which was responsible for blocking, was almost smashed into his chest by Lorne's rough punch. The strange force in the punch was like a landslide and tsunami, almost breaking his arm bones. As the son of the sea god retreated, Lorne rushed forward and hit him with his right fist. Orion immediately raised his arms, ready to block in front of his chest. However, he found that this strange and changeable attack was impossible to defend against. Originally, he swung a fist, but when he encountered a block, he immediately changed to a palm to penetrate. Once he was in close contact, he changed into a claw, buckled his joints, and even became a finger cone, piercing the heart and lungs. Moreover, this change was arbitrary and there was no pattern at all. The attack was sometimes a small and insidious joint technique, sometimes a heavy blunt shock, occasionally mixed with the use of complex arms and spells. For a while, the head, throat, heart, genitals and other vital parts became the key targets. Even if Orion chose to defend with all his strength, he was hit one after another. In the end, with a miserable body, he temporarily jumped out of the close range of Lorne's attack. 3 ribs were broken, the bridge of the nose was smashed by a punch, and the 3 blood marks between the eyebrows almost injured the cornea. This guy was both cunning and fierce, and was simply more difficult to deal with than any other monster he had encountered. Orion cursed inwardly with lingering fear. With the pain in his body, he had to consider his own recovery first. So, the son of the sea god, who had the protection of the ocean, immediately rushed to the stream beside him, apparently trying to use the water to heal his injuries. However, thanks to his understanding of the demigod of the ocean, Lorne had expected this. Want to heal yourself? Not that easy. Lorne's eyes flashed fiercely, and he immediately stepped forward, ready to interrupt Orion's rush to the water source to heal himself. However, the eyes of the son of the sea god also flashed cunning and cold. He was fooled. When Lorne stepped into his estimated range, Orion suddenly twisted his body and swept his right leg across the air. Lorne's eyelids jumped, his back tilted back, and he took the initiative to fall backwards. His right hand hit the ground as his body fell, and he used the recoil force to flip in the air. However, when he was about to fall, 6 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and 6 arrows shot from Orion's hands arrived in an instant. With nowhere to borrow strength, the prey in the air was greeted by a wave of arrows that blocked all the takeoff and landing spaces. Dang 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 dang. In a flash of metal and iron, Lorne held the bronze longsword that was originally inserted at his waist in his right hand, and fell to the ground safely. Through subtle adjustments of his body, the blade moved in an arc-shaped trajectory, and in an instant, it knocked away the 6 arrows that arrived almost at the same time. Faced with this unexpected reaction, Orion, who thought he had a sure win, was stunned and felt cold in his heart. For the first time, he felt a fear that penetrated his bones. The opponent in front of him had a keen intuition that surpassed that of a beast and vast and complex fighting skills. He was full of weapons, and every move he made could be turned into a killing move that could kill people. He was simply a monster born for battle. This was indeed the case. Lorne had not received any systematic study of any school, but with the blessing of the godhood of war, he melted all the experience and skills he had touched into this body in constant challenges and practice, and it became an instinctive cognition that served the battle. This is infinite martial arts. Woo. Just as Lorne and Orion were facing each other from a distance, a loud and majestic horn sounded from the coast, resounding throughout the entire island of Crete. Roar. Followed by the wailing of fish and snakes. At the same time, on the sea, the only remaining Minoan warships and the god blood guards, led by a bull-headed monster, were like a sharp sword, cutting through the waves and the beast tide, successfully pushing the front line to the front of the mother of all monsters, shooting javelins and bows and arrows. Pieces of flesh and blood that had lost their vitality peeled off from the mother of all monsters, and fell into the water. The pained Keto angrily swung her tail, raising surging waves and other tides, trying to drown out all threats and resistance. However, the pair of pale yellow wings that stretched out, shielding the front of the fleet, blocked the dying struggle of the mother of all monsters. As the golden wings slowly spread, the 100-meter-long Gorgon Banshee, who had merged into one through the divine fusion of the 3 sisters, showed the ferocious posture of the snake goddess on the sea surface, and uttered a cold and murderous declaration. Keto, you are not qualified to set foot on this land, let alone to harm the humans here. End it. In the low chanting, the rectangular pupils of the Gorgon, which contained the divinity of the snake, shone brightly, and the heavy and sticky divine power spread again. The sea beasts that looked at it one by one, before they could even wail, turned into stone sculptures, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Roar. Keto, the mother of all monsters, who bore the brunt of the attack, was also not spared. The gray-white color that eroded her vitality could no longer be suppressed and spread to her whole body. Only half of her head was still able to move, and she was still struggling desperately. But obviously, everything was in vain. The goddess of snakes raised her hand slightly, and hundreds of giant snakes transformed by purple hair behind her raised their heads and hissed, madly swallowing the magic and divinity that escaped into the air, and outlining a huge purple-red light wheel in front of her. Forced seal. Everything dissolved. But the next moment, accompanied by the vibration of the air, the strange purple-red light band shot out from the light wheel and crossed the sea. The power to dissolve everything instantly penetrated Keto's body and wiped out the last bit of vitality in the body of the mother of all monsters. Crack. The huge grey-white stone sculpture that was half snake and half fish, which stretched for hundreds of miles, shattered inch by inch. Looking at the haze that weighed on the hearts of every Minoan, it was completely swept away, and the coastal defense line suddenly heard a roar like a tsunami. Orthena. 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 Whether it was soldiers, priests, civilians, or nobles of the blood of the gods, they all looked at the snake goddess on the sea with the demon body and wings of gods. They believed that the female ruler of Crete had a two-faced incarnation. One had lived in Olympus for a long time and was a warlike bird goddess. The other was a vengeful snake goddess who roamed Crete. And now, their goddess was responding to this belief, fighting for them, winning for them, and seeking the power to survive and prosper for them. The huge and pure faith gathered into an invisible golden river, soaking the land of Crete, allowing this belief to take root deeply in every inch of soil and in the hearts of every Minoan. At this moment, Crete, hidden in the valley, when the dying cry of the mother of all monsters reached his ears, Orion realized that something was wrong and fell into an ice cave. How could it be possible? Keto actually lost. Hearing the cheers of the dust settling, Lorne finally let go of his worries, stretched his limbs comfortably, and smiled brightly at Orion on the opposite side. Then, the game is over. Orion looked at the figure in front of him, whose momentum was rising steadily and walking towards him, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He hadn't even tried his best yet. Run. Almost in an instant, Orion made a decision, turned around and rushed out of the valley, heading straight for the sea. Only by entering the territory of the ocean can he have a chance of winning. However, before he could escape a few steps, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from both sides. Orion felt a warning sign in his heart, subconsciously tightened his muscles, and rolled on the ground in embarrassment. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, a white javelin and two bone arrows brushed against Orion's skin and penetrated into the rock behind him. Then, a tooth-grinding sound of bone friction sounded, and two swords and two spears stabbed Orion's head, neck and heart. Get lost. The son of the sea god, in danger, immediately erupted the ocean divinity in his body, stirring up a deep blue halo around his body, shaking off the swords and spears falling on both sides. But at this moment, the three monsters in the back row, composed of white bones, have already changed into close combat bone weapons, and rushed forward alternately. Dragon-tooth soldiers. Orion looked around, and saw 7 white bone monsters with snake-like features that seemed to have ambushed here long ago, and he could not help but gnashed his teeth and cursed secretly. If it were normal times, he would not be afraid of these gold-level summons, and at most he would have to spend some effort to deal with them. But now, he was on the run, and any delay of a second would be almost fatal. Get lost. Orion once again angrily stirred up his divine power, trying to break through the blockade of the 7 dragon-tooth soldiers regardless of the consequences. However, a golden shadow flashed by, and his right leg hurt, and the whole person staggered, and fell to the ground. Woof. Woof. Next to him, a golden retriever that had successfully hunted let out a cheerful cry, wagged its tail, and came close to its owner, gently rubbing its trouser leg to ask for credit. Looking at the spiritual golden retriever and Lorne, who lowered his hand to stroke the dog's head as a reward, Orion was almost furious. These should have belonged to him. It's all because of that stubborn old guy. It's all because of this stranger who came out of nowhere. Seeing that there was nowhere to escape, Orion made up his mind, quickly pulled out the last 3 arrows in the pot with his right hand, and put them on the bowstring. Puff. However, a bronze longsword was thrown out, and the cold edge not only cut off the bowstring, but also cut off his right arm. Suddenly, warm divine blood gushed out and splashed Orion's face. After a short period of paralysis, severe pain came, causing the son of the sea god to cover his broken arm and let out a shrill wail. "Ah, hand. My hand. Don't worry, it won't hurt soon." The gentle voice seemed to be comforting, but it made people shudder with fear. Lorne pulled out the bronze sword on the ground and walked forward with a smile. Orion, who was struggling to retreat while holding his broken arm, saw that the demon behind him had already caught up with him. He raised the long sword in his hand mercilessly and shouted in fear towards the sky, "Father God, save me." In an instant, the cloudless sky rolled up water vapor from all directions, forming a deep blue vortex, like a waterspout that sucked back, covering Orion on the open ground. Realizing the terrifying ocean divinity hidden in it, Lorne's face changed drastically. Poseidon. He didn't appear on the front battlefield. He would rather abandon the ancient god Keto, the mother of all monsters, to save this demigod son. However, facing the intervention of the sea god, Lorne's eyes flashed fiercely and became even colder. Since he is so valued, this son must not be kept. But the cold determination urged the edge of the bronze sword to slash forward. "Father." At this moment, seeing that he had hope of escaping, Orion, who was ecstatic under the aqua blue halo, had no time to be happy for a moment before his cheering stopped abruptly. His body trembled violently, and a cloud of blood mist burst out, and the vitality in his eyes quickly disappeared. Seeing this, an angry roar came from the sky, and the aqua blue vortex that hung down turned into a giant palm that held up the sky and slapped the ants on the ground who dared to offend the power of God. "Arsehole, you are looking for death." In an instant, Lorne seemed to be in the deep sea 10,000 meters below, and every cell and every inch of muscle in his body was under crazy squeezing from all directions. Indistinctly, he could even hear the wailing of his own bones breaking and flesh disintegrating. God's grace is like the sea, and God's power is like a prison. Do not look directly at them, do not touch them, because they are the order between heaven and earth, and the masters of the world. HMPH. Just as the giant palm that fell from the sky was about to crush the ants that offended the divine power on the ground, a cold snort echoed in the air, and a golden spear fell, and the crescent-like edge cut through the ocean that annihilated the world. Puff. With the dull sound of flesh tearing, the giant palm in the sky was cut off by the golden spear tip, and the golden blue blood rain poured down with a muffled groan. Lorne, who was the first to bear the brunt, was drenched by this sudden divine fluid. The 12-sided dice on the altar and the skull rolled around, and the invisible resonance rhythm began. In an instant, the deep sea pressure from all directions dissipated, and the blood in the body was replaced by boiling and surging like a roaring tide. From bones to meridians, from flesh to soul, it seemed to be washed and baptized by the sea water again and again. Seize Poseidon's ocean god power once. So, this is what I chose. Accidentally? As if realizing something, Lorne muttered as he relaxed his mind, actively accepting this hard-earned gift of fate. The consciousness in his brain was gradually drowned in the surging sound of the tide. The body that lost control also fell forward. However, the drooping head finally fell into the gently open arms, and soft whispers sounded in Lorne's ears, brewing sincere praise and endless complexity. "Thank you for your hard work." Hearing that familiar voice, the last trace of clarity in Lorne's mind was broken, and the whole head that lost support was buried in a soft and warm place, leaving a final sigh in his heart. Athena, actually quite big. Chapter 90 The Awakening of the God of Fun. 7K. In the early morning, the golden sunlight sprinkled into the house through the window lattice, and the sound of the surging sea tide came. Lorne yawned, as if he had sensed something. He opened his eyelids and glanced at it from the corner of his eye. He was surprised to find two round and slender white thighs lying flat behind his head, which gave him a soft touch and a faint fragrance. "Are you awake?" A gentle voice came. The goddess of wisdom, wearing a simple white dress, with silver hair and purple eyes, was sitting at the head of the bed, smiling and looking down at the face on her knees. However, the two white mountains that stretched across the room bounced up and down with the rhythm of breathing, blocking each other's sight and making Lorne dizzy. Is it really that big? Just as Lorne, who witnessed this spectacle, was secretly shocked, his purple eyes showed deep concern. "What's wrong? Still not feeling well?" Let me see. A pair of arms circled around, holding Luon's head up, nervously pressed it in his arms, and checked and comforted him. Suddenly, the victim, who was half asleep and half awake, almost suffocated. As he struggled wildly, the various contact surface characteristics summarized by the five senses emerged in his mind. So big. So soft. So fierce. Bang. As Lorne's consciousness became confused, and he was almost suffocated by this soft pampering, the bedroom door was slammed open. The stove goddess, wearing a white apron and holding a spoon, poked her head out of the door with a gloomy face and squeezed out a twisted smile. Awake, right? I made a big meal to celebrate your recovery. Come down to eat together. Eat? Lorne subconsciously looked through the half-open door and looked at the hall and the kitchen, and his expression froze instantly. The neat and tidy room in his impression was wantonly stained with purple-red blood plasma and mincemeat, like a large slaughterhouse. The grey and white hideous head of half snake and half fish was thrown to one side, and blood dripped from the broken neck. The mollusk like an octopus tentacle was stuffed into the soup pot, and the lid was slightly opened as it screamed and struggled. The thick bird leg meat with fresh feathers was being smoked, and a one-legged siren was hanging next to it. Even worse, a lamia with a big bump on her forehead, obviously knocked unconscious, had an apple stuffed in her mouth, and was covered with sauce. The twisted body was being arranged in the shape of a heart, and was about to be pushed into the oven. Hestia. I don't seem to be hungry. Lorne's Adam's apple moved violently, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he subconsciously laughed dryly, and shook his head, his thoughts in his mind becoming more and more confused. Eat, you must eat. This is specially prepared for you by the goddess. At this time, Uriel, who was dressed in a dress, poked her head out of the door, gloating and making a noise, her scholar eyes overflowing with malice. On the other side of the door, the twin sister Steno with purple hair and red eyes smiled and scooped out a bowl of purple-red bubbling stuff from the pot, filled with octopus tentacles. She couldn't wait to hand the biological weapon to Hestia in front of the door, and the meaning of instigation was self-evident. Come on, open your mouth. At this time, Hestia, with a gloomy face, raised a spoonful of purple-red seafood soup, and prepared to put it into the mouth of Lorne, the patient. TSK. But the bronze spoon smoked, and turned black in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even melted. Is this for human consumption? Seeing this, Lorne broke out in a cold sweat and subconsciously changed the subject, trying to take the opportunity to escape from this seafood soup that was as powerful as poison. Wait, is everything over? Anna. Yes, where is Anna? As he spoke, Lorne, whose head was tightly clamped by Athena on the bed, rolled his eyes and looked around, frantically looking for someone who could save the situation. Anna? Isn't she right here? The twin Gorgon witches with purple hair and red eyes walked into the room, with malicious smiles on their delicate faces. Then they grabbed a corner of Lorne's quilt with both hands, suddenly opened it, and pronounced a sentence loudly. Here. Lorne subconsciously lowered his head, only to see a ball of purple spreading under the quilt. The face that combined the mature charm of the snake goddess and the immature and simple cheeks of the young Gorgon was slowly raising its head from below, innocent and ignorant. A forked tongue spitted out from the sandalwood mouth, swallowed down the throat, while sensing the smell, and the flushed little face seemed to get a kind of satisfaction from eating. In an instant, several gloomy eyes focused on him, and the indescribable horror instantly froze everything. Anna, don't. The high-pitched and out-of-tune wailing echoed in the ancient Greek-style bedroom. A sweaty patient grunted, and sat up from the dying bed, his hands subconsciously scratching in the air. After a long struggle, the horrified eyes refocused, looking at the familiar ceiling and bedroom furnishings, and heaved a sigh of relief. Dream. Fortunately it was just a dream. After a moment, Lorne patted his heart that almost stopped suddenly, leaned listlessly against the head of the bed, looking at the empty bedroom, and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Where is the number one hero? Not to mention the knee pillow, how come there is not even a servant? Just as Lorne, whose mood was ups and downs, was secretly complaining, a low hum came from outside the door, and a golden retriever pushed open the door crack, got into the bedroom, jumped onto the bed excitedly, shook its head and tail at its owner, who had just woken up, and licked his palm happily with its tongue. Hello, dog. Seeing his own exclusive licking dog soul oil, Lorne felt a little moved. Don't run, let me hold you. However, before Lorne's feeling of being touched lasted for a few seconds, the door was pushed open by a small hand, and the goddess of victory Nikki rushed in, opened her arms, and blocked the golden dog running around. Looking at the few dog hairs left on Nikki's hands and the golden dog circling around him, Lorne's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. After all this time, you came to me to be a shield? In this day and age, can licking dogs not be trusted? While complaining in his heart, Lorne unceremoniously fished out the golden dog that was fluttering on the bed, and threw it to Nikki in front of the bed. The goddess of victory, who got what she wanted, smiled and held the dog, that kept whining in her arms tightly, happily stroking the dog's head, and looked at Lorne with kindness and closeness. This is the goddess of victory, the most important authority of the god of war, and it is better to establish a good relationship as soon as possible. Dog, you just sacrifice yourself. Lorne ignored his dog's pleading eyes, muttered to himself, and forced a kind smile at Nikki. Are you awake? What do you want to eat? I'll make a big meal to celebrate your recovery. The familiar question and the goddess of the hearth poking her head out of the door made Lorne, who was lying on the bed, stiffen as if by reflex, and shook his head hurriedly. Hestia, I'm not hungry. Oh. Hearing Lorne's clear refusal, Hestia, who was holding the spoon, suddenly felt a little lost. Perhaps it was the sequel of the nightmare. Lorne looked around for a while, and then asked cautiously, where's Athena? She's in Olympus confronting Poseidon. Although the beast tide is over, the troubles of Crete and Atlantis are not over yet. Hestia glanced at Lorne, lowered her head, and answered in a muffled voice, with a few blue veins on her hand holding the spoon. Lorne relaxed a little, then looked around furtively and spoke again. By the way, why aren't Stheno, Uriel and Anna here? They're in hibernation in the temple. A low cold snort came from the door, and there seemed to be a creaking sound of teeth gnashing in it. In the battle on the coastline, they absorbed a lot of divinity that escaped from Quito, and they needed time to digest and absorb it. Athena took them to her temple before she left. Then, Princess Ariadne, crack. A hand pressed on the door frame, forcibly breaking the cedar wood that was solidified by runes. Hestia withdrew her arm, as if nothing had happened, put it behind her back without leaving a trace, forced a smile on her face, and spoke calmly. What else do you want to ask? Go on. Gurgle. Looking at the face, that seemed to be a little distorted, Lorne's eyelids jumped, his Adam's apple moved, and he spoke carefully. How about eating first? Aren't you hungry? Hestia raised her eyebrows and asked back, continuing to look at the patient who had just woken up. Don't we have you here? No one can starve, not Lady Hestia, who has worked so hard to protect the peace of the family. What do you want to eat? I'll make it. At this moment, realizing his negligence, Lorne swore and stood up from the bed consciously, while pulling Hestia's arm without saying anything, boasting 3 parts of truth and 7 parts of falsehood. To be honest, during the time I was unconscious, my mind was full of recipes. I woke up from the dream, because I had a lot of experience. Come on, let's go to the kitchen, and try our hand. I guarantee that they are all your favorites. Hestia didn't seem to be impressed, and looked doubtful. Really? Can you study recipes in a dream? Don't lie to me. Having said that, the body of the stove goddess turned around involuntarily and quickly followed Lorne's buttocks. The face that was still gloomy just now was now full of eagerness to try. Sure enough, it was still as easy to understand as before. Lorne glanced at Hestia, who had taken the initiative to follow him, and not surprisingly retracted his gaze, with a happy arc on his lips. It was obvious that a certain stove goddess whose temper had been understood was almost hooked into a croaker. Soon, the stove fire was lit, and a wisp of smoke rose. The rhythm of pots and pans and the aroma of cooking and frying came from the kitchen. One after another, the food, which was either exquisite in shape, innovative in method, or creative, was completed and placed on the table, becoming the protagonist of today. The innocent little Nikki was soon attracted by the fragrance, and became a captive of the food. She carried the restless dog to the table, and feasted on it. Get down, you are not allowed to eat without washing your hands. But even the goddess of victory was driven down by the aggressive Hestia waving a spoon in the kitchen and dining table. She put down the dog obediently and ran to the sink. Seeing Nikki fleeing, Lorne, who had fallen from the head chef to the assistant, sighed at the dominance of the stove goddess over the house while bringing the last dish to the table and announcing the official start of the feast. In a warm and joyful atmosphere, the two gods, one man and one dog, ate their fill and were very satisfied. Just as the family feast was over and Lorne was about to get up to clean up the messy table, Hestia stood up from the bench and stopped him, breaking her usual habit. "We'll clean it up later. You, come with me first." As she spoke, Hestia grabbed Lorne's arm without waiting for the other party to speak, leaving Nikki to look after the house, and went straight to the top floor of the house. The third floor was a balcony with flowers and plants and several tables and chairs. The watery night fell from the sky, with a bit of depth and tranquility. Unknowingly, this family feast lasted from day to night. After arriving at the destination, Hestia buried her head in knocking around for a while, and finally took out a jar of fruit wine, 2 cups, some dried meat, and dried fruits from under a stone slab. She came to the small table with these things, that were obviously her personal collection, to entertain the guests she brought. "Sit down, I rarely bring people here." Hearing the meaningful snort, Lorne couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, muttering to himself. Could it be that a mouthful of vinegar can make you sour until now? You want to be promoted from a demigod to a god. However, as soon as Hestia opened her mouth, Lorne looked at the stove goddess who was sitting leisurely beside him with some surprise. "Hey, what's that look in your eyes? I'm here to protect the peace of the house, not just to cook." Hestia, who felt looked down upon, gnashed her teeth in anger, declaring her noble status. "After all, I'm one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. What Athena can teach you, can't I? How can I? Not to mention Athena, even her father, the god king, will go hungry 9 times in 3 days if he offends you." Seeing that Hestia was about to lose his temper, Lorne quickly complimented her with a smile on his face. "That's more like it." Hestia's anger suddenly disappeared when she heard this. Her face gradually turned from gloomy to sunny. She hummed and took the initiative to speak. "If you don't understand anything about the promotion from demigod to god, you can ask me." As she said this, Hestia changed the subject and found a fair reason. "Of course, this is because you just saved everyone on Crete, so I made an exception to answer your questions. Yes, I will cherish this opportunity." In this regard, Lorne of course chose to see through it, but not say it. He nodded repeatedly in agreement, and took the opportunity to ask the eldest sister of the God King family for advice. Then how should demigods be promoted to gods? To be honest, this is not an easy task. When it came to the point, Hestia suddenly changed her once gentle and graceful image, and her temperament became serious and earnest, and she answered in detail. "Strictly speaking, there are roughly 2 types of gods in this world. One is born as a god. Because of their own body or bloodline, they often inherit a certain essence and rules of the world at birth, and naturally possess power. They can easily touch the source, that is the beginning of everything. The other is to become a god later. They are mortals who complete their own transformation and promotion through factors such as blood accumulation, cultivation improvement, achievements, and collection of faith, and finally walk out of their own path and comprehend their own power." Lorne nodded secretly while being serious. In fact, to put it bluntly, there are gods born by nature and gods created by humans. And this is exactly in line with the law of development of mythology. Primitive culture originally worshipped the sun, moon, stars, sky, earth, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and all the mysterious forces and existences from nature. But with the development of the times and the evolution of civilization, agriculture, forging, war, wine, marriage, wealth and other divine powers that are different from nature were born, and mortal life would have a chance to rise to God. Of course, the bulk of the new divine power would still be divided by the original gods. For example, the reason why the 12 main gods of Olympus were able to defeat the 12 titans representing the divinity of nature was because they seized the new divine powers with social and civilization attributes. In the end, as history has said, the divinity of civilization representing progress overwhelmed the divinity of nature representing barbarism, and achieved the glory of Olympus. At this time, Hestia paused, with some emotion in her eyes. As far as I know, the gods born as gods account for the vast majority of the gods, but their strengths vary greatly, with a huge gap between the upper and lower limits. For example, the sun god, the dawn goddess, the muse, these pure-blooded descendants of titans, the 3,000 river gods bred by Oceanus and Theseus, and the countless nymphs of forests and swamps. These are all gods, but the level of each level is very different. The strong ones are feared by even the main gods, and the weak ones are bullied by powerful demigods, and can even become food for monsters. Even if the weak want to become stronger, it is often difficult to break through the boundaries of blood. Therefore, being born as a god is a kind of luck, but it often limits their potential for development. Lorne rolled his eyes and snorted to interrupt the versailles of this vested interest. Come on, the same problem exists for species with mortal bodies, and it may be even more serious. Hearing this, the goddess of the hearth thought seriously, looking back at the descendants of the gods and blood blooming all over the world and more ordinary people trapped in the suffering of birth, aging, sickness and death. She nodded helplessly. That's true. It's extremely difficult for a mortal to break through the limitations of blood, ignite the divine fire, and step into the demigod stage. In comparison, we who are born as gods are indeed more fortunate. So, it's a very difficult road for a mortal to become a god. Lorne frowned slightly. Not only is it difficult, but very few people can make it. This kind of existence is extremely rare, and it is estimated that there are no more than 2 digits at most. Hestia heard this, and counted on her fingers to reiterate it seriously. Then, in order to prevent Lorne from losing confidence, she slowed down her tone, and comforted him again. However, once a mortal breaks through many obstacles and successfully takes that step, his achievements will often exceed those of most natural gods. This is true. Lorne nodded, and thought of the cases of successors who became gods that he knew. Hercules, the incomparable god of war, Asclepius, the god of medicine who can revive the dead, and Dionysus, the god of wine who squeezed into the list of the 12 main gods in history. These beings who became gods from mortal bodies, once they took that step, were basically top gods, or even main gods. And the more he looked forward to the future, the more curious he was. What is the difference between demigods and gods? Immortality. Hestia answered solemnly, and then made a supplement after careful consideration. In fact, strictly speaking, it is only the immortality of the body, and the soul is still fragile. As long as the divinity is immortal, this container as a carrier of divinity can continuously repair itself in a specific environment. And if you want to completely kill a god, it becomes quite complicated and difficult, and often requires weapons with the god-killing characteristics, or special methods to do it. What about the main gods? Immortality. Hestia answered subconsciously, and added a thoughtful supplement. At that time, both their bodies and souls were connected to the origin of the world, and they would not age or die easily, and they were almost invulnerable. But then, the goddess of the hearth waved her hand, and brought the topic back on track. These are things you need to consider in the future. For now, you just need to think about how to upgrade from a demigod to a god. Then how should I do it? Use the divine fire to forge the divinity, refine the godhood, and engrave your own laws in it. After explaining the method, Hestia looked at Lorne in front of her seriously, and spoke from the heart. However, before that, I suggest that you better clarify the path you want to take. After a short silence, the goddess of the stove pursed her lips and reminded seriously. To be honest, I think that, although the divine power of war is powerful, most of it has been divided up by Athena and theirs. Even if you succeed in upgrading, I'm afraid you can only become their subordinate god, which may not be your first choice. Lorne heard the concern and sincerity in Hestia's words, and frowned and fell into deep thought. Indeed, with Zeus and Athena, there is not much divine power of war left. In addition, when the Olympian gods go down to the world, to help their respective city-states, they will occasionally show off the divine power related to war. Even if this thing is left, it is probably just some leftovers. Moreover, there are too many gods eyeing the divine power of war, and the risk of trying to pry it out is probably great. Of course, there is also the most important point. Sometimes choice is more important than hard work. If you choose an authority that is not suitable for you and upgrade, I'm afraid that, even if you succeed in transforming into a god by chance, it will be difficult to take the second step and become the main god. Not to mention, the one he will challenge in the future is the god King Zeus. As his thoughts surged, the somewhat confused Lorne stood at the crossroads of fate, not knowing what to choose for a moment. Can't figure it out? Hestia next to him seemed to notice Lorne's confusion, smiled and stretched out her hand to pull him up, and then dragged him to the edge of the balcony, overlooking the city of Knossos under the night sky. Lorne was puzzled, and subconsciously wanted to ask the reason. Hush, don't worry, the time is almost up. Listen carefully, watch carefully. Hestia immediately raised her hand to interrupt, her voice serious and low, perhaps influenced by this solemnity. Lorne kept silent obediently, and followed Hestia's sight. Under the dark night, the whole city fell into silence like a sleeping baby. And on this dark land, Olympus was alone in the starlight, and the eternal sacred fire burned quietly in the temple of the gods, indicating the immortal splendor and glory. But, this kind of greatness is too far away from mortals. This kind of loftiness is empty and meaningless. This kind of power only serves selfish desires and ambitions. Even if they have entered immortality and glory, they are just the cold and lonely background of the universe, which remains the same for thousands of years. Just like that. Just when Lorne was a little disappointed, the fiery red sun rose slowly, and the glimmer of morning light pierced the night, and sprinkled on the earth. The city that was originally immersed in darkness woke up from its cradle like a crying baby. Wisps of smoke rose from the houses, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and the noise of children. The vendors who went out set up the shelves, displayed their goods, and shouted loudly, looking forward to today's profits. The farmers who weeded outside the city, the grapevines that sprouted tender buds, wiped their sweat, and looked forward to next year's harvest. The long sails at the port were blown, and the fishermen who went out to sea cast their fishing nets in the fishing grounds that had returned to peace, longing for the gifts given by the ocean. The once boring and dead world was now filled with noise and noise. Compared to the cold Olympus, I really like life here more. Hestia lay on the edge of the balcony, holding up her smooth chin, overlooking the pedestrians and neighbors coming and going on the street, with a pure smile on her face. Perhaps, this is why I chose to protect the divine power of the home, and become the goddess of the stove. As she spoke, a loud cry of a baby was heard from a delivery room in the city. It's born. The baby next door to Dionysus' family has been born. Come on, come with me to see, maybe we can get some snacks. Hestia was cheered up, and immediately called out to Lorne, trotting downstairs, eager to share the joy of the birth of a little life. Along the way, looking at the familiar faces and the crowds of people who gathered towards the delivery room, full of joy, Lorne seemed to be infected, and gradually raised the corners of his lips. The laws of the universe are magnificent, and the glory of the gods is dazzling, but these are ultimately cold and dead things, boring and useless. Human life is as fragile as a reed, but it can still fight against the injustice and ruthlessness of the whole world with its enthusiasm for life, and find the spark of laughter in the dark night of suffering. No matter how powerful the gods are, they are just slaves of fate, but the lives that are truly worthy of respect should not be like this. Even without the immortality that can rival the gods, without the firmness to exhaust the truth, without the power to grasp the origin, life should be unique. There is no fixed number that can arbitrarily determine the direction of life and obliterate all possibilities. He is like this, others are like this, and the whole world should be like this. Whether it is an unblessed anomaly or a humble mortal like an ant. If the gods cannot give this possibility, then I will give it to you personally. Give dignity to life by enjoying the joy of life, and show the equality of life by fooling people regardless of their status. Ha 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 ha. Human beings, such a short life, such a fragile life, such an inconvenient life, have never been branded with the story of death and severance, but instead carry the love and hope that the gods cannot obtain. The stranger who has always been separated from this world by a layer of membrane, pulled the corners of his mouth happily, showing a laugh from the heart, and exclaimed a heartfelt sigh. What a joy! Praise this joyful life. Lorne, who was walking forward, took the initiative to grab the hand in front of him. Amid Hestia's joy and astonishment, he laughed loudly and ran towards the new life on the wide road. Chapter 91 The Legendary Young Lady Killer and the Treasure of Women, 46k. A few days later, a new drink called wine brewed from fermented grapes spread in Knossos. In just a few days, it quickly became popular among the people with its soft and mellow taste and rich berry aroma, and became the most popular drink for minnows in the streets and alleys before and after meals. Would you like to have a drink together? Soon replaced have you eaten? And became the most common greeting among the residents of Knossos. Of course, not everyone can afford the high consumption in the emerging taverns, but this does not prevent them from swearing their love for wine between the lines. Because the joy and intoxication that wine brings to people, as well as the pleasure of forgetting all pain, cannot be brought by other things. People who love wine do not want to make it a myth, deliberately get drunk, and be unconscious all day before they are willing to stop. They just use this medium to temporarily tear off their masks and disguises, abandon the roles they play, and the responsibilities they need to take, release pressure, and let their souls rest for a while. There is too little equality among humans, and too little joy among humans. Every child is born with a cry, and no one comes out with a smile. Everyone has to be born, whether you like it or not. Everyone has to die, whether you like it or not. Wine provides a quality of happiness, cheap and readily available. Whether rich or poor, it gives people intoxicated and soothing pleasure. So, no matter tomorrow is the sky falling, or the earth sinking, a volcano or a flood, drink a glass first, comfort yourself for your hard work, please your body and mind, and let your soul have a short rest. Life is finally coming to an end. There is no need to go too fast. It is not too late to wake up and move forward with the burden. These are the teachings left by the scribe who created wine and shared this gift with others. The argument that is incompatible with asceticism, coupled with his approachable character and the merit of saving Crete, made these words quickly become the golden sayings believed by drinkers, and were widely praised and recognized. Life is hard enough, and life has to go on. It is better to use wine to find some fun for yourself in the illusory world. With the actions of hundreds of thousands of people, Knossos quickly emerged from the shadow of the beast-tide disaster, and the atmosphere of joy and festivity was almost everywhere every day. But in contrast, the number of drunkards picked up by the city defense army from the streets and alleys during patrols also rose steadily. After all, not everyone has the self-control to resist this decadence and temptation, and not everyone can distinguish between love of wine and alcoholism. As a result, the production and life of some families were also affected by the emergence of wine, and women who were either resentful or angry came in groups to ask the initiator for an explanation. However, after a few cups of hot tea, the women often came in anger and left in a relaxed state of mind and body, because they not only experienced the beauty of venting stress from wine, but also took away the decrees issued by the clerk and the precepts he conveyed as a belief in wine. People who truly love wine also love life, and often know how to restrain themselves. They will never indulge because of greed, which is a blasphemy to this gift. So, if someone is found drunk and makes mistakes by the city defense army, not only will he be fined and forced to work, but he will also lose the qualification to participate in the Dionysus festival next year. The clerk personally promised that he would prepare to hold an unprecedented festival in Knossos next year. During the period, there will not only be free unlimited drinking of alcohol, but also many new products will be launched for people to try. If the effect is good, this will become a regular annual celebration in Knossos in the future. Of course, those drunkards who made mistakes and blasphemed the aesthetics of wine this year will still be deprived of the qualification to participate in the celebration. In short, if you don't know how to be self-disciplined, you are not allowed to participate in the wine party. Soon, under the governance of this actual ruler of Crete and the most holy teacher in the hearts of the drinkers, the rectification of the atmosphere of alcoholism in Knossos was immediate. For a time, not only were there no drunkards in the streets and alleys, but those ordinary people who found a balance between releasing pressure and working hard were inspired to have a greater passion for life. Gradually, the whole island of Crete was enveloped in a joyful and cheerful atmosphere. The gift called wine was also transported to various city-states in Greece with the merchants and fleets, exchanging a large amount of scarce resources such as food and minerals for the Minoans, making their lives richer and better. Old Thales, right? What's wrong? Your husband still has palpitations and insomnia. Tell him to drink less wine. It won't help you sleep. Drink milk or honey water instead. Pittacus? I want to know how to make delicious bread. How about trying this fermentation method? Daughter of Cleopatra. You broke up with your father and want to find a job to support yourself? I remember you studied weaving. Why don't you go to the temple and ask? They seem to need a lot of cloth recently and are in short supply of female workers. As the girl with a blushing face and eyes turned away with gratitude and satisfaction, Lorne looked at the door of his house that had finally become spacious and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You are really popular in Knossos, Mr. Secretary. Hestia, carrying a basket, looked at the sun in the sky that was almost noon, rolled her eyes, and complained weakly. Originally, she was going to go out in the morning to buy some vegetables and try out the new recipe she had thought of. For this reason, the goddess of the stove, who was a little lazy in bed, got up early on purpose. However, she didn't expect that even at dawn, a large number of women in Knossos would crowd at the door of her house, waiting to greet a certain secretary and ask for advice. Thinking of the situation in recent days, Hestia, who was somewhat troubled, felt a headache, and her eyes looked at Lorne more and more resentful. Perhaps it was because of the previous problem about her family's alcoholism. After complaining and asking the secretary for advice, his unparalleled wisdom and approachable attitude spread among the women. As a result, more and more women gathered in front of Hestia's house to complain to the enlightened and wise secretary. The secretary was just as approachable as the rumors said. With great patience, he tried his best to give them satisfactory answers and perfect solutions. Gradually, the problems were no longer limited to alcoholism. These bold women asked about life, work, and even emotional problems. The reputation of the secretary was repeatedly raised, and he became a real friend of women. Even every morning, Hestia's door was crowded with a large number of women who came here to admire his reputation. Some of them came to ask for advice sincerely, some to satisfy their curiosity, and some just reached the age of horny. At this moment, a certain women's treasure heard Hestia's complaints next to him and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Isn't this all your fault? I don't know if the problem has been solved, but these women are still not done. Hestia muttered angrily, and a trace of regret appeared on her face. At the beginning of the popularity of wine, many family conflicts arose due to excessive drinking without restraint, and the complaints of women naturally reached Hestia's ears. As the goddess who protects the peace of the family, Hestia certainly cannot ignore it, so she took the noisy women to find her external brain in the culprit, Lorne. As expected, the resourceful secretary easily solved the problem caused by wine, but it also triggered a new round of family crisis. However, the victim this time was the home goddess Hestia herself. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let them in. Hestia looked at the external brain in front of her, that should have been hers alone, and pounded her head in annoyance, regretting it a little. Lorne was also somewhat helpless about this. Perhaps because of the divinity of joy, indulgence, and enjoyment, the original god of wine was not only popular among men, but women were even more fanatical in their worship of him. Therefore, in history, the priests who followed Dionysus, the god of wine, were all women. They were his most devout believers, and went crazy for his every appearance. According to legend, Orpheus, the son of the god of light Apollo, the genius musician, was beaten to death by crazy priestesses and female believers because he accidentally broke into a wine sacrificing mystery ceremony. Therefore, this characteristic of women's treasure may have become a part of his blood since he chose this priesthood, and he can't get rid of it. Sometimes, being too charming is also a headache. The popular god of the hearth and the more popular future god of wine looked at each other and sighed helplessly and depressedly. It seemed that there was no place to vent, and Hestia blamed Lorne's creation. Speaking of which, I really don't understand why so many people like the wine you created. Obviously, this kind of self-numbing thing is just escaping from reality and can't solve any problems. On the contrary, escaping is shameful but useful. Lorne shook his head and retorted, looking deeply at the streets full of fireworks outside the door and the faces full of satisfaction, and spoke meaningfully. Not everyone has to face the bloody reality and become a hero who overcomes all hardships. Detours and escape are also an option. Not everyone has to become, wants to become, a hero. Hestia muttered to herself and couldn't help thinking of herself. compared with the blood relatives on Mount Olympus who are keen on pursuing royal power and divine power. She is so different. Perhaps, for them, isn't this an escape for her unambitious elder sister? Lorne glanced at Hestia, who seemed to be thinking about something, and spoke again. Moreover, how people choose has nothing to do with wine. A lone brave man will not completely indulge in illusions and become weak because he drinks one more glass of wine. A coward will not dare to face the bleak reality and move forward bravely because he drinks one less glass of wine. They are just looking for a temporary resting place for their souls so that they can have more courage to start and move forward after resting. Therefore, the emergence of wine not only did not cause the order of Gnosis to collapse, but instead allowed more people to walk out of pain and shadows and love life more. As he said, Lorne pointed to the pedestrians and vendors outside the door and used dramatically as an example. If you don't believe me, look, there are more smiling faces in Gnosis now than before. Is it really as magical as you say? Although the facts were in front of her, Hestia was still a little skeptical. It's not like I haven't drunk wine before, so why don't I feel the same way as you do? Nonsense. That's because you are one of the 12 main gods. How can a mortal brewed by a mortal work on you? If it's a fine product brewed by me. The voice stopped abruptly at this point. Lorne glanced at Hestia on the side, shook his head, and waved his hands, as if he was considering the other party. Forget it, that batch of stuff is too strong. I'm afraid you can't handle it, and then you will lose your composure in front of others. I'm a dignified main god. I have seen everything. How can I be afraid of a jar of your wine? The stove goddess, who felt that she was despised, was a little angry. It seemed that Lorne was frightened by Hestia's momentum. The goddess is very brave. Are you kidding? I'm super brave. Hestia raised her eyebrows, patted her chest to prove herself, and stretched out her hand to Lorne even more impatiently. Give it here. 2 jars. Or, let's just forget it. Stop talking nonsense. 4 jars. I have some low-proof fruit wine here. Shut up. I'll drink up all the wine you brewed today. Under the continuous stimulation, Hestia, who was repeatedly questioned, finally couldn't stand it anymore. She stared at the clerk who looked down on her and kept making excuses and asked directly, "Tell me, where is it?" Well, Lorne showed an extremely embarrassed expression. He didn't say anything, but his eyes couldn't help but glanced at the backyard. Suddenly, Hestia, who noticed this little action, raised the corners of her lips and showed a smug smile. "Huh, I know it, even if you don't say it. It's in the cellar, right?" With that, the goddess of the stove decisively left Lorne behind and rushed to the entrance of the cellar with great momentum. Today, she must expose the lies of wine and let this arrogant guy see what is the eternal and unchanging main god. Goddess, you can't do that. You can't do that. Lorne raised his hand and tried to dissuade him in a panic. But even though the voice was loud, he never moved forward. As he watched the stove goddess go into the cellar, the corners of his lips also rose with a happy arc, and he muttered in his heart, "Now, the experimental material is available." A quarter of an hour later, the rich aroma of wine came from the cellar, which not only made people intoxicated, but also made the birds on the trees fall from the branches to the ground and fall into a deep sleep. Pop. After listening for a while, it seemed that there was no movement in the cellar. Lorne gently snapped his fingers to dispel the diffused smell of wine, and then slowly opened the cover and walked into the cellar. At this time, nearly half of the 12 jars of fine beer stored in the corner had been opened. Lorne counted carefully and found that there were 5 jars. Looking around, the stove goddess who had made a bold statement before was now sleeping soundly on a pile of radishes. The originally fair face was now flushed. Lorne. Little Anna, mine, all mine. With a vague silly smile, Hestia, who didn't know what she was dreaming about, rubbed her hot face against the slightly cool big radish, with strands of crystal saliva hanging from her mouth, dripping onto the ground. He was drunk like this after just 5 jars. This kitchen god is lame. While admiring Hestia's silly appearance when she was drunk, Lorne took out the magic crystal to take a screenshot and save it for later viewing. After taking a 360-degree photo without dead angles, Lorne was satisfied to put away this black history, and the corners of his lips outlined an evil smile of success, and his arms were raised high and fell heavily. Pa. The two perky buttocks trembled violently, giving an excellent touch. Ding. Trial 2, a blasphemy against the virgin goddess Hestia, completed. Along with the invisible sound, a silver oracle that emerged from the altar in Lorne's mind gradually melted away and was recast into a brand new silver badge. At the same time, the glimmer on the 12-sided dice that was almost extinguished flickered again, and an obscure and invisible divine will of contingency was re-emanated, shielding the perception of fate and stirring up waves of ripples in the world of destiny. Very good, it's done, and the war fog has been renewed successfully. So, pa pa pa. A more intense sound of pain echoed in the small cellar. Lorne unceremoniously slapped the raised buttocks of the stove goddess, and the corners of his lips outlined a happy and joyful arc. Lady goddess, let me teach you a lesson and let you know what it means to have a sinister heart. Pa 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 pa. The waving arms almost left an afterimage, bringing a louder sound. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 92, Beasts, None of them are innocent. 35k. Half an hour later, Lorne walked out of the cellar refreshed, stretched his body, and was filled with joy. To be honest, he had wanted to do this for a long time. He didn't have the chance before, but today Hestia took the initiative to deliver it to him. He must not let go of such a fun thing easily. And it must be said that Titan's physical fitness is good. After beating for so long, there are only a few red marks left. By then, even if Hestia wakes up and notices something strange, she can take the opportunity to blame it on the sequelae of a hangover. Perfect. While thinking of an excuse to prevaricate, Lorne closed the door of the cellar comfortably, carved a protective spell, and left the goddess of the hearth, who was sleeping for who knows how many days, in her place. He strode out of the room and ran out of the city. In a secluded valley somewhere in the Crete Mountains, Lorne looked around and looked at the messy battlefield in the past. The two battles not long ago seemed to be still vivid in his mind, as if it was yesterday. Of course, the demigod hunter Orion in the first round was just a warm-up. It was the sea god Poseidon who came out in person in the second round that really made him feel the terrible power of the Lord God. The incomparable sense of oppression almost made people unable to think of resistance. Moreover, this is only a corner of the Lord God's power. How powerful would Zeus, the king of gods, who even Poseidon felt inferior to, be? Lorne thought about it and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, it's too far away. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. If you take too big a step, it's easy to tear your balls. Now is not the time to think about this. After simply calming down his complicated mood, Lorne stretched his body slightly, raised his foot, and stepped out of the riverbank, and stepped into the lake in front of him. Unexpectedly, the body that was originally falling stood firm against common sense the moment it touched the water surface, as if it was stepping on solid land. Even more than just standing on the water surface, Lorne opened his eyes and began to move his limbs, trying to jump and run. As a result, he could not only walk on flat ground, but also clearly sense the movements from all directions through the layers of ripples spread by the water waves under his feet. At the same time, the accumulated fatigue in his body was swept away, and his magic power was quickly replenished. Lorne clenched his fist and waved forward. The other tide he raised rolled forward, like the sea roaring in anger, and instantly crushed several half-human high blue stones on the shore into powder. It is worthy of being something that Poseidon exploded. The effect is good. After the experiment, Lorne praised the sea god who came all the way from the Sea of Oceanus to Crete to give him gold coins. The protection of the sea. This is the reward for winning the previous gamble. That is, a blessing bred by Poseidon's golden blood, with benefits such as healing, recovery, perception, and walking on water. Overall, this thing is quite practical. especially in places with water. Both my combat power and survival ability will be greatly improved. As expected, high risk and high reward. If I want to catch up with the gap with the gods as soon as possible, I have to hope to get more gold coins from these old guys. While expressing full malice to those blood relatives, Lorne continued to familiarize himself with the latest blessing of the ocean. Although the path I want to take is to bring joy and happiness to life and break through the constant and order of the carnival god, this does not prevent him from absorbing other divine powers as auxiliary. For example, the original wine god has the power of water to turn water into wine, the power of the god of agriculture to make plants grow, the power of the god of the kitchen to brew beverages, and the power of literature and art to compose and play foolish plays. Therefore, I don't have to regard other divine powers as a flood that pollutes my essence. On the contrary, as long as it can bring practical gains and interesting effects, I, the god of fun, can accept everything. But that being said, why does the skill combination of water protection and infinite martial arts feel a little familiar? Suddenly, Lorne lowered his head, looked at the shimmering lake, looked at himself walking on the water, and the branch he picked up, and the corners of his lips twitched slightly. Isn't this a replica of a certain knight of the round table named Lan in Celtic mythology? Even the passive talent of friend of women has been learned 10 times 10. Then, should the next step be to find a king to be loyal to, and then seduce the other party's queen to elope, just like the Knight of the Lake, to be considered a complete apprentice? Otherwise, leave this opportunity to the great god king, so that he can also taste the taste of being bullied? Wait, in this case, isn't the one I want to kidnap the queen Hera? TSK, let the goddess who was destined to kill me be fucked to death by me. If I can succeed, this may really be a good fun. Lorne muttered in his heart, entertaining himself in the boring practice, and the whole person was filled with disrespect for the gods and ridicule of destiny. Ever since Hestia pulled him up to the balcony that night and he saw the world, this stranger from another time and space has long ceased to be driven forward by chance or necessity, but has completely integrated into this world, actively and proactively embarking on the path he wants to take. After some serious practice, Lorne, who was relaxed physically and mentally, walked comfortably to the river bank, bent over and sat on the pile of stones, took out a pottery jar from the magic circle diagram, and prepared to digest another harvest of the day. When the jar was opened, a rich and familiar aroma of barley mixed with the coolness of peppermint oil rushed into the nose. Hukian oatmeal. But it did not come from the witch master Zeus, but the original gift prepared by the goddess of agriculture Demeter herself. And this is the good thing he found in the dice of chance, after he cheated Hestia this morning with the silver badge. Legend has it that when Demeter was running around looking for her daughter Persephone, one day she came to Eleusis in the form of a begging old woman. The 4 daughters of King Croesus received her and asked her where she came from. Demeter made up a lie, saying that she was a noble woman kidnapped by pirates and escaped from the clutches when they were not watching her closely. She begged them to provide her with the household chores to make a living. It happened that Queen Metanira had just given birth to her young son Demophon and needed a wet nurse to take care of him, so she was introduced to the king's home. Demeter, who had lost her daughter, agreed to take care of the little prince. She loved the newborn prince very much and decided to raise him as a god. For this reason, the goddess who came down to earth fed the prince with oatmeal porridge prepared by herself during the day, held him in her arms, and took good care of him. At night, the goddess placed the prince in the furnace to bake to burn the earthly part of his body. But in the end, the mysterious ritual of transformation from mortal to god was broken by the queen who accidentally broke in. The goddess Demeter could only show her true body and leave reluctantly. The Eleusinians who learned the truth regretted it, but it was irreversible. They could only inherit the incomplete mystery according to the few words left by Demeter, hoping to get the opportunity to transcend the mortal body and transform into a god. Therefore, the famous Eleusinian mystery and mysticism evolved. The food given by God, that is, Hukian oatmeal, was also inherited. But the effect of the mortal replica is not a little worse than the original version prepared by Demeter herself. Otherwise, there would have been records of becoming a god among the Eleusinians. While Lorne reviewed the origin of the thing in his mind, He put the pottery jar to his mouth and resolutely raised his head to swallow the food given by God. Although this thing cannot make a person become a god at once, there is no doubt that according to past records, it can at least enhance the physique, vitality, and divinity of the user, and then give birth to immortality. Therefore, there is absolutely no harm in drinking it. Moreover, under the scourge of that witch teacher, he has drunk 800 bowls of Hukueng oatmeal, if not 1,000 bowls, so he is very familiar with this thing. Gurgle after a period of throat movement, Luon drank up the Hukueng oatmeal in the jar, and burped with satisfaction. Sure enough, it was still a familiar formula and a familiar taste. So, the next step is digestion time. According to the teachings of the silly bird teacher, Luon closed his eyes and scattered his thoughts, gradually emptying his mind, trying to absorb the divinity contained in the God-given food in his body. However, after 2 hours, he opened his eyes helplessly. The method is not right. After working for so long, the amount of digestion and absorption is less than 1%. It shouldn't be. What went wrong? As doubts surged in his heart, Lorne frowned and thought for a moment, and then a bold guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that the release was not thorough enough? I have never turned anyone into a beast. They are already beasts. Recalling Circe's seemingly teasing and meaningful chanting, Lorne finally made up his mind, completely let go of his mind, and kept reciting in his mind, actively hypnotizing himself. I'm a leopard, a beast galloping in the forest, with strong limbs and sharp claws. Gradually, a burst of white mist gushed out of Lorne's body, covering his figure. Then, amid the explosion and rustling of flesh and bones, a beast claw covered with black hair poked out from the white mist, and there seemed to be a few torn strips of cloth hanging between the fingers. Roar. With a low roar, a vigorous black cheetah rushed out of the surging white mist, jumped to the lakeside, overlooking its own reflection in the water, and at the same time feeling its own rapidly decomposing Hukian porridge, with a human-like satisfied expression on its face. Yes, it's just a feeling. Demeter is the natural god who controls the growth of all things, advocating returning to the original wildness of nature. Therefore, let the human side return to the true nature of the beast, and be in harmony with it, so as to better absorb the divinity contained in this god-given food. At this moment, as his guess was verified, Lorne immediately put aside his reserve, and completely entered the role, stretching his limbs like a real cheetah, running and hunting in the forest. Soon, he was not satisfied with the current form, and turned into a golden elk, leaping and jumping in the valley. Then, the more skilled Lorne was, he successively transformed into common animals such as grey wolf, yellow sting, fox, and released his wildness to the fullest, so as to thoroughly absorb the natural divinity contained in the oatmeal. Completed. Finally, when the digestion was declared over, Lorne's body changed into a snow-white rabbit, jumping towards the pool in front, trying to wash off the dust and filth on his body. Splash pop, however, the rabbit that originally rushed to the pool, with a crisp sound of water, ran straight into a soft and elastic wall. At the same time, before the little rabbit, who was almost knocked unconscious, could come to his senses, a white and slender hand, with irresistible force, lifted its long ears, and brought it to a beautiful face that was as elegant as the bright moon and full of jungle wildness. Little guy, do you want to take a bath with me? In the crisp and pleasant voice, the gem-like pupils first blinked curiously, and then revealed a faint smile. Okay, I agree. As she said, the mysterious girl with blonde hair and silver eyes gently held the little rabbit who accidentally entered the pool in her arms, and then fell into the water like a mermaid, her graceful figure creating a beautiful picture under the sunset. At this moment, the little rabbit, sandwiched between two towering peaks, curled up on the soft land, keeping a stiff posture, motionless. Chapter 93. Rabbit is so cute, not as good as 52k. Finished. Crouching on the snow-white ground, the little rabbit, or rather the beast-like Lorne, felt the majestic power contained in the carcass under his feet, and regretted it in his heart. You know, there is a goddess bathing under the lake, and he would never jump down no matter what. Although he is now a harmless little rabbit, it will be fun to digest the god of agriculture in the can of Hukian oatmeal and restore his original human appearance. After all, the Greek goddesses, except for a few, are synonymous with trouble and danger. Once exposed, maybe the names of dishes such as red oil rabbit cubes, hand shredded rabbit, spicy rabbit head, dry pot rabbit, will be his final fate. Why do I feel stupid? As the goddess's curious muttering came to his ears, Lorne, who was imagining his miserable future, was startled and hurriedly raised his rabbit head, blinking his big red eyes, looking up at the goddess with blonde hair and silver pupils, with an innocent and ignorant expression. Seeing the cute little thing, the goddess immediately chuckled and happily hugged the little rabbit in her arms. That's right, if you weren't stupid, how could you jump into the water directly? Fortunately, you met me. At this time, with the swinging of the limbs, the two towering peaks continued to squeeze inward. Lorne, who was caught in the middle, not only failed to experience the so-called ultimate enjoyment, but was tortured. The alarm bells in his brain almost rang like a buzzer, and the 12-sided dice on the altar was also trembling with joy. Obviously, this goddess is a very dangerous character. Whether it is the instinct of the body or the 12-sided dice, they clearly tell him that he is on the edge of danger and is crazy and dying. Fortunately, his beast transformation was influenced by Demeter's original version of Hukian porridge. If it was the deleted version of the silly teacher Zeus, he might have to die on the spot. At this moment, Lorne, who was caught in the deep ditch and couldn't get out, could only hope that the remaining god of agriculture in his body was strong enough in order to delay time as much as possible and find a gap to escape from the clutches of the devil. Lorne also kept as quiet as possible, trying to slow down the digestion and absorption of the god of agriculture's divinity. Finally, after an hour of suffering, the goddess in the lake finally finished her bath with satisfaction and walked to the shore naked. Lorne, who had transformed into a rabbit, was also held horizontally in front of the goddess' chest, becoming a natural fig leaf. Sister, I really can't stand it anymore. At this time, as the god of agriculture's divine power in his body became thinner and thinner, and the deadly touch that kept rolling and squeezing his whole body, Lorne couldn't help but wail in his heart. Fortunately, the lake was not far from the place where the clothes were stored. The goddess arrived at the destination after a few steps, and the little rabbit responsible for covering the shame was finally released after serving his sentence. As his 4 feet stepped on the solid ground again, Lorne almost shouted with excitement, "I'm free." While the goddess was dressing, Lorne did not hesitate to step on his 4 short legs and plunged into the bushes not far away, trying to escape the crime scene as soon as possible. But with a rustling sound, 2 golden longhorned deer pulled a gorgeous chariot wrapped in gold and rushed down the mountain. Fortunately, Lorne reacted quickly and avoided a second car crash. However, before this relief lasted for a few seconds, a series of gazes fell on him one after another, filled with greed and danger. Lorne raised his rabbit head stiffly and saw a group of hounds following the chariot from the bottom of the mountain, staring at him with shining eyes and sticking out their bright red tongues excitedly. Woof woof woof. The next moment, 3 lop-eared dogs, 2 mixed-colored dogs, a spotted dog, and 7 very fast Spartan dogs came out of the bushes one after another and ran straight to the snow-white rabbit on the fallen leaves. Run. Almost instantly, Lorne cursed in his heart while paddling his 4 short legs frantically, avoiding the pounces of 13 hounds and trying to break out of their encirclement. Because of the nameless goddess behind him, Lorne, who had transformed into a rabbit, did not dare to show off too much and could only use the ability of an ordinary rabbit to escape. But the 13 hounds in front were obviously well trained. Not only did they have a speed beyond that of ordinary livestock, but they also knew how to cooperate and chased and intercepted the fleeing rabbits. Lorne made several detours, but was forced back by the hounds, and his space for movement was gradually compressed to an open space without any cover. Woof woof. In the end, the 2 motley dogs that had seized the initiative let out a cheerful low roar and rushed forward from the left and right, ready to take the lead. At this moment, a crisp whistle sounded, and the 13 hounds that heard the order immediately retreated like a tide, gathered in front of the heroic goddess in hunting clothes, and hummed excitedly, while shaking their heads and tails. It's not that easy for the prey to escape from my hands. With the quiet and pleasant teasing, a hanging bare hand picked up the rabbit's long ears, recaptured it, and held it in one arm. Then, she jumped onto the carriage pulled by the two golden long-horned female deer, and with her other hand, she took up the golden reins and swung them gently. Immediately, the golden long-horned female deer that received the order snorted, stretched their long legs, gathered wind under their feet, pulled the gorgeous carriage, and rushed towards the distant city of Knossos. Along the way, the cold wind whistled, and Lorne, who was held in the arms of the hunting goddess with one arm, shrank and dared not move, for fear that the last of the three virgin goddesses would find out. That's right. Through the explicit or implicit clues of many clues, the identity of this hunting goddess is actually about to be revealed. Artemis, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, that is, the goddess of the moon and hunting in ancient Greek mythology, known as the mistress of beasts and lord of the wilderness, is also the daughter of the god King Zeus and the conservation goddess Leto, and the twin sister of the god of light and prophecy Apollo. Therefore, Lorne's blood boiling really happened to hit the muzzle of the gun. After learning the true identity of the hunting goddess, Lorne, who was caught between two mountains of pressure, dared not move. Because once the virgin goddess who vowed to keep her chastity discovered his human identity, he would be charged with peeping and blasphemy, and he would definitely not have a good harvest, whether passively or actively. If I remember correctly, a certain cousin of his in the future will take care of this mine for him. Legend has it that the princess of Thebes, another daughter of Cadmus, Otanavo, and the demigod hero Aristaeus, had a son named Actaeon. Because his father loved hunting, Actaeon also fell in love with this sport. For this reason, when he was young, he followed the centaur sage Chiron to learn the tricks of hunting, and became more enthusiastic about it after returning home. One day, he was hunting in the forest in the Kitalang Mountains. Due to the hot weather, he mistakenly entered the holy land of Artemis in the Garphir Valley. He bumped into the goddess of hunting who was bathing in the pool. Perhaps because of his youthful vigor, Actaeon did not run away immediately, but was fascinated by Artemis's beauty and figure, staring at the goddess of hunting who was exposed. Suddenly, the annoyed Artemis cast a spell with a handful of lake water, turning Actaeon into a deer. Realizing that something was wrong, the young hunter who was fleeing in panic was torn into pieces by the hunting dogs he brought into the mountains as prey, and died. With such a classic case, unless Lorne had a brain seizure, he would never restore his human form in front of the goddess of hunting. But at this moment, even if he didn't want to, the remaining power of the god of agriculture in his body could only support a short quarter of an hour. Hurry up, hurry up. It seemed that Lorne's prayers worked, and the galloping golden chariot soon stopped outside the city of Knossos. Artemis loosened the reins, jumped off the carriage, and waved her hand casually. Immediately, two golden long-horned female deer and 13 hounds of various colors turned around obediently under the order of their master, and went back into the dense forest, waiting for the next dispatch. Then, the goddess, who appeared in the appearance of an ordinary hunter, stroked the soft and smooth fur of the little rabbit in her arms, walked into the city of Knossos in the night, and walked towards a certain house with a clear purpose. The closer he got to the destination, the more violently Lorne's heart beat. Because he was very familiar with this place, it was Hestia's house. When he thought of the scene of him consuming all the power of the god of agriculture in his body, and transforming on the spot in Artemis' arms, and the possible crowd of onlookers, he couldn't help but shudder. That picture was too beautiful. There was a short knock on the door, and Lorne had little time left to maintain the beast transformation. As the door opened, Artemis was stunned when she saw the silver-haired purple-eyed goddess in front of her. "You're here too? Opportunity." The little rabbit, who was already on the verge of deformation, realized that the hands holding her had loosened and rushed out of Artemis' arms, flexibly got into the crack of the door, and then stepped out of her 4 short legs, ran into the backyard, and disappeared into the green nursery. The sudden change made Artemis look stunned. This was the first time that prey escaped from her palm, especially in front of this woman. It seems that the goddess of hunting will also fail one day. Athena, who was in front of the door, hugged her arms, leaned aside, and smiled with her lips pursed. Artemis glanced at the goddess of wisdom who was blocking the door and snorted lightly. "I think there is something dirty here that scared the little guy in my arms, so it reacted so violently." The two goddesses looked at each other, their eyes met in the air, and sparks collided faintly. After a brief confrontation, the two sides, who were evenly matched, expressed their disdain for each other. TSK. TSK. The two virgin goddesses reacted almost simultaneously, and there was an inexplicable harmony in the subtle opposition. In fact, although they were both virgin goddesses, they were different from Hestia, who was not competitive. The remaining two goddesses were of the same generation, and had similar strengths. They were also favored by the god King Zeus, so they were inevitably compared. After a while, the two competitive goddesses maintained a close relationship in front of others, but they naturally had some thoughts of competing with each other behind their backs. Athena in front of the door looked at Artemis in a hunting suit. Her eyes swept across the large area of exposed white skin, and finally fell on the shameful mountain outline on the other's chest, and frowned inadvertently. As if she had noticed the other's sight, the hunting goddess took the initiative to step forward, almost face to face with Athena, further highlighting the nutritional gap between them, and smiled to remind them, "I'm here to look for Aunt Hestia. Where is she? I don't know. I just got here too." Athena glanced back and replied indifferently. She had just returned from Mount Olympus, and wanted to have a hot meal to reward herself. As a result, when she entered the house, there was no one at all, and she didn't know where they had gone. But before she had time to take a closer look, an uninvited guest came to the door. "Not here?" The two goddesses couldn't help but frowned, subconsciously preparing to close their eyes and disperse their divine thoughts. "A guest is coming." At this moment, a surprised voice came into the front hall. A handsome young man with a smile on his face was walking quickly from the backyard. He seemed to have just taken a shower, and his wet silver hair was tied behind his head. Hearing the familiar voice, Athena turned back first and frowned slightly. "Where have you been?" "Well, there was a small accident in the cellar in the backyard. I cleaned it up." Lorne hurriedly explained with a smile on his face, then changed the subject, and looked at the guest outside the door in surprise. "You are. Don't move." However, before he could ask the identity of the visitor, the hunting goddess in front of the door had a sharp look, shouted solemnly, and rushed into the door, heading straight for Lorne. In an instant, the kind smile on Lorne's face froze, and his heart beat violently. It's going to happen. Under the crazy warning of the crisis, he twisted his hips reflexively. "Ah, what a cute dog. Come, let me hug you." At the critical moment, the hunting goddess passed Lorne directly, came to the stairs, intercepted the golden dog running towards the original owner, and happily stroked the soft dog's head. Woof. The golden dog fell into the clutches of the goddess, sensing the other party's surging divine will, lying on the ground, and dared not resist, and could only make a pitiful low hum, looking eagerly for help from the owner beside him. It was startled and scared me to death. At this moment, Lorne, whose blood pressure soared, realized that it was a false alarm. He looked at the goddess of hunting who was happily petting the dog, ignored the golden retriever's cry, and retracted the step towards Athena without leaving a trace. There was no way. If he was really exposed, he could only pull his dear sister to be a shield. After all, only the goddess of wisdom could stop the furious Artemis at the scene. However, before Lorne could catch his breath, the satisfied Artemis reluctantly let go of the golden dog on the ground, letting it run towards its owner, and smiled apologetically at Lorne and spoke softly. "Sorry, this child is so cute, I couldn't help it just now. It's okay, as long as you like it." At this moment, Lorne squeezed out a smile on his face, just wanting to distance himself from the goddess of hunting as soon as possible. "Cynthia, just call me Cynthia." However, as if to express her apology for the loss of composure, the goddess of hunting actually introduced her alias, and took the initiative to extend her hand. "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." Lorne maintained his calmness on the surface, answered simply, and carefully grasped the goddess' fingertips. After accepting this release of goodwill, he took another step, wanting to get closer to Athena who could give him a sense of security. But one wave has not yet subsided, another wave has risen. "Wait, what's the smell on you?" Before Lorne could walk away, Artemis sniffed and came up curiously. "It smells so good. It's wine. I accidentally got some on me when I was cleaning the cellar just now. I didn't expect that the smell has not disappeared after taking a shower." Lorne, who had a guilty conscience, quickly threw out the evidence he had forged in advance. "Wine." The two goddesses were slightly stunned when they heard this new word. "Ah, my butt hurts a little." At this moment, a vague muttering came from the backyard. A stove goddess climbed out of the cellar and groped her way to the front hall. Seeing Hestia appear in front of them, Artemis and Athena showed a hint of surprise. "Aunt, you're here? Ah, Artemis? And Athena? Why are you here?" Hestia looked up and saw her two eldest nieces gathered here. She implemented the attributes of a suicide truck and directly called out Artemis's real name. For a moment, the hunting goddess, who was exposed on the spot, felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "Aunt, what happened to you? Don't mention it. I accidentally drank too much wine. As a result, I not only slept in the cellar for most of the day, but when I woke up, my whole body was in pain, especially my butt." Hestia muttered, rubbing her buttocks, that seemed to be filler, and waved her hands weakly like a seriously ill patient. No, my throat is a little smoking. Let me drink some water and sit for a while. I told you to drink less, but you refused to listen." Seeing that the thickest windbreak finally arrived at the battlefield, Lorne interrupted and stepped forward decisively, helping Hestia to a chair nearby, and pouring him warm tea to sober him up. "Wine? A new drink? The one that's popular in Gnosis recently. Interesting. It's something that can even make gods drunk. It seems I must try it today." As the new term was mentioned frequently, Athena and Artemis also became interested. "It's not me, it's Lorne who made it. If you want to drink it, go find him." Hestia did not take credit for it. She directly pointed out the original inventor to her two nieces, smacked her lips, and after a brief aftertaste, she commented with lingering satisfaction. "Although there are some sequelae, after drinking too much, the taste is really good, and the experience of being drunk is also quite interesting." Hearing the comments from the goddess of the hearth herself, Athena and Artemis became even more eager to try, and their eyes were focused on a certain place at the same time. "It just so happens that there are still a few jars in the cellar. Please wait a moment, I will go to get them, and by the way, make some dishes to go with the wine and entertain you well." Lorne immediately nodded in understanding, turned around and left very politely, going to prepare the wine and dishes for the guests. As he walked out of the front hall and stepped into the cellar again, the face that had been smiling from beginning to end finally burst into a distortion and burst into gratitude for surviving the disaster. Phew, that was close. This fatal crisis was finally avoided. After simply calming down, Lorne looked at the remaining 7 jars of fruit wine in the cellar and thought of the 3 virgin goddesses in the front hall. His eyes flickered faintly. By the way, this opportunity is rare. Should he get them all drunk? Chapter 94 Beast, what are you going to do? Gnosis, the house of the god of the hearth. The 3 virgin goddesses sat together in the living room, savoring pre-dinner fruitcakes, while waiting for the sumptuous meal to be served. In order to kill time, they naturally talked about several major events that had happened in Mount Olympus recently. First, because of lax discipline, the sea beasts in the Oceanus Sea were rampant and attacked the surrounding human cities. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was summoned to Olympus by the god King Zeus and scolded severely. In order to make up for the losses of the human city-states and show the kindness of the gods, Zeus asked Poseidon to give the affected human cities 3 years of abundant fish tides and some precious minerals and seafood in the Oceanus Sea. Among them, the compensation received by Crete, the worst hit island, was undoubtedly the most generous. But as a patron saint of the Minoans, Athena was very dissatisfied with this kind of painless punishment and put forward more substantive requirements, such as demarcating safe areas and requiring sea beasts to withdraw from the coast within 30 miles. Of course, Poseidon was also dissatisfied with the verdict of Zeus. He was still stubbornly demanding a thorough investigation of the culprit who harmed his own Atlantis guards, and demanding that humans be held responsible for the huge losses of his god blood family in recent years. In this way, the two sides were still arguing over who was responsible and who was the culprit who first provoked the dispute, and they kept arguing over it for several months. Hestia, who was listening attentively, couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Then what? No more?" Athena replied lightly, drinking honey water calmly. "No more." Hestia, who was eager to wait for the next words, couldn't help but raise her voice and looked stunned. "Didn't you say before that Zeus would be fair?" As if seeing her aunt's confusion, Artemis spread her hands and spoke faintly. because the father's recent visit to the mortal world has been exposed, and he is arguing with the Queen of Heaven. Hearing such an unexpected but reasonable result, Hastya was speechless, and then she couldn't suppress her curiosity and secretly asked about the whole story. It's not complicated to say. Not long ago, Zeus, who was accustomed to hunting for beauties in the mortal world, fell in love with a water fairy named Aegina, and turned into an eagle to kidnap her. But the father of the water fairy, the river goddess Olympus, has a strong fatherly love that is rare in the Greek gods. He has a total of 9 daughters, and he is proud and happy to have so many innocent and lovely daughters, and he loves his daughters even more. However, fate always tortures this old father who is incompatible with the Greek gods. His daughters disappeared one by one, which made him extremely sad. For this reason, the old river god had searched many places and asked passers-by or gods about their whereabouts, but he didn't get any news. When all 8 daughters disappeared inexplicably, only the youngest daughter Regina was left. The old river god, who was in extreme pain, took care of her very carefully, not wanting to lose his last beloved daughter. But despite all his precautions, he still failed to stop the god king from the lower world. Zeus took advantage of the river god's rest and turned into an eagle, quickly snatching the water fairy Aegina away. However, the old river god, who had nothing left, did not collapse when he heard the bad news. Instead, he persevered in looking for his daughter's trace, ignoring the dissuasion of the prophet sent by Zeus, and followed the eagle transformed by the god king all the way, trying to take his daughter back. In the end, Zeus was also burning with desire, and was even more unwilling to give up such a beautiful girl, so he threw lightning and hit one of the river god's legs. When the river god fainted, he took the water fairy Aegina to an isolated island, completed the union with her, and gave birth to a son of the god named Awakens. Zeus thought he had done it perfectly, but the whole process was seen clearly by Sisyphus, the king of Corinth. Later, the story of the incident somehow reached Mount Olympus, and fell into the ears of Hera. So, the furious Queen of Heaven naturally caught her husband who had cheated on her many times, and took revenge on him. With such an accident, Zeus, who was busy with lawsuits, had no mood to care about the dispute between Athena and Poseidon. He was currently hiding from his wife who was looking for him everywhere to question him. Although she was narrating in a calm tone, the hunting goddess seemed to be gloating in her words. After listening to it, Hestia felt a little distressed for the old river god who had suffered an unprovoked disaster, and couldn't help but say a fair word. Zeus, he is really getting more and more excessive. Isn't the father always like this? Athena turned the cup in her hand, and asked back lightly. For a moment, Hestia was speechless, and could only sigh in dismay. The pity and resentment in her eyes were helplessly extinguished. Right or wrong, she really couldn't control the affairs of Olympus. At the same time, if she wanted to continue to live in peace, she shouldn't care. This is what Athena had repeatedly warned her. Since she was powerless, Hestia could only stop thinking about these troubles, and looked up to change the subject. So, the matter of Crete has not yet had a real result. Still negotiating. Athena replied calmly, her face as calm as ever. Her original purpose was not to think about the local specialties of Atlantis, but to deliberately make things bigger and muddy the waters, forcing Poseidon to be unable to touch Crete openly in the public eye. The more fierce and longer this dispute was, the safer Crete would be. And the evolution of things was, just as the goddess of wisdom expected. Therefore, she didn't mind wasting some saliva and arguing with Poseidon for a few more days. I'm afraid that uncle won't just give up. Thinking of the aqua blue giant arm hanging from the sky, Athena couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Seeing that this eldest niece known for her wisdom seemed to have her own clear ideas, Hestia, who has always been self-aware, didn't ask any more questions, and turned to look at another niece beside her. What about you, Artemis? Why did you suddenly come to me? Artemis smiled slightly, and explained her purpose in a low voice. Isn't it almost the annual festival of the gods? Father asked me to ask you if you want to go back to Olympus this time. No. Hestia chose to refuse without hesitation, and vaguely guessed in her heart that there was another reason why the brother of the god king sent Artemis to ask her to go back. In addition to the open festival of the gods, I'm afraid there was also a meaning for her to go back to help persuade Hera. After all, it had been so long, and Zeus couldn't have been unaware of his attitude towards the seemingly harmonious gathering of the god king's family. Moreover, the previous invitation was not so formal. Unknowingly, the goddess of the hearth had guessed most of the thoughts of the god king's brother. Obviously, after repeated exposure and someone's constant indoctrination, even if Hestia didn't like to use her brain, she had obvious defiance and alienation towards her seemingly fair and just god king brother. Hearing Hestia's usual answer, Artemis was not surprised. She smiled and hugged the other arm of this aunt, revealing some intimacy and hope. Then, how about coming with me to live in Arcadia this year? Staying in one place all the time will always be boring. Great. It turned out to be poaching. Athena on the opposite side put down the cup, sneered in her heart, glanced at Artemis with impure intentions, and then showed a warm smile to Hestia. Aunt, it's okay here. Don't worry, you can go wherever you like. However, in the face of Athena's open persuasion, Hestia shook her head decisively and showed a hint of apology to Artemis. No, I've been used to it for so long, I'm too lazy to move. Although they are both nieces and good virgin goddesses, their situations are completely different. Artemis still has the care of her mother Leto and the care of her brother Apollo. What about Athena? She has nothing. Even Zeus's preference seems to have other purposes. Therefore, compared to Artemis, Hestia is undoubtedly more distressed about Athena. Seeing Hestia so determined, Artemis couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Okay, I will come to see you often. Okay, you are welcome anytime. To be honest, since that kid moved in, the food level of my family has risen by more than one level. Hestia naturally agreed with joy to her niece's intention to get close to her and showed off her royal chef. However, before the goddess of the stove could say more, there was a loud noise in the backyard. Artemis looked over and her face changed slightly. She stood up suddenly. Stop. What are you doing? Cooking. At this time, Lorne, who was squatting in the backyard preparing ingredients, took out 2 fluttering rabbits from the vegetable garden and looked back at the goddess of hunting who stopped him with a look of surprise and confusion. Chapter 95. You are always there every time I scan X. 6k daily updates achieved. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed a little off, Hestia stood up and asked the reason. What's wrong? Realizing that her reaction was a bit too extreme, Artemis coughed slightly and asked the two casually. You want to eat rabbit? Yes, rabbit meat is both nutritious and firm, and tastes very good. As the chef, Lorne nodded subconsciously and explained. I hadn't thought about what to make, but just now I saw a rabbit seemed to have broken into the vegetable garden and was eating the roots and seedlings, so I thought I might as well catch it and make some rabbit meat for you to try. But considering the number of people eating tonight, that amount doesn't seem to be enough, and then I bought another cage from the market outside and was about to deal with it. As soon as she finished speaking, before Artemis could react, Hestia pounced on the vegetable seedlings that had been eaten in the field and cried with a look of heartache. Damn it, my vegetable garden. Who let the rabbit in? Suddenly, the goddess of hunting stood up awkwardly. Well, aunt, I was hunting on the road and caught one, but when I entered the door, I accidentally let it escape. I was busy chatting and forgot about it. Yes, it seems to be the one that ran into the backyard. Athena on the side spoke up, seemingly helping to clarify, but confirming Artemis's fault. The goddess of hunting rolled her eyes at the goddess of wisdom who was helping openly but secretly adding insult to injury, and spoke hesitantly. Aunt, I like that little guy very much. Why don't you let it go, and I will compensate you for your loss when the time comes. So that's the case. Forget it. Seeing her niece admit her mistake, Hestia was too lazy to pursue it and waved to the royal chef who was about to kill in the backyard. Lorne, where's that little rascal? Give it back to her. I forgot to close the door just now, and I didn't pay attention when I opened the cage. I accidentally let them all run out. I can't tell which one it is. How about asking Lady Artemis to identify it herself? Lorne pointed to the half-open cage on the ground and the several white criminals on the run around, and couldn't help but look embarrassed. Realizing the problem, Artemis just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. However, looking around, she couldn't help but shook her head in disappointment. Strange, it seems that none of them are. Maybe a few escaped during the chaos. Lorne was quite helpless, looking at the goddess of hunting, hesitant to speak. Obviously, the arrest process just now was interrupted by Artemis, who heard the noise, which gave these little things an opportunity to take advantage of. Fortunately, Artemis was reasonable, just shook her head regretfully, and didn't make things too difficult for the chef who was innocently involved in this matter. Is that so? That's all. And Lorne was quite considerate of the hunting goddess's mood, and took the initiative to speak up, and pardoned a group of fugitives. Rabbit meat takes a bit of time, why don't we change to another dish? Okay. Hearing the chef's considerate words, Artemis nodded happily and agreed, and even looked at him with a hint of kindness. As the storm caused by this episode calmed down, Lorne immediately sent a few rabbits that had wandered around the gates of hell to the wild, bought some beef and mutton, shouted, and went into the kitchen to prepare again. Those people, please sit down first, the food will be ready soon. The three goddesses did not doubt him, and continued to return to the living room, to chat about family matters, waiting for the time to officially start the banquet. Seeing the laughter of the goddesses coming from the inner room again, the chef in the kitchen was cutting beef and mutton, while praising his own wit. The best way to hide a drop of water is to put it into the sea. Similarly, if you want to make a rabbit disappear as reasonably as possible, the best way is to find a group of rabbits to cover it. Now, with so many rabbits released directly or indirectly, even if Artemis becomes suspicious afterwards, she may not be able to find him. Moreover, with the destruction of the vegetable garden, Artemis can't ask too much about the whereabouts of the fugitive in front of Hestia, the victim. And a mere prey is nothing strange for the goddess of hunting. So far, the matter will basically end in vain. In this way, he not only solved the crisis brought by the rabbit, but also brushed the favor of the goddess of hunting. It's perfect. After reviewing the course of events again, and confirming that there were no loopholes, Lorne nodded with satisfaction, picked up a few dishes of exquisite dishes from the stove, took out the wine he brewed from the cellar, and began to formally entertain the three virgin goddesses who had gathered. Come, have a drink. You're welcome. As the drinks were ready and the dishes were served, Hestia immediately poured a full glass of wine for herself and her two nieces, and extended an invitation enthusiastically. The aroma of fruitwood and petals rushed into the nose, and the two goddesses couldn't help but become a little interested. They picked up the cup and drank it up in one gulp, imitating Hestia's appearance. Suddenly, a slight sourness filled the mouth, followed by a pleasant aftertaste. The rich fruit aroma also had some floral and vanilla flavors, with a mellow and complex taste and distinct layers. In a trance, they seemed to be on a green meadow, surrounded by flowers, bunches of ripe grapes and pomegranates, full of branches, exuding a refreshing fragrance. After a while, Athena and Artemis opened their eyes one after another, looked at the wine jar on the table, licked their cherry lips at the same time, and refilled the cup. Obviously, they have been conquered by this drink called wine. I told you it's good. Come on, drink, keep drinking. Seeing that her nieces also liked the good stuff she recommended, the proud goddess of the stove praised the founder, Lorne, for his wonderful ideas, heated up the atmosphere at the table, and frequently poured wine for her nieces. Soon, after each of them drank a jar of wine, the three goddesses were already a little tipsy, and their fair faces were successively covered with a touch of attractive rose red. Their eyes were blurred, and their bodies were a little dizzy. The wine is here. With a brisk greeting, Lorne, who was responsible for entertaining the three goddesses, diligently removed the empty jar, and brought the remaining 4 jars of wine in the cellar to the table. However, Athena waved her hand and slightly pushed the jar of wine in front of her away, with a trace of regret in her eyes. No, although the taste and physical sensation are very novel, if I drink more, my body will be out of control. I don't like that state of sensory disorder. Similarly, Artemis on the opposite side also put down her wine glass, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you drink too much, your hands will shake, which will affect your archery accuracy. Let's stop here today. Seeing the two virgin goddesses so restrained, Lorne, who had a bit of evil intentions, felt a little disappointed. But after thinking about it for a while, he was relieved. As virgin goddesses, if Athena and Artemis did not have a little vigilance and self-protection awareness, they might not have a chance to keep their virginity. Ah, you don't want to drink? That's perfect. I'll take care of it all. Just as Lorne was secretly sighing, Hestia heard her niece's refusal, and her eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to gather the remaining 4 jars of wine in front of her, and then opened the seal, and drank again, enjoying the wonderful feeling of floating in the air. Bang! A quarter of an hour later, the stove goddess, who took the initiative to drink 5 jars of wine, lay on the table, snoring, with a sweet and intoxicated smile on her face. At this time, after a busy day, Lorne had already put the bait, and was waiting to see the drunken state of the 3 goddesses. When he looked at the only hooked blacksmith at the scene, his face turned black. You got it twice. You don't learn your lesson, do you? It turned out that the beating was too light. However, his itchy hands finally failed to land on Hestia's butt. Athena and Artemis, 2 reliable nieces, supported the aunt on the left and right and helped her upstairs. Looking at the 3 virgin goddesses walking side by side, Lorne could only honestly clean up the dishes and put aside the idea of making up lessons for Hestia for the time being. A good night's sleep, nothing happened. With the arrival of the morning, Lorne also sat up from the bed and prepared to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. Woof. But before he opened the door, the golden retriever in the corridor whimpered and got into his arms, with human-like fear on the dog's face, as if avoiding some flooded beast. Outside the door, the blonde hunting goddess with silver eyes retracted her hand without leaving a trace, smiled reservedly, and greeted as if nothing had happened. So early? Yeah, I just got up to make some breakfast to entertain you. Lorne stroked the trembling head of the golden retriever and smiled implicitly. Artemis glanced at the door behind him and suggested with a smile, Auntie may have to sleep until noon, so come with me for a walk first. Then, the goddess's eyes moved down and fell on the golden retriever in Lorne's arms, and a trace of heat flashed in her eyes. Since you have a good dog, why don't we go to the nearby mountains and compete in hunting? What's the point of competing with him? Why don't you try with me? Before Lorne could speak, Athena walked out of another bedroom and sneered at a hunting goddess who obviously had ulterior motives. Seeing that her well-planned things were interfered with by others, Artemis frowned unhappily. But then, she seemed to think of something and smiled again. Okay, it's a rare opportunity to hunt together. Let's see who can catch more prey today. By the way, let him be our referee and guide. No problem. Athena nodded happily, and at the same time, following Artemis's gaze, she glanced meaningfully at someone behind her. The hunting goddess opposite also responded with a warm look, not only showing a strong kindness and appreciation, but even took the initiative to reach out and pull the man's arm, showing full enthusiasm. Take my chariot, it's faster this way. Athena, who was a beat behind, narrowed her eyes, and a faint grinding sound came from between her tightly closed lips. For a moment, Lorne, who was forced to do something and was promoted to the goddess referee, thought of a future colleague named Paris and the more famous golden apple, and his scalp tingled. This shouldn't be a good job, right? Chapter 96. This is a fatal question. Crete Mountains. The reins tightened, and the 2 galloping longhorned deer stopped. Bird feathers fell, and a group of flying owls turned into human forms. Speak. How do we compete? The 2 goddesses, one holding a spear and the other drawing a bow, looked at each other from a distance, smiling and asking alternately, their eyes that almost struck lightning and sparks in the air, focused on the center. At this moment, a new referee, caught in the middle, couldn't help sweating on his forehead, as if he was in a boat swaying left and right between 2 huge waves. Looking at this familiar posture, he now understood that these 2 virgin goddesses who seemed to be friendly on the surface were probably unwilling to give in to each other behind the scenes, and they had fought openly and secretly. Seeing that the gunpowder smell between the 2 goddesses was getting stronger and stronger, they were walking towards him step by step. Fearing that he would become a victim of the fight, Lorne had to bite the bullet, raise his right hand, and was forced to take on the responsibility of the referee, and asked carefully, how about this? Since it's hunting, let's see who catches more prey. Okay. Athena nodded calmly. No problem. Artemis was full of confidence. After getting the approval of the goddesses, Lorne gradually grew bolder, coughed lightly, and pondered solemnly. However, during the hunting period, the types and quantities of prey often vary, making it difficult to accurately compare, so the final result will be based on the weight of the prey obtained by each party. Whoever catches the most prey in total will win. The two goddesses, who were looking at each other affectionately in the open space, were slightly stunned when they heard the additional conditions and looked at the referee, who read out the further rules. Comparing weight. Interesting. Artemis raised her eyebrows, and a bit of unexpected interest appeared on her face. Athena on the side was thoughtful, and glanced at the spear of victory in her hand with interest. Seeing that the two goddesses did not object to the new rules of the game, Lorne couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All the way from Knossos to the Crete Mountains, he was thinking about how to break the deadlock in the face of this not so good development. After repeated deep thinking, the newly appointed goddess referee came to the final conclusion. Fair, and TM fair. First of all, this is not the fatal subjective question in the Golden Apple incident, asking which of the three goddesses is beautiful. The result of the hunting competition is obviously biased towards objectivity. If it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. The winner is almost clear at a glance. As long as he is fair and neither side can find fault with him, and if the two goddesses still have some moral integrity, he can basically pass smoothly. But before that, he needs to formulate relatively fair rules of the game. After confirming the overall calculation again, Lorne took a deep breath and solemnly announced the details. During the hunting period, there are several things to note. First, in terms of the area, the highest point of Mount Crete is the boundary. One is to the south and the other is to the north. Prey obtained beyond the range will be invalid, and the ownership of the hunting ground will be determined by drawing lots. Second, in terms of time, the game officially ends at sunset, and both sides stop all hunting activities. I will be responsible for counting the weight of all prey and declaring the final winner. Third, this game is mainly for competition, and the use of divine power is prohibited. All prey obtained by divine power will not be included in the review. As the rules were read out one by one, the two goddesses listened and nodded slightly. Although it was a bit cumbersome, there was no doubt that this made the game more fair and just, and there were almost no loopholes. If the game is played according to the rules, whether it is the referee himself who reviews, or a farmer who judges, or Zeus himself who makes the decision, the result will be the same. When everything was ready, Lorne still felt unsafe, and added a statement in advance. The above are the general rules. Do you have any objections before the game? No. Very fair. Artemis and Athena nodded in succession and unanimously approved this set of competition procedures. But when he saw the tasseled spears and golden bows and arrows in the hands of the two goddesses, when the time came, Lorne couldn't help but jump his eyelids and made cautious suggestions. I think that for the sake of fairness, the people who make the rules and those who are responsible for the judgment should be divided into two. Here, I recommend King Minos, who has always been known for his fair and strict law enforcement. Although it was a bit unfair to push the old man out to resist the thunder and share the pressure for him. But he has made contributions to Crete and shed blood for the Minoans. Even if it is a return of favor, the old man should come to help. However, just as Lorne was trying to make up for his unscrupulous behavior of selling out his teammates, the two goddesses shook their heads in unison. No need, you'll do it. Seeing that he couldn't shirk this task, Lorne could only accept his fate, and took out two prepared wooden sticks, letting the two goddesses randomly draw. As a result, Athena went south and Artemis went north. The two goddesses, one holding a spear and the other drawing a bow, stood at their respective starting points, ready to go. Sensing the vague momentum between the two sides, Lorne swallowed his saliva and reminded them in a low voice. You two, friendship first, competition second. However, this earned the two goddesses' demise. Knowing that the arrow was on the string, what was next was no longer something he could control. Lorne had to honestly act as the judge and throw a piece of Zeus gold in his hand slightly upwards. Ding dong. As the crisp sound of the gold coin fell to the ground came, the two goddesses were in high spirits and rushed to their respective hunting grounds like arrows from a string. Looking at the two figures running away, galloping in the dense forests, streams, and valleys, killing prey big or small one by one, Lorne shook his head, sat at the starting point of the Crete Mountains, patted the head of the golden retriever beside him, and whispered with deep emotion. Alas, woman. While the judge waited quietly, time passed by, and the competition between the two goddesses became more and more intense. One of them is a genius in fighting, and the other is the master of the mountains and forests. Even without using divine power, with strong physical fitness, they can easily kill through the entire Crete Mountains. With the arrival of the two evil stars, the beasts and monsters in the Crete Mountains were unlucky, and were cleared out one by one. The bigger the size, the more they focus on taking care of. After all, the result of the competition is not piecework, but weight. So, Sister Yap, you must understand my painstaking efforts. At this time, Lorne, who was watching from afar on the top of the mountain, looked at Athena, who was killing a lot, and muttered silently in his heart. Although he needed to play the role of a fair and impartial judge, he could still tell which of the two sisters was the one he needed to cling to more. Therefore, even if he could not take sides openly, he had to show his position a little, in order to have an explanation in the future. In fact, the choice of weight-based, rather than piece-based competition rules was the convenience he provided to Athena. If the number of prey was compared, Artemis, who was good at shooting, was obviously more advantageous. But if the power of the gods was to be suppressed, and the weight of the prey was bigger, the gun with stronger lethality to large prey was obviously better. The so-called 3 arrows are not as good as 1 sword, and 3 swords are not as good as 1 gun is a similar principle. These artificially created favorable conditions are the greatest help that Lorne can give to Athena in a fair and just manner. In order to be able to eat the tribute of the temple in the future, he has made serious efforts. Now, I just hope that the goddess of wisdom can understand his painstaking efforts, and don't blame him, whether he wins or loses. Time flies, and the sun sets in the west. As the competition was about to end, the competition between the two goddesses entered a white-hot stage. In order to win, they even started to use some tricks allowed by the rules. For example, Artemis used her hunting god's talent to call on the hounds to cooperate and conduct a large-scale roundabout outflanking. Athena used her original breath to order the birds in the mountains to frequently send messages, expanding the full view of the map. The judge in charge of the review, while lamenting the breakthrough attempts of the two goddesses, complained about the unrighteous family tradition of Olympus who liked to break the rules. And when the last ray of sunlight fell below the horizon, the hunting competition between the goddesses finally came to an end. Lorne, who was responsible for the final judgment, ended a day of slacking off, stood up with a serious face, and began to count and weigh the prey of both sides. As the god of war, Athena prefers to challenge more difficult monsters, so most of the prey she harvested were large-sized prey. Although the number was small, the total weight reached more than 10,000 kilograms. But as a hunting god, Artemis was obviously more professional. She not only selected large and medium-sized prey that were easy to hunt, but also most of the species she selected lived in groups. Among them, hundreds of demon pigs whose nests were destroyed were lying on the ground in a row. The scene of more than 10 generations of grandparents and grandchildren gathered together was spectacular. Lorne wondered if all the demon pigs in the Crete Mountains were killed by the goddess of hunting. After several weighings and calculations, the total weight of prey harvested by Artemis in one day reached more than 20,000 kilograms. The final result is self-evident. Almost at the moment of knowing the answer, Athena's expression became visibly gloomy. Lorne, who was responsible for the judgment, swallowed his saliva and felt a great pressure. Should I be more biased? He hesitated. Considering the possible accidents, Lorne also kept a watchful eye. For example, the winning standard mentioned in the rules is the weight of prey harvested by each party. This is the so-called common routine of unscrupulous merchants. All rules are fully interpreted by the event organizer. If Artemis and his 13 hounds are each counted as a participating unit, then the total weight of 20,000 kilograms will be divided into 14 parts. In this way, Athena, who seemed to be fighting alone, could immediately turn the tables. But such an operation was too deliberate and obvious. Moreover, strictly speaking, Athena also mobilized birds to help in the hunting process. If you really care about it, she is not clean. Even if her butt is crooked to the sky and pleases Athena, Artemis will definitely bear a grudge. In short, the risk and benefit are seriously disproportionate. Should I take this risk? Just when Lorne was hesitant, he caught a glimpse of Athena's hand loosely grasping the spear of victory. Her eyes flashed, and she solemnly announced, "In this competition, the goddess Artemis wins." As the result of the competition was settled, Artemis' face was filled with a satisfied smile, and her eyes looked at a certain fair and just referee, with a hint of approval and appreciation. On the contrary, Athena's face was not so good. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the goddess of wisdom still maintained basic decency, coldly giving the winner enough prizes. "You win. You can use any hunting ground in Crete at will within 3 months. Then, Athena turned to look at the judge beside her and snorted coldly. "During this period, you will accompany her on her trips and hunts." After saying that, the goddess of wisdom, who had forced herself to stand out, glared at someone coldly and walked to the back of the valley without looking back, obviously ready not to interfere in the matter between the two. "Please collect the prey, I'll go and see." Seeing that the situation was not good, Lorne first smiled apologetically to Artemis, and then hurriedly chased in the direction of Athena. As the winner, the goddess of hunting also generously expressed her understanding, and stayed there comfortably to clean up the mess left by the hunt. A quarter of an hour later, Lorne chased all the way, and finally found the goddess of wisdom, who seemed to be sulking by the pool at the back of the valley. Hearing the movement behind her, Athena, who was not in a good mood, turned around and snorted. "Why are you chasing me? Shouldn't you be with Artemis? I just followed your orders, and was responsible for accompanying her. I didn't sell myself to her." Lorne rolled his eyes, and retorted in the same unpleasant tone, "Of course, if you really want to do this, I have nothing to say. It was you who decided the victory or defeat, and you are still making excuses." Hearing this, Athena couldn't help but laugh in anger, and her eyes became even more displeased. "That's not right." However, Lorne spoke faintly, with a meaningful smile on his face. "This is obviously the result you want." Chapter 97. Selling Artemis and still asking her for money? 7k a day. When their eyes met, the goddess of wisdom suppressed her anger, and looked at the other side with a playful look. "So, when did you find out?" "Just now." Lorne snorted and pointed at Athena's right hand holding the gun. "If you really care about the outcome of this game, the expression on your face shouldn't be enough, right? You should at least hold the gun tightly. You have good observation skills." Athena smiled, with no surprise on her face. Seeing the expression on the other side, Lorne's guess was thoroughly verified. "You did it on purpose. Reason?" Athena put her hands behind her back, and looked at the judge in front of her with a smile, as if she was considering something. At this point, Lorne's thoughts became clearer, and he explained lightly, "You are the god of war, not the god of hunting. It may not be that easy to beat Artemis in hunting. Even if I were the referee, I might not be able to give you a better chance of winning. Knowing that you will lose a game, you still want to take the initiative to jump into it. This is not like your character." At this point, Lorne paused and looked at the goddess of wisdom in front of him. "Unless you didn't intend to win from the beginning." Pa 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 pa. Accompanied by a burst of crisp applause, Athena on the opposite side showed a satisfied smile. "Not bad. I was right about you. So, the flaw in your gun grip was also deliberately shown to me, guess." Lorne's face darkened, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but complain. "If I had made it clear earlier, would I have racked my brains to create conditions for you to win? If not, how could she believe that she was the real winner?" Athena smiled and comforted her insincerely. "In short, your efforts are not in vain. Should I thank you?" "Of course." The goddess of wisdom nodded without hesitation, her eyes meaningful. "If it weren't for me, could you let a main god stay at Crete to watch the door and protect you for 3 months when I was away?" After a moment's thought, Lorne realized a possibility, and his face changed slightly. "Poseidon still won't give up." Athena nodded first, then shook her head. "I'm not sure, but from the last confrontation, I always feel that he won't just give up." Lorne frowned, but also did not refute. "The reason is simple. According to the character of the one who can't afford to play, he may do anything. Athena can still hold the banner of Zeus to resist a few things on the surface. But the means behind the scenes, the weak goddess of wisdom, facing the huge sea gods, I'm afraid it's hard to defend. Once something unclean in the sea comes ashore, the culprit who ruined Poseidon's good deeds last time and the current actual ruler of Crete will probably be the first target." Realizing that he was in a bad situation, Lorne's frown added a few more scratches. Shouldn't we tell Lord Kitchen God about this? If Aunt still wants to live a peaceful life, she can't interfere. Athena pursed her lips, looked at the outline of Mount Olympus in the clouds in the distance, and sighed. And once you get stuck in some things, it's not so easy to get out again. The power struggle in the God King's family has always been a life and death struggle, and there is no room for any warmth. Since you have already stayed out of it, you shouldn't involve the elder who is like a sister and a mother. At the end, in order to avoid anyone's suspicion, Athena added another explanation. Besides, when it comes to conspiracy and fighting, my aunt is not very good at it. Lorne heard the hidden meaning in Athena's words, looked at the other side of the mountain, and smiled teasingly. So, you want to drag Artemis into the water? What do you mean by dragging her into the water? Don't say it so harshly. It's obviously her own will to come and stay. It has nothing to do with me. Athena rolled her eyes at the opposite side, with an innocent expression on her face, but the corners of her lips were inadvertently raised. She wanted to come on her own. Lorne vaguely heard the contradiction from it, and looked at the goddess of wisdom. In addition to inviting Hestia to participate in the festival of the gods on behalf of Zeus, what else did Artemis come for? It seems that she heard that King Minos has a top hunting dog. Athena spoke casually, as if she had heard it from hearsay. In an instant, Lorne understood, and the two-word evaluation blurted out. Insidious. Huh. Athena tilted her head slightly, and glanced behind her. I mean, you have foresight. You have planned for eternity. You are worthy of being the goddess of wisdom. Lorne quickly changed his words, with a respectful expression. Don't give me that. However, Athena was obviously immune to this. She rolled her eyes at Lorne behind her, and warned him unhappily. Keep an eye on your dog. If I'm not here, it might save your life at a critical moment. As his life was at stake, Lorne nodded seriously. Of course he understood what Athena meant. After all, Artemis had already had a hunting competition with Athena, and it was under his hosting and judgment that she won the final victory. If the goddess of hunting had a little bit of reserve, she would not continue to force the golden retriever. And as long as he didn't make a fool of himself and took the initiative to give the dog's life to her, when he really encountered trouble, the golden retriever that touched Artemis' heart would play a big role, and then exchange for the help of the goddess of hunting. Moreover, according to the agreement of this hunting, he would serve as Artemis' guide and partner afterwards. If something unexpected happened during the process of accompanying Artemis, the goddess of hunting would not be able to survive. Therefore, as long as Artemis stayed in Crete for another day, his safety would be guaranteed. After reorganizing his thoughts, Lorne immediately felt Athena's invisible concern for him, and at the same time he could not help but admire the honeycomb-like heart of the goddess of wisdom. Then, Lorne pointed to the darkening sky and asked, so, how long should I persuade her? Athena smiled slightly, leaned against the tree trunk gracefully, and admired the lake view. Don't worry, it's rare for her to beat me once. Let her be very happy. By the way, haven't you finished collecting the prey yet? The two looked at each other and smiled maliciously at the same time. The goddess of hunting, who had no idea that she was being played by two people, was squatting in the messy hunting ground, busy skinning, meeting, tying, loading the prey one by one, and enjoying it. While waiting, Athena did not forget to remind her again. Although Artemis feels good about you now, you'd better not get too close to her, or get involved too much. Understand, Crete is my home. As for the position, Lorne naturally made a clear-cut guarantee. Not because of this. Athena rolled her eyes at Lorne, who was showing his loyalty, her eyes flickering faintly. Don't look at her normal appearance, but this woman is a little crazy in her bones. If you get too close to her, you'll lose control. Crazy? Lorne was slightly stunned, thinking of the contradictory character of Artemis in mythology, who was sometimes gentle, sometimes gloomy, sometimes tolerant, and sometimes vengeful. His eyes were more cautious about this hunting goddess. Seeing that Lorne took her advice to heart, Athena stretched with satisfaction, stood up and greeted. Okay, it's almost time, we should go back too. However, just as the two were about to go and meet Artemis, thunder exploded in the sky, and the fire with aqua blue sea patterns and flying bird patterns burned on Mount Olympus. Suddenly, the ease and comfort on Athena's face disappeared, and her eyes were gloomy. TSK, here we go again. It seems that I have to go back to Olympus again. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Lorne immediately understood that this was probably the unfinished follow-up between Crete and the Sea of Oceanus. As for the dispute between the main gods, he was helpless at the moment, and could only watch Athena, who was at the front, set off. By the way, this is what I promised you last time. Keep it first, maybe you can use it. If you don't understand anything, I will teach you slowly, when I come back. Before leaving, Athena handed a golden belt to Lorne's hand, left a few words of advice, and then spread her golden wings, turned into a huge owl, and disappeared into the dim sky. Just as Lorne was holding the thing in his hand, a little dazed, a surprised whisper came from behind him. The military belt of the god of war. Artemis came over after hearing the voice, and looked at her personal guide for a period of time in the future, her silver eyes flashing with a hint of amusement and curiosity. She can personally give you what she won from heirs. It seems that she likes you very much. She didn't give it to me because I won, but she won it for me. Lorne thought of the promise before the war, felt the pure war power contained in this military belt, and silently corrected himself in his heart. With a complicated look, he looked at the direction where the golden figure disappeared. At the same time, Atlantis, the temple of Poseidon, a dark blue figure formed by the sea water opened his eyes and looked down at the young man in hunting clothes crawling at his feet. The low and cold voice echoed in the hall. I will hold that woman in Olympus, and I must get that thing done before she comes back. I understand, father. In the deep blue water light, a simple and gloomy face was slightly raised, and a hesitant look flashed with a hint of resentment. But I'm worried that some people on the island will delay your plan, so are you teaching me how to do things? Instantly, the cold snort above his head brought down a bone-chilling chill, and the pair of eyes from the void looked grimly at the shivering bloodline on the ground. Do you know how much effort I have spent to save your life? Put away your useless little cleverness. If you want to win, go and fight for it yourself. If you delay the important things, or if my plan fails, because of your incompetence, you should know the consequences. Yes, father. I promise to live up to your trust. Seeing the wrath of thunder above his head ready to go, the hunter with a simple face did not dare to think too much, and swore an oath. Finally, under the hunter's solemn promise, the depressing atmosphere in the hall was slightly dissipated and replaced by a faint reminder. Remember, this is your last chance. The hunter buried his head deep in his chest until the dark blue light in the hall completely dissipated, and then he dared to raise his head slightly. At this moment, his honest face was full of gloom and resentment. Those bastards on Crete, just wait. This matter is not over yet. Chapter 98. I'm still too upright. 4K. The next day, the sky was not bright, and the morning light was dim. Dozens of carriages pulled by hunting dogs and golden horned deer drove through the wide main road and approached the gate of Knossos. The carriages were loaded with various prey, piled high, and looked like raised hills from a distance. It's Mr. Secretary. Quick, open the city gate. The chief of the city defense army in charge of patrolling saw the familiar figure on the carriage and immediately ordered the soldiers to turn the capstan to open the entrance to the city. Lorne looked up and found that the officer patrolling on the top of the city today was actually an acquaintance. When the waves raised by Poseidon swept across Crete, the city of Knossos was in chaos. It was he and the three priestesses of the temple who certified Anna's identity as a divine envoy in person and later allocated manpower to assist in defending the coastline. Lorne waved to the figure on the top of the city wall and said with a smile, "Thank you." Immediately, the officer was a little flattered and hurriedly pounded his chest with his right fist and nodded respectfully in return. "You are welcome, Mr. Secretary." Then, he held up the bronze helmet he had taken off with one hand, came to the city gate, looked at this strange caravan, and asked diligently, "Mr. Secretary, is there anything I can do for you?" Lorne glanced at the figure standing upright, and his eyes stayed on the golden double-sided axe badge on his chest for a few seconds. If I remember correctly, the badge he wore on his chest before should be a silver one. Realizing where this enthusiasm came from, Lorne smiled slightly, but did not refuse, and raised his hand to point to the side. "This Miss Cynthia went into the mountains yesterday and hunted some prey. She couldn't eat it all, so she wanted to share it with the residents of Knossos for free. Listening to the guide's introduction to her, Artemis, who was driving, smiled and nodded, revealing a hint of hidden satisfaction. Although she was a goddess, she did not like the noisy feeling of being the center of attention. Hiding her identity would undoubtedly make her trip more lasting and easier. At this moment, the officer in front of the door smiled knowingly after listening to Lorne's statement. "Okay, sir, I will have someone clean up the public area of the sacrificial site and maintain order on the scene. By the way, I will send a message to the temple and ask them to send people to gather the people and distribute the prey." Lorne and Artemis looked at each other and nodded slightly. The sacrificial site is not only used to offer sacrifices to the gods, it is also a bridge connecting gods and people, and the upper and lower classes. Usually after the sacrifice, the remaining part of the sacrifice will be distributed to the people, to represent the gift of the gods. As the descendants and spokespersons of the gods, the royal families with the blood of the gods often send the prey they have hunted to the sacrificial site, and after the priests divide and process it, they will distribute it to the people, to show their kindness to the people and gather people's hearts. Although strictly speaking, it seems a bit presumptuous to hand over the sacred sacrificial site to this clerk. But the man in front of him is already the uncrowned king of Knossos, who has truly saved Crete. Who cares about a little bit of trivial matters? Moreover, past experience has also told him that doing so may not be a bad thing. The officer touched the golden double-sided axe badge on his chest representing the Legion commander, and looked at the two people with more enthusiasm and diligence. "Sir, just leave the rough work of loading and unloading and carrying to the boys under my command. Recently, the sacrificial site has brewed a new batch of wine and is ready to be used to worship the gods, but I don't know how good it is. Since you are here, it's just right to ask you, an expert, to taste it." Looking at the officer whose face was full of "I want to make progress too much," Lorne, who was invited by the cordial invitation, was a little amused. Sure enough, no matter where you go, no matter what era you are in, human ambition is still so simple and unpretentious. This year's newly brewed wine? At this time, Artemis on the side couldn't help licking her lips when she thought of the wonderful experience yesterday. Seeing this, Lorne knew what the goddess of hunting was thinking at the moment and immediately waved his hand. "Okay, take me to see it." "Okay." The officer immediately agreed with a smile, and after handing the scene to his deputy, he took the initiative to lead the way, not caring about his identity as the commander of the Legion. Soon, under the leadership of this native Minone, the two of them entered the storage room of the sacrificial site from the main gate, and they had no obstacles all the way. By the way, the gatekeeper was also an acquaintance, one of the three priestesses who verified Anna's identity. At present, they are directly dispatched by the chief priest Ariadne. Looking at several white-robed priestesses putting jars of newly brewed wine on the table for him and Artemis to taste, Lorne was even more amused. By the way, is this considered abusing public power and abusing power? But after thinking about it, he didn't dwell on this issue too much. Not to mention drinking a few bottles of wine to pay tribute to the gods. Old King Minos now wanted to pack up the entire island of Crete, including his precious daughter, and give it to him, so that he could take over and withstand the pressure from the Oceanus Sea. Compared with the more than 30,000 kilograms of prey he brought into the city, enough for the whole city to eat for half a month, more than 10,000 kilograms for Athena and more than 20,000 kilograms for Artemis, he just ate some casually and took some tributes, which was simply outrageous. So, am I still too upright? Alas. While shaking his head and sighing for his too high moral level, Lorne swiped several boxes of special cakes on the storage shelf into the open magic circle. As for the newly brewed wine in the sacrificial field, he didn't touch it at all. It's no wonder that, even if he learns faster, it's not easy to catch up with or surpass him in the craft of brewing. As expected, Artemis couldn't help but spit out the wine after taking a few sips of the wine. "So sour. There's nothing we can do. The sealing of the storage equipment is not very good. To prevent it from spoiling, we need to use some unripe grapes to make new wine." As the future god of wine, even if he just glanced at it, Lorne could analyze the reason with his innate divinity. Then, in order to save the respect of the busy priestesses around him in front of the gods, he chuckled and comforted Artemis, who was in charge of tasting. However, after it comes into contact with the air more and oxidizes for a period of time, it will be better. It may even have a nutty aroma and a sweet taste similar to honey. Really? The goddess of hunting was skeptical, and after seeing Lorne nod her head to guarantee, she tasted another one out of curiosity. However, after just one sip, Artemis couldn't help but spit it out again. Why does it smell like herbs? Hearing Artemis's complaint, Lorne was also a little speechless, but he could do nothing about it. Historically, ancient Greek wines were not fermented or brewed in oak barrels. In order to add flavor to wine, winemakers would use certain herbs or plant juices to increase the complexity of wine. Therefore, the ancient Greeks believed that the wine brewed in this way was a healthy drink and often made it into medicine with medicinal materials, tree sap, olive oil or plant rhizomes, to treat diseases such as dysmenorrhea or depression. But obviously, the goddess of hunting, who was free of illness and disaster, could not get used to this artificially added strange taste. Forget it. Inventions always take a lot of detours. After all, wine is just a new product now. Even if you contribute the brewing process for free, you can't stop the curiosity of ordinary people to try it boldly. As the future god of wine, Lorne comforted himself while making excuses for the group of priestesses who had no merit, but also worked hard. Facing the eager eyes around her, the goddess of hunting barely cheered up, and after tasting several new wines, she finally couldn't bear it anymore, threw down the wine glass, and dragged Lorne out the door to escape. The new product they made is simply inedible. Outside the door, standing in the corner, Artemis criticized without hesitation, then rinsed her mouth with honey water, and looked at the guide beside her with emotion. Forget it, I'll only drink the wine you brew in the future. Lorne looked at the delicate hand that fell on his shoulder just because of praise, and his eyes flashed faintly. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of a sore? But when you wake up, just as one person and one god were hiding in the shade and thinking about it, groups of figures approached from outside the sacrificial site. Artemis, who had some psychological trauma about wine tasting, couldn't help but feel a sudden shock in her heart and subconsciously wanted to drag the guide beside her and run away. However, before the goddess of hunting could move, a series of voices, some old, some childish, some deep, and some crisp, called the two of them. Mr. Secretary, and Miss Cynthia, right? Goddess, thank you for sending so many prey. Finally, we don't have to worry about winter. My family got a pig, about 100 pounds, which can be used to nourish the children. In it, I saw the giant python that was entrenched in the southern foothills of Mount Crete. The city organized people to fight it several times, but failed. Even my brother died there, and I lost an arm for it. Now I can see the day when it is eradicated and can eat its meat. It's really a relief. Amid the chattering, faces filled with joy, gratitude, curiosity, or enthusiasm crowded in front of the two people, expressing their gratitude sincerely. Although in the age of gods with many beasts and abundant resources, meat is still a relatively scarce good thing for most ordinary people. More than 30,000 pounds of meat were transported to Knossos and distributed to them free of charge. For these ordinary people, it was like being hit on the head by a happy pie. The secretary, who was already a familiar face in the city, raised his hand slightly to stop the excited and restless crowd and smiled and pointed out the real hero. It has nothing to do with me. This is all Cynthia's credit. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Immediately, the crowd who received the gifts rushed to the beautiful girl in hunting clothes. Thank you, Miss Cynthia. You are such a good person. We have meat to eat. Thank you, Sister Cynthia. You are such a great girl for killing so many prey. Some of them praised generously, with sincere gratitude in their eyes. Others took out red dates, dried fruits, garlands, copper coins and other things they had, and placed them at the feet of the female hunter as a trivial return. Faced with such a noisy and chaotic situation, Artemis, who was surrounded in the middle, was a little at a loss for a while. For this hunting god, hunting is just a hobby to vent energy. Distributing the prey is just because it is difficult to handle so many harvests, so it is done conveniently. However, it was unexpected that such a simple act could earn these humans far more enthusiasm and gratitude than during the formal sacrifices and the gods' miracles. Artemis didn't quite understand the reason for this. Fortunately, the noise didn't seem to bother her that much. Just as the hunting god was about to be drowned in the enthusiastic crowd, a lazy but clear voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Everyone, I heard that after the prey is roughly divided, you can also get some offal such as viscera and fur, but the quantity is limited. If you go too late, there will be no more. Anything else? The fur can just be used to keep warm in the winter. Hurry, hurry, hurry." In an instant, the people who heard the news turned around and rushed to the sacrificial site, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The crowd around Artemis was suddenly emptied and became quiet again. After successfully sending away this group of enthusiastic uncles and aunts and neighbors, Lorne stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Lady Goddess? How do you feel?" Artemis looked up at the newly risen fiery red sun in the sky and at the smiling faces on the sacrificial field, and the corners of her lips could not help but curl up a little. "Not bad." Lorne saw the subtle changes in the expression on the face of the goddess of hunting, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Okay, the things are almost distributed, and we should leave, otherwise, I'm afraid I will have to rescue you again." Hearing this, Artemis remembered the enthusiastic residents who made her unable to resist just now, and her face changed. She quickly followed a guide and subconsciously asked, "Where are you going?" Lorne answered as a matter of course, "Of course I'm going home." Then, he looked back at the goddess of hunting behind him and smiled warmly. "You have been busy all day. You haven't eaten yet? It just so happens that I asked the city defense army to leave some good ingredients and send them to Lady Hestia's home." After a brief pause, Lorne stretched and smiled even more. "Wait a minute. I will cook a sumptuous meal with these rare ingredients to reward you for your hard work in this hunting trip. Okay." Hearing this considerate and comfortable post-match arrangement, Artemis was delighted and nodded immediately. Then she licked her lips and asked subconsciously, "Do you have wine?" "Yes. There should be a few bottles of wine brewed before in the lower level of the cellar. I guarantee you will drink it to your heart's content." The goddess of hunting was even happier, and her steps were extremely light. However, after just a few steps, Artemis vaguely remembered something, and the happy expression on her face paused slightly. When in the storage room of the sacrificial field, a clerk who was invited to taste the wine first, except for persuading her to drink more, seemed to have not touched a drop of wine from beginning to end. This guy. Looking at the back figure that had already walked away in front, Artemis, who was late to realize it, couldn't help but face black. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and chose to follow quickly. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 99, The Self-Cultivation of the Cult Leader, 3k, 7k per day. It was a sumptuous feast, which lasted from early morning to evening. As the end approached, Lorne, the chef, decisively handed the cleaning work to Hestia and quietly slipped out the back door. It was because Artemis looked too scary. Not only did she stare at him from time to time during the meal, but the way she tore the meat and swallowed it seemed as if she was grabbing him annoying. Although he didn't know how he had offended the goddess of hunting, it was wise to avoid her when he saw that the situation was not right. Lorne muttered to himself as he walked leisurely on the long street of Knossos, thinking in his heart, at present, the three Gorgon sisters are sleeping in the temple of Athena. In order to absorb a large amount of marine divinity, the noisy Nike was also taken away by the goddess of wisdom to Olympus for help. Hestia needs to clean up the house and entertain her newly arrived niece Artemis, and Crete, after experiencing the beast tide, is gradually getting back on track under the coordination of herself and Princess Ariadne. Old King Minos still has to deal with his troublesome sons, and has no time to bother him for the time being. It's rare to have some free time, so why not enjoy this quiet night alone? After making up his mind, Lorne strolled along the street market with the mood of taking a walk, or tasted some local snacks, or bought some interesting handicrafts, or listened to people chatting quietly on the side, feeling the ubiquitous fireworks. But soon, his relaxation had to be forced to end, because many people recognized him as the secretary and enthusiastically came up to him, wanting to say hello to him. Looking at the heads that were gathered around him and the many women nearby who were screaming excitedly, Lorne's scalp suddenly went numb. He quickly apologized, squeezed out of the crowd as quickly as possible, cast up pseudo-invisibility magic on himself, and left this no longer safe place. When he slipped to a hidden corner 3 streets away, he looked back at the crowd that was still gathered there and had not dispersed for a long time, and couldn't help shaking his head with emotion. Now, I really look like a future god of wine, and have become a person who drives both men and women crazy. But, this doesn't seem bad. Lorne stretched his body, smiled casually, took out a bottle of wine from the magic circle, turned around and knocked on the door of a low house. The owner of the house in the yard opened the door when he heard the sound. A young man with a slightly rough skin and a strong physique saw the figure standing outside the door, and couldn't help but feel surprised. Secretary. Shh. Lorne made a gesture to silence and quietly pointed to the men and women who were still looking for him on the street not far away. The young man immediately understood and stopped talking, holding his breath and inviting the distinguished guest into the house. He didn't dare to breathe loudly until the two of them walked into the inner hall. He hurriedly moved the simple tables and chairs, put out the few fruits and meat jerky in the house, and entertained Lorne. Sir, why did you come so late? You didn't tell me in advance. There's nothing good to entertain you at home. Looking at the shabby furnishings in the house and the few scattered things on the table, the young man rubbed his hands in embarrassment, with an embarrassed and guilty look on his face. Don't be so polite, I've eaten. I just came to sit down. Lorne smiled lightly to comfort him, and then his eyes fell on the young man's slightly pale left arm, and then asked, how is it? Are you used to the new arm? Adapted? Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but nod his head vigorously, his eyes full of gratitude. Thanks to you, I can support my family with these 2 hands again. Otherwise, I really don't know how I would row out to sea alone. Don't thank me. Thanks to the help of old containers, I was able to guess the time of the sea monster attack. Now, I have repaid your father a favor. Lorne looked at the old fisherman's son kindly, or the ordinary young man named Perilous, took out the bottle of wine in his arms, put it on the table, and whispered, your arm has just grown back. It will take some time to completely recover to its previous state. It will be good for you to drink the wine I gave you regularly. I'm so sorry that you bothered to send it here specially. I'm really. Seeing that this secretary who was busy with all kinds of affairs was still concerned about himself, the son of an ordinary fisherman, Perilous was so moved that he could not help himself and almost stammered and could not speak. Even though he had lived 2 lives, Lorne still couldn't stand such a sensational scene and waved his hand quickly. Okay, I didn't do anything. I just did it by chance. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Please wait a moment. However, the young man, who was usually a little taciturn, took the lead to block the door at this moment, with great courage on his face, and stammered. There is a gathering tonight. If it's convenient for you, can you stay and participate? I'm not used to being in the spotlight. Lorne hesitated. It doesn't matter if you don't show up. Perilous hurriedly ran into the house, holding out a black hooded cloak, with an earnest look on his face. Look, I've prepared everything for you. Seeing that it was hard to refuse such a kind invitation, Lorne thought about the strange expression of the goddess of hunting at home when she was having dinner tonight, and after weighing it, he nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go with you to take a look, but I'm not sure how long I can stay. Hearing this, Perilous nodded and agreed, as if he had heard a great grace, and his face was filled with a frenzy of joy. No problem. Then, after asking his wife to take care of the children, the young man put on a black hooded cloak of the same style and took Lorne out of the city through the back door. Although the road was not flat, Perilous, who led the way, walked very fast, like a running horse, and his whole body was full of vigorous vitality, and a very light golden red flowed under his skin, conveying the rhythm of life. Lorne, who followed behind slowly, nodded secretly. The experiment was successful, and everything was just as he expected. Soon, the two took advantage of the night and came to an empty valley outside the city. At this time, the place was full of figures wearing long robes, ivy crowns and bindweed. They were men and women, old and young, and there were hundreds of them. And judging by their accents and behaviors, some of them came from Knossos, some from Rhodos, some from Naxos, and even some from Greek city-states outside Crete. These people gathered in this valley far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, putting aside their real identities and barriers, chatting about interesting stories from all over the world, or sharing the food and drinks they brought with them, and having a temporary feast. Compared with those somewhat wanton and indulgent figures, Lorne and Polymenus, who were mixed in the crowd, seemed ordinary and common. However, their arrival was also warmly welcomed by the people. Infected by the enthusiasm of the people around him, Lorne did not deliberately show alienation. With his face disguised and distorted by magic, he greeted the people nearby politely and implicitly. Not long after, a group of girls or women wearing ivy crowns, deerskins, and holding ivy or pine cones in their hands, beat drums and cymbals, and came out of the forest in a solemn melody and atmosphere. Suddenly, the noisy valley became quiet, and everyone looked at the maids chanting hymns. Come, blissful god of joy Dionysus, you are resurrected from fire and lightning. Bacarius and 1,000 powerful Bacchus, swords, blood and pure women make your heart happy. You shout aha above the clouds. I really want to change the Dionysian hymn here to aha. That would be so funny. What do you think? Roaring and crazy Bacchus. You hold the scepter in your hand. Your anger is soaring. All creatures fear you, and mortals living on the earth also respect you. We are the ashes of the Titans, the descendants of madness. Our blood is thicker than water. We are connected by blood. Come, joyous God, please grant happiness and blessings to everyone. Gradually, the people gathered around, as if infected by the solemn and cheerful melody, sang happily together, and participated in this grand secret celebration together. And Lorne in the crowd, while lip-syncing with ease, raised his hand to touch his forehead with a twitch of his mouth. Okay. No matter how many times he participated, this kind of behavior of being sacrificed in front of others still made him a little uncomfortable, and he felt ashamed. That's right, the budding secret religion in front of him was the small group that Lorne had personally created during this period of time by taking advantage of his position. They were connected by wine, worshipped wine, and promoted a self-indulgent personality. They were the predecessors of the Orphic religion that would worship the god of wine in the future. Soon, the initial hymn ended, and the crazy women of the god of wine who presided over the gathering gathered the newly elected head priestess to the front of the stage. Brothers and sisters, thank you for coming from afar to participate in the celebration. Let us raise our cups and offer sacrifices to the god, who has given us blessings and joy. At this moment, the patriarch who was mixed in the crowd looked in the direction of the voice, and could not help but see the flushed little face filled with excitement and rebellion. Poof! Suddenly, Lorne couldn't help but spit out the drink he had just swallowed. A look of surprise and shock appeared on his face, and he muttered, "Why is it her?" Chapter 100. The sister-in-law ran away with her brother-in-law. As is well known in Crete, King Minos had 5 sons and 5 daughters. Under the suppression and training of the old king, the 5 princes did not make great achievements, but they were still well behaved. But the 5 princesses were more capable than the other, and they were really bomb vests filled with RDX. Among them, the eldest princess Cacalus eloped with the god of light Apollo, gave up her duties as the chief priest, and broke with her father. The third princess Uriel and the sea god Poseidon gave birth to Orion. Needless to say, she was extremely rebellious. The second princess Ariadne is honest enough now, but in the future, she first helped the demigod hero Theseus escape from the labyrinth, and then eloped with the Athenian prince by boat. Considering the relationship between Athens and Athena, the changes in faith, and the fact that Theseus had also sacrificed the Cretan bull, which symbolized the divinity of Crete, to Athena, and Ariadne was the chief priest of Athena. Combining all the above reasons, Lorne tentatively believes that there may be some unknown inside stories. But for King Minos, this was also a betrayal. Similarly, the fourth princess Phaedra is also a rebellious one. When she was still young, she eloped with her sister Ariadne and Theseus, and sneaked into the ship to Athens. On the way, the not-so-authentic Athenian prince Theseus abandoned the second princess Ariadne on the island of Naxos in the name of Oracle, which led to the relationship between the god of wine and the second princess Ariadne. And the fourth princess Phaedra continued to follow Theseus, and went to Greece. When the fourth princess Phaedra grew up, and became beautiful and generous, she married Theseus, the king of Athens, as a second wife. Later, the daring Theseus planned to go to the underworld, to kidnap the queen of the underworld and Helen, and was trapped in the underworld. Phaedra, who was neglected and betrayed, fell in love with her stepson Hippolytus. After being rejected, she could not bear the pain of love, left a suicide note and hanged herself. Finally, Theseus, who returned from Hades, saw the suicide note and took his anger out on his son, cursing him to death. The curse was soon fulfilled, resulting in the tragedy of father and son killing each other. At present, the only one who has no black spots in the future is probably the fifth princess Zenodis, who is still breastfeeding. Of course, it is also possible that she has not had a chance to perform yet. While Lorne was rubbing his forehead and complaining, he looked up and looked at the latest Dionysus priestess on the field, or the sister-in-law of Dionysus in his destiny, the fourth princess Phaedra. At this moment, the chestnut-haired fourth princess, who looked like a junior high school student, was wearing a wreath on her head and barefoot, singing and jumping in the valley. Her little face was flushed with excitement, like a little girl venting her rebellion. She had no idea that as a member of the divine blood royal family of Crete, appearing in such a small pagan group would bring much trouble to her father, brothers, and sisters. Or, even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. What brand of explosive vests are these? All of them have the highest damage. As the founder of the cult and the one being served, Lorne was speechless and couldn't help but feel sorry for King Minos, who was lying on the bed and fighting with his sons. Should he secretly report King Minos to bring his rebellious daughter back, to teach her a lesson, considering that King Minos was kind to him? Just as Lorne was hesitating, the dancing Dionysus women, led by the new chief priestess, had already thrown benzoin into the fire and sang a new round of hymns. I call upon Dionysus, the roaring god, crying aha. Bacchus, the future king of dual nature, dead and resurrected, mysterious and wild, with a pair of horns and two forms, the ivy-covered, pure and mighty god of joy, crying aha. You eat sacrifices, are adorned with grapes, clothed in leaves, and celebrate in double years, immortal king, everlasting spirit, listen to me, kind-hearted god, gentle and perfect god. Come to me with your joyful entourage. Hearing the shouts and cheers coming from her ears, Phaedra's little face flushed with excitement in the firelight, and she felt a sense of relief in her heart, as if she had broken free from the shackles and released her nature. For the first time, she tied her chestnut hair with curved ivy instead of gold, wore a wreath of grapevines, covered her naked upper body with a bronze smock, tied deerskin around her waist, wrapped her body with a belt made of snakeskin, struck the cymbals with joy and excitement, and lit torches for night dances. Compared with the towering palace and complicated etiquette, this forest is so relaxing and fascinating. Life should not be locked in a boring cage, but to be a bird, galloping in the sky, resting in the forest, and pursuing what you want on the road. Aha! The gradually selfless Phaedra gave a heartfelt praise to the sleepless Dionysus, the god of joy and the spirit of wine, who gave him this free world. Bang! The girl's staff, which was wrapped with purple ivy, topped with a pine cone, and covered with green leaves, hit the rock beside her, playing the last note of the grand movement. The end of the singing also meant that the party tonight was about to end. Everyone had to return to their homes, put on their masks again, and play their roles in life. Thinking of the depressing atmosphere at home, Phaedra's little face was filled with depression. Spring water. There is spring water. Suddenly, a series of pleasant voices rang in his ears, and a refreshing coolness flowed at his feet. Phaedra subconsciously opened his eyes, and saw that the rock hit by the staff had broken into pieces, and a spring was exposed, gushing out clear spring water. How could it be? Phaedra looked at the staff in his hand that he had worked on for several nights, and was confused. His little mouth opened into a surprised O shape. As the staff fell to the ground again, the water gushing out of the spring increased in size, and gathered into a stream. The rich fruity aroma drifted from the spring, making people intoxicated. One of them couldn't help but scoop up a handful of clear spring water from the source and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the man's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he cheered excitedly to the people around him. Wine. It's wine. The crowd who witnessed the miracle of the stone spring turning water into wine with their own eyes could not help but cheer. Lord Dionysus has blessed us. Aha, praise the god of wine. Now, we can drink to our heart's content. The old and young excitedly came to the new stream, using their hands, cups, or kettles to take this heaven-sent blessing and drink it happily. As the mellow and sweet wine entered their throats, the warm flow flowed into their limbs and bones, dispelling the fatigue of the world, and giving them an illusory intoxication. In a dazed look, some people leaned against the tree, and saw sweet honey dripping from the branches. Some people touched the ground with their fingertips, and saw the earth flowing out white milk. Some people gently rolled up the vines, and saw purple grapes hanging on their fingers. People lay down in groups of 3 or 2, some snored softly with smiles on their faces, some smacked their lips to taste the sweet milk and honey, and some stretched out their hands to pick fruits that they didn't know existed. In this world, created by beautiful dreams, the rested souls became one with nature, and entered a state of happiness and intoxication. Seeing this, the crazy women of the god of wine excitedly gathered around Phaedra in the center, chattering with her about the feeling of being favored by the gods. The confused young princess was a little at a loss, but was soon pushed to the stream by her laughing and noisy female companions to drink and chat. At this time, the culprit who secretly created all this, poured a bowl of wine from the clear stream, sat under the tree, drank it comfortably, and looked at Phaedra, who was buried among the crazy women of Dionysus, with interest. The corners of his lips raised under the hood outlined a trace of joy. Yes, these are all his work. The power of the sea god gave him some ability to control the water. The construction of faith and the talent of the god of wine gave him the miracle of turning water into wine. With the privilege of walking on water, Lorne felt that he seemed to be getting closer and closer to a bacon hanging on the cross. However, the difference is, he is not a moralist who abides by the precepts, but wants to be a god who spreads joy. So, whether it is rebellion, playfulness, or wanting to break the shackles of the original family, little girl, I will give it to you, if you want it. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, or if your buttocks are beaten into pieces after the incident, it is none of my business. Lorne made the same interjection as in the sacrifice, raised his glass to a restless little princess in a joking manner, and presented a special gift from the god of joy. I made some fun in the writer's words. It's free, remember to read it. Some fun. Nietzsche also recounted the third scene related to the Dionysian festival. In the world view of Dionysus, everyone wears ivy wreaths and bindweed, and taps the rocks with the Dionysian staff, and water will emerge from the rocks, pierce the land with the Dionysian staff, and springs of wine will gush out of the land. Sweet honey drips from the branches, and if someone touches the ground with their fingertips, the ground will flow out of snow white milk. Nietzsche called this the magical world of Dionysus. In this world, people and nature become one, reaching a state of happiness and intoxication, turning water into wine, the land giving birth to milk and honey, and the protagonist himself walking on water. Does the above look familiar? PS1, turning water into wine. According to the second chapter of the Gospel of John, Jesus and his disciples were invited to a wedding feast in Cana of Galilee, and Jesus' mother was there. During the feast, his mother told Jesus that the host's wine had run out. Jesus asked the servants to fill the 6 stone jars next to him with water, and then scooped out some water and gave it to the steward of the feast. The scooped water turned into good wine, and the steward of the feast complained that the bridegroom should not have kept the good wine until the end. It is said that this was the first miracle Jesus performed after his preaching. PS2, walking on water. Jesus walking on water is one of the miracles of Jesus described in the New Testament. It is recorded in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and John. PS3, the land flows with milk and honey. It comes from the record of the book of Exodus. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.